हेलो हेलो हेलो, कैसे हो? एक सेकेंड, माइक चल रहा है ना? हाँ, कैसे हो मेरे प्यारे प्यारे भाइयों एंड भाइयों के बहनों? हम वापस से आ चुके हैं अपना वही पसंदीदा गेम वैलोरेंट की वॉच पार्टी, VCSA 2025 स्प्लिट 2 की वॉच पार्टी। आज है लोअर ब्रैकेट्स, बहुत ही हैवी मैच है आज भी। पहला मैच अपना ग्लोबल esports वर्सेस टीम एस्टरिस्क का है, फिर .exe वर्सेस एक्सो। तो दोनों ही मतलब देखना है कि कौन जीतेगा, कॉज यहाँ से जो हारा सीधा डू और डाई मैच टाइप ही है, तो जो हारा वो निकला टूर्नामेंट से। तो चलते हैं मैच ही, और शुरू हो चुके हैं, 2-3 राउंड हो चुके हैं। बट मैच में जाने से पहले आप लोग बताइए कैसे हो आप सब, कैसा गया आप सभी का दिन? अगर अच्छा नहीं गया तो ये रंगीन रुका आ चुका है आप सभी का शाम और रात दोनों रंगीन बनाने। वेलकम ईच एंड एवरीवन टू अ ब्रांड न्यू लाइफ टू यू। क्या हाल है मेरे जान के टोटो, कैसे हो आप सब? चलो दिख रहा है? यस दिख रहा है, दिख रहा है, दिख रहा है, दिख रहा है। फोर्टनाइट ब्लॉगर जी, आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई। चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा। एंड थैंक यू सो वेरी मच फॉर कमिंग, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। क्या हाल है? क्या लो, कैसे हो ब्रो? क्या लो, कैसे हो ब्रो? सिद्धांत भाई वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है सिद्धांत भाई, कैसे हो? सब बढ़िया?
against 4 players of GE Academy.
Will do the eco damage at this point. Maximum weaponry that's going to be lost would be possibly a Spectre. And Lil Boy, he's got the range advantage as well. He's playing all the way towards the spawn to get this pick. Season. Scanning ahead. Prime has decided not to take that fight. That's fun, that's interesting.
Oh, there you go. I mean, he was just trying to delay the inevitable. Global Esports Academy, an easy win in the anti-eco, and now will be moving on to their bonus.
चलो अपन ना लिंक डालते हैं। लिंक कैसे आज डाले मैं वही सोच रहा हूँ। आज लिंक सब बढ़िया। थोड़ी देर फ्री हुए तो देखा लाइव। अच्छा हाँ, मैं जस्ट अभी आया लाइव, बस निकल ही रहा था बाहर काम से। अच्छा ओके ओके, चलो जब भी आप फ्री हो गया नेक्स्ट आ जाना। आज शाम में अगर फ्री हो जाओगे तो ऐसा चैट वैट में बातचीत करने से अच्छा लगता है। शॉट
their pants down on that one, did not work, and that's also a weapon drop, but still area secured, nothing really much to worry about it as Global Esports Academy
अगर ऐसे किया तो हाँ, ऐसे में नहीं होगा।
side NB2K on the higher ground will take that fight against Hart, but Hart just a step ahead. Still some retaliation coming in from Asterisk's side as of now, as the spike has not been planted. Look at this, Lil Boy venturing too deep on towards A, and he's gonna find this side completely vacant.
4 people still standing. It seems like a bonus conversion as well, because the Spectre is gonna hurt up in close range, and UB is gonna play all the way from far back, and every single player now has got the HP that can be taken down by one shot of that outlaw. I think so this round could very well be done and dusted unless Asterisk can pull the rabbit out of the hat.
At this point it's going to be so difficult, but they will have to commit.
Got the Viper wall though.
Yeah, they do. That nano swarm.
चलो ये तो हो गया, अभी इसको हम डालेंगे लिंक।
Get the turret down, but bullet, that's a nice nutty shot.
Outlaw down.
Yeah, and now Global Esports Academy being ever so patient. Just trying to spray through. Lil Boy will find success.
Half done.
Link
Half triggered hard, out of ammunition there. And gets punished by
लिंक को
Kimo.
पेस्ट करते
And there you
हाँ
go,
5
Global
तक
Esports
शायद घर ही आ
Academy from
जाऊंगा
the
ओके
swing
ओके
in their third round. And in fact, the bonus round on the board.
शेयर
An
कॉपी
insane
लिंक
bonus conversion for GEA.
पेस्ट
The
लिंक
first round looking iffy, but still brought back by the hero.
VCSA
Again being the player to set
2025
the pace up for Global Esports Academy by taking Yash down in mid when they were walking out. And I mentioned it in round starting fixes that the Outlaw, couple of players with the half shield will take the first contact. And that Outlaw still continues to be a nuisance in this round as well. Not a single shield out here. Or rather, 3 of the half shields.
Interesting. For Hart. I'm starting to ponder if he's really gonna go for that swing.
चलो ये तो हो गया फिर
Just waiting. They've got all the time in the world to play around. Asterisk have a scarcity of their loadouts. Not have those resources also to them.
बैटल ऑफ द अंडर गॉड्स
Slow the pace down. A little bit of that impatience.
ये होगा आज का टाइटल
Punishes Hart.
Playing a bit more aggressive. Yash on an off angle.
Oh, gets two already. Something that Global Esports Academy weren't really prepared for, but NV2K responds back in due fashion. And just like that, obliterated is the squad of Asterisk.
Phenomenal. Yash also invested the Blade Storm in that. To be honest, that 1-2 setup of Rinsat and Yash was very solid. But they could only get
चलो
one
ये
back
भी
with
हो
one
गया
bullet.
अभी हम टैग देंगे
20 in the
टैग
magazine as he has Stinger in the hand.
Oh, he's gonna get outplayed, isn't he? Proper crossfire.
ग्लोबल
Esports Academy,
esports
they're looking strong than ever. Transition from split 1 to split 2 has been quite good for them.
asterisk
At least, even from day
Dot
1 to day 3 now,
clicks.
if you really think about it. With the domination out here. The early opener. Just an elbow being spotted out of Hart when they were sitting down in queue, while Yash providing good opening to the team with Rinsat.
Oh, this one was good.
Absolutely.
चलो
Because again,
डन
NVIDIA
अपन
said if you're
योर
thinking
स्टोरी
of
डाल
that,
देते
you can do that too. Maybe better.
चलो निकल रहा बात होती है बाद में ओके सिद्धांत भाई बाय 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 थैंक यू फॉर कमिंग लव यू हो सके तो लाइक कर दीजिएगा यार
Normally for the next round will
चलो
not
ये
be
तो
there
है
either. They're already caught in that economic death cycle. Global Esports Academy will run away with at least 6 rounds.
They've been having a lot of issues with trying and gathering information. Asterisk, as Global Esports Academy seem to just know that yeah, the players are going to take those try peaks and they're punishing. And UV, he's been so good so far.
Yep.
The 4 rounds that we've seen, he's gotten kills in every round. Now sitting as the highest fragger.
चलो
RyuK,
लिंक काम कर रहा है कि नहीं एक बार चेक कर लेते हैं
but now we can see a little bit of changes in the setup. Once again, Asterisk. After that timeout,
यस
they have
लिंक
a
तो
bye.
काम कर रहा है
Placing swamp grenade. Placing swamp grenade.
Viper's probably going to play over towards the mid as well after deploying the ball. Though the turret activated.
लिंक इज काम करिंग
Reckoning available, lockdown as well as Viper's pit. So you can get the site empty with the Reckoning and hold it down with the pit of Lil Boy. No ultimate whatsoever for Asterisk. So it's going to be brutal gunfights. Nothing else apart from that. And this is the first time Global Esports Academy have shown their face over towards the B side to deal with the Killjoy setup. Though both the Nano Swarm still standing yet. Shock Dart did not catch any utility.
Yeah, 3 players instant turnaround. They send their Killjoy back to mid, and they've got Rinsat along with Yash and also Bullet present. And now they're constantly racking their heads up. Where is Global Esports gonna hit? Because Global Esports, they have been dictating the pace so far.
Yep.
Slowing it down, doing all that due diligence, and then getting that entry, and now finally Reckoning being deployed. It's gonna thwart the players of Asterisk a little bit as NV2K just trying to dive in. Get some more area control as Risen. He gets the plant also set in, and instant Viper pit follows up.
We've also got the lockdown available to try and delay any kind of push that might actually come in. They're actually going to invest it in this round. Now that is indeed surprising. 5 more seconds. Yash is way too far away.
Punished. But still, at this point, everything against Asterisk. All they've got is the man advantage. How do they get through this fortress set up by Global Esports Academy? Bullet intending on trying to defuse. Shock dart is all it takes as Asterisk, they come with that response out of nowhere. Just flood in, swarming on the site, and now Kibo is all that remains, and Hart, he's gonna get that final kill, but it is still going to favor the players of Global Esports Academy. Look at that. The bomb exploding, and Asterisk, despite wiping out everybody, still could not beat the time.
It would have been heartbreaking for Global Esports Academy if that round would have gone to Asterisk after they've invested 3 major ultimates in that. The lockdown,
Tintin
the
ult.
Viper Spade, reckoning for the opening could have been absolutely disastrous, but right now that disaster is going to come in the name of that outlaw in the hands of UV. All the players with the half shield. It's going to be so problematic though.
ये कौन सा knife था bro?
Already used up Heart 1 away from
तो जानना है.
maybe get that off after a pick, or either he gets picked off by the outlaw. I like the idea though, no one this time around showing any kind of attention in mid as UV holds that angle.
Just look at Global Esports Academy. Not
Placing
rushing
swamp
things,
grenade.
they're taking their own sweet time, building up, letting the players of Asterisk make those mistakes, maybe catch them off guard. And then when they deem right, that's where they strike. As for now, Risen, some information gathered. Yash, back off a little bit. Pepper down, nothing connecting, just spot shots. Trying to maybe wall bang through it. But now, looking at Global Esports Academy, they're starting to huddle up around B.
They're playing weirdly slow though, but finally they're starting to chase things up. It's gonna be B-hit, Heart's gonna be in a problem, or maybe that sends out towards Lil Boy Kibo. Which on that trigger trades him out.
30 seconds left.
Does. Snakebite also deployed. For Bullet, he's gonna hold on. He needs to buy some time. But Global Esports Academy, they're not gonna give them that inch of space. NV2K quite aggro. He knows shots coming from the side, still not passing through the wall there. As now Rinsat, he's got an opportunity. Needs to find those skills. He's on his Empress. Let's not forget that. He just needs to start rolling. Kibo to spam through. Finally, Asterisk go in for the retake. Rinsat gets that first opener. Hunter's Beauty being committed. Kibo still finds some kill. Risen and NV2K then follow up, and NV2K will wrap things up. And Asterisk completely in tatters.
अच्छा
Trying to
Kyrex
push
है.
all the way up,
ये वाला
and even after that,
Cyrex
Rinsat,
Kyrex जो भी बोलते हैं.
it's not enough. He got a couple of picks out there on the back of the entry of Yash though. That's about it. Prime, Bullet, they've been struggling a lot in this game. 1-6-3, 1-5-0. That's not the kind of start you would want from at least a Smokes player and your initiator,
cool.
because their job is to go in for the trades, and they're the ones getting picked off. That reeks trouble.
Yeah, it's not looking good for them at all.
And the outlaw is still continuing even in this round.
Yeah. As long as there's no crack, why do you want to even try and change things? That's the mantra for Global Esports Academy so far.
It's been working.
It's been working. So, no need to fix it.
Fun fact, Kibo is again 1 away from his reckoning.
Yeah.
And Global Esports Academy have been weirdly playing this game so very slow.
अरे
The
Nice.
second I say that,
Yeah, I think Asterisk had to do that.
Yep.
Slowing the pace down, they need to catch them off guard, and given the scarcity of resources, not have the best of weapons, not all of their utils also being bought. Now Global Esports Academy, they've had enough. Trying to venture in on towards the A side, will meet against 3 players of Asterisk. So NV2K needs to create that chaos before they go in for the dive.
30
Upwall
seconds
normally
left.
leaves a gap out there. Worried about that though, already through the smoke. Just kind of a snake bite to try and stop the players though. With that, with a 1-1 trade.
Oh, look at Bullet though. with that stinger, finds success, and there you have it. The defender KJ lockdown comes in, so Hart got some time, already triggering the defuse as Kibo still fighting till the ends of time, but the plant really not helping from where Kibo was positioned at, and that's how Asterisk, they managed to squeeze in around, and that's a thrifty.
Indeed, was a thrifty. I love the idea. They used Kibo's go with self to half stick the defuse, killed off the players who were actually having an angle on that spike, and then eventually the couple of players who were left had absolutely no angle. Just because of how late the execute was, Global Esports Academy were forced to plant safe. And if you're planting safe, you will not have those angles on the back of the lockdown, and a beautiful lockdown by Hart pushed every single player out, but this one seems to be explosive. Rinsat wanted to go for the orb, but the shock dart snakebite combination delayed it.
Oh, but look at this, NV2K battling it out, objective on display as Rinsat. He's gonna get that quick trade as Global Esports Academy still pour in, still will fight that spike planted. Kibo is not gonna delay any further. Now Bullet, that was a nice strike, a snake bite, and there you have it. Players being taken down, but Risen responds with his own, as now Risen taking on Arm, but UV also prepared, stepping up along with him. A 1-on-2 situation for this young lad. Touch it out, the crossfire is in position already. He knows both the players where they are, but they're giving him that due time. And the moment they find some room, there you go, get the kill, and also the 7th on the board.
Still trying to go for 1v1, probably wanted to get one pick and then go for the ultimate, but just could not do that. The bombardment of utility with the snake bite as well as the shock dart, absolutely impeccable. And the investment of Reckoning as well in this one round, even though Rinsat found a good trade when Yash was picked off, still just was not enough, and another buy round going in for Global Esports Academy. Just one round dropped till now, and the outlaw still comes out. To be honest, they probably should drop an outlaw in every other round and keep it there with them. It's been working like a charm.
I mean, what do we say about that? UV's just feeling himself on that weapon. And as long as he
Ryan bhai, welcome to the stream.
nobody to complain.
क्या हाल है, कैसे हो? न्यू कैसे? बढ़िया यार, आप बताओ कैसे हो?
Imagine how their setup is. There you have it. Quick entry on towards that A side. NB2K on top, and Prime does not have the best of weapons. Eventually falls. And there you go, the plan does come in. And now suddenly Asterisk does not have the best of buys. Running low on that, but Yash will respond. But quick trades from Global Esports Academy to instantly shut them down once again. A 2-on-4 situation. Down to the last player now. Bullet. Just helpless. A stinger and a dream. And all he can do, the best possible scenario scared, if he can somehow pick a weapon and get the hell out of there.
Seems to be impossible right now. Probably want to drop him down dead, and that's exactly what's gonna happen to Lil Boy. Will be the one to get that trade. 8 on the board for Global Esports Academy, and they seem unstoppable. It's just like they are playing so very slow that Asterisk have got absolutely no opportunity, and fixes the second and the last timeout used in the first 9 rounds. That just reeks of trouble.
At this point, Asterisk, they've pretty much been their punching bags for Global Esports Academy. They're just enjoying themselves.
Yep.
Completely in control of this game. There was that one round maybe where you felt like Rinsat, he wanted to do something out of ordinary. He did find that success. But eventually, Global Esports, they do have the contingency measures set up. At this point, Asterisk opting for another timeout. A very bold call at that. And they need it desperately. They need to change things around. Of course, we understand it's attacking side, but Asterisk really need the next 3 rounds.
To be honest, their strategy of pushing all the way out towards the A was kind of helping them at least in the early numbers. It's just that mid to late round call, that's where Global Esports Academy are having that advantage, or rather are just out-calling the members of Asterisk.
There.
They're playing it far too slow, taking their sweet time, and then going towards the sites. And their ultimate cycling is phenomenal because Lil Boy is just 2 away from his own Viper's pit now. I think so maybe an orb and a plant. As well have a pit to be invested. Yash pushing out for it this time. Lovely spam. He's down to 66 HP.
Yeah, the turret aptly set up just for him. Spam following, and now Yash has to think 10 times before maybe going for another peak. That gives enough room for the players of Global Esports Academy to venture out on A once again. Will be met by Hart this time though. Who's made sure that he's got all his utility set on towards that A site.
Found them.
Has risen. Nothing scanned by Aldron yet. Hart, Risen's given. Yash on the backline.
Big reveal.
Got that high ground, and that is a good ultimate. Coming in, Lil Boy already picked out of it, and a lot of information being shared. But now, Global Esports Academy, they're looking for those quick trades. They want to go a little aggressive, and NV2K, he gets those shots. He gets it all connected, and one after the other, just
30
dismantling
seconds left.
Asterisk to their very core. Absolutely shaken they are as the spike plant does come in, and UV is gonna get the cleanup. All rests on Bullet, and he's gonna be doing nothing about this as Global Esports Academy cruise through 9 rounds on the board.
Not even a single wall was up at the time when the execute was done. Global Esports Academy are now just out aiming the members of Asterisk. It's not like they're pulling in some kind of magical strategy out of the book. No, they're just simply going in for the execute. NV2K, the spearhead of the team, moves up forward, followed by the rest of the players too. Kibo, Lil Boy, Ryzen. The good thing is that they're moving as a unit. They're not letting just only the spearhead take that entry and then leave him be. They're always trading you one for one.
Exactly, even when they have one of their players taken down, they have nothing to worry about. And now it's just a stroll in the park for them. Or maybe Hart has other ideas on mind. As UV, oh no, this is disgusting. This is absolutely mental. What they're doing to Asterisk. They're dirty already, and now it seems like it's just another ranked game where
Last round in
feel
the
like
half.
the lobby is quite unfair.
Some reason, just throw this outlaw away and probably pick 2 or 3 operators that we had. At least for one round. Again, a fast-paced hit by Global Esports Academy, and conventional of them looking at the half that they've played. Always slow, always collected, waiting for any kind of push-outs from Asterisk, and then in the last 40 seconds, they were deciding where they want to go. But in the previous round, they decided we only have 40 seconds from the starting of the round, let's just jump him. They did, and steamrolled on them.
Look at this, the last round, they've got 3 ultimates to play on. Global Esports Academy, just so good, can
You should
invest into the
run.
lockdown, and they will. And Hart,
They should run.
yeah, he's got some idea there.
No.
He's just waiting maybe to find one big, maybe try to spoil the flow, but look at this, Envy already deals a massive amount of damage. Hart just 1 bullet away from getting dealt with as even the Viper's Pit comes out.
Spike
And this
planted.
is gone from difficult to nigh impossible for Asterisk. Barely surviving in that, just on 1 HP as NV2K just floating around the map as Risen and Lil Boy get their kills individually, and Lil Boy just follows up with 1 more
Player standing.
as no answers being posed, and Prime completely helpless.
They're trying to find him with a Bucky on the face. This is madness.
प्लीज भाई वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम, क्या हाल है?
Who's basically been
आ गए आपको देने कंपनी, शायद आपको हम थोड़े बहुत फनी,
decides he needs to
हम तो
throw
नहीं
the
बट कोई और आपको
find
कहेगा
himself.
कैसे हो हनी।
Picks up the Bucky,
आइए,
which was an investment of Asterisk. only
सही
to
था, सही था।
destroy them.
आ गए हम
That
आपको
is
देने
it. There's
कंपनी,
one more
शायद
thing,
आपको
and
हम
that's
लगे
lucky
थोड़े बहुत
offer.
फनी,
They come with the intel,
हम तो
icon
नहीं
officers,
बट
and
कोई
again,
ज़रूर आपको
RyuK,
कहेगा कैसे हो
58
हनी।
days,
ओहो,
16 GB
सही है,
battle
सही है,
on the
सेक्सी
Esports.
सेक्सी वन,
What else
सेक्सी
do you
वन।
need? Guess what? They've also got the Tempest Cooling Pro. That means it's not going to heat up. It's going to cool way too quickly. Probably better than the ACs that we have at our home.
You know, for oldies like me, simply put, It's the top of the line, the state of the art features, and all you can get, and you've got really good offers running through. So make sure you head on and scan the QR code, get it all set up as Global Esports Academy. Quickly want to squeeze this first map for themselves, this time on the defensive side. Asterisk, they literally have no room for space. They will have to win every round here so on. I mean, it's almost a dunzo game. It's just mere formality till Asterisk. They maybe have something else to offer.
Gives you enough time to scan that QR code and check out all the offers. Because for oldies like you, they also have good amount of cashback options.
I mean, for oldies like me, if you earn well, you're just gonna have a good deal on that. So, yeah. But if you're still out on a budget, we do have the OMEN 16. Might as well check that one out as well. But for Asterisk this time, Yash showing some heart into this, gets those 2 early frags and gets that 3rd one as well. And this time, Bullet is also gonna double down, but UV, what are you gonna do about him?
Again?
Brings it down to a 1-on-1 and the spike has not been planted yet. 20 seconds on the clock.
और बताइए क्या हाल चाल? बढ़िया हाल है यार, आप बताओ कैसे हो? चल रही है सब ठीक ठाक अपनी?
He wanted to, but now as soon as he taps in, UV is gonna make his move. Is he gonna break the hearts of Asterisk again in this entire map? Seems like the reposition is better.
मुखरे पर बोरियत के बादल क्यों नजर आ रहा है? मुखरे पर बोरियत का बादल, बोरियत का बादल नहीं है, एक लाइक वीडियो अपलोड करने का वो है, तो चल रही है, तो देख रहा था सब ठीक ठाक से हो रहा है कि नहीं वैसा. और 48 आवर्स में से 3 घंटा सोया हूँ मैं, तो थोड़ा सा है 3 या 4 घंटा. लाइक आज मैं 10:20 अराउंड सोया एंड फिर अभी उठना पड़ा स्ट्रीम के लिए. 10:30 बोल सकते हो, 10:30 में सोया और अभी स्ट्रीम वॉच पार्टी के लिए उठना पड़ा. हमारा ही
and Lil Boy also follows up. Look at Winsat, he finds a trade, but now he's gonna quickly evade from that situation. Spike drop down just inside Raj.
You've got the weapons.
Winsat, this time that little crouch peek does help him out. Now the numbers really not favoring Asterisk, but they have
भाई कुछ काम कर रहे थे, yes obviously,
has to be the difference maker.
बिना काम के हम थोड़ी जागेंगे.
He is the big question. Bullet
काम कर रहा था
had
5 बजे, 5:30 बजे थोड़ा सा ऐसा लगा कि भाई माइंड फक सा हो रहा है, तो थोड़ा नीचे टहलने चले गए बाहर दूर तक फ्लैटमेट के साथ. 6:30 बजे तक आए, 5:30 से 6:15 अराउंड आए. 6:15 को फिर रेडी होकर जिम गया 6:30 को. 6:30 से फिर 8 अपन जिम किए, फिर 8 से 10 काम करने बैठे, फिर सोते सोते 10:30 हो गया. 10:30 में सोया और अभी उठा 2 बजे, मतलब 2 बजे. फिर वो थोड़ा उठते उठते अंगड़ाइया लेते लेते 2:30 बज गया. फिर अभी 3 बजे आ गए अपन वॉच पार्टी पे. तो लाइक पूरा ओवरनाइट तो मैं सोता ही नहीं हूँ. मैं यूजुअली सोता 6 बजे हूँ. तो लाइक मैं अपना शेड्यूल वैसे भी ठीक करने वाला हूँ, बिकॉज जिम शाम को जाता हूँ. तो अभी जैसे आज मैं ऊपर सुबह गया, तो वैसे सुबह जाऊँगा, तो थोड़ा शेड्यूल ठीक करना देख रहा हूँ मैं. तो पहले मैं ऐसे सोता था कि लाइक जब दोपहर को वॉच पार्टी होती तो मैं 6 बजे सोता हूँ, 12 बजे उठता हूँ, 12 से 2 काम करता हूँ, फिर 3 बजे वॉच पार्टी पे आता हूँ. यूजुअली मेरा ऐसा रहता है, बट अपन कल रात को नहीं सोए, तो वही दिक्कत है. कोई ना, मतलब ऐसा नहीं है कि मेरे को टायर्ड या नींद टाइप लग रहा है, ऐसा नहीं है. बस मतलब वो थोड़ा सा समझ रहे हो.
Esports Academy have been constantly proactive on their defensive rounds. Quite very aggressive the previous one. Finding the star, finding 2 kills, getting that follow up from Lil Boy, but now look at them. Asterisk, they've got no space to maneuver around, and that head thing through the wall. Otherwise, it was a kill, but NV2K, He seems to have soaked up a lot of damage himself, but still, so relentless, finally gets punished.
To be honest, he had so many opportunities to actually go back. A bit of an overheat out there and a good punish from Asterisk. Prime though himself.
शेड्यूल तो मेरा भी खराब ही चल रहा है. मैं और मेरा दोस्त एक पॉडकास्ट शुरू करने का सोच रहे हैं.
Those outdrones and the recons and the
Nice,
information
nice,
will be
nice.
there. He's only one.
Ah.
What a shock dart from right
Nice
there.
one.
The lineup is nasty.
Go out in the open. Princess is going to be unforgiving for that one. UV Risen trying to get those trades, trying to keep the numbers intact. Now it's a 1-on-2. Princess already on the Empress. Needs to make work of this, but UV is not going to give them that inch of space. And there you go. Just like
Nice.
that, Global Esports Academy.
और आपके वो गाने वाने का क्या सीन हुआ? आप गाना वाना बनाते थे, बोले ना आपको गाने में बहुत इंटरेस्ट है.
That was a full investment from Asterisk as well. So
और गाना बनाते नहीं हो क्या आजकल?
big problem out there. First hard being picked off. Sato pick on those trades, catching not just one but rather three in that round overall. But I love the
सैकत भाई,
he waited for you to get that.
वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम बड़ी. क्या हाल है, कैसे हो? आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है मेरे भाई. चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा. एंड थैंक यू सो वेरी मच फॉर कमिंग. थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग. गेम साउंड अप करो. कर दिया ब्रो. 45 तक कर दिया. उनके तरफ से ही थोड़ा कम है. रुको मैं एक बार.
Intervention being posed at them. Asterisk.
हाँ,
V2K
ठीक ही
already
है.
out of the picture. Start dreaming for a round. Now Josh around yellow.
50 कर दिया लो.
So adept at that response back,
What?
but Risen with that Hunter's Fury.
फ्री
That
बैठे हैं
is
तो जा कुछ काम ही कर
disgusting.
लें.
UV is gonna follow up and no room given.
चलो
And
ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स जीत
Asterisk,
गई.
they have been clobbered down, bullied, battered, beaten in the first map itself. As Global Esports Academy, these young rising stars, they might have taken their time, they might have struggled against Reckoning, but now they have shown the world what they're made of. Beautiful Valorant on display.
Absolute titanium, I'd have to say. Just felt like global. This is a different Global Esports Academy that we were watching today versus what
बनाता हूँ ना.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Couple of more
बस वो जल्दी उठना पड़ता है. सारा दिन कुछ ना कुछ काम रहता है तो टाइम नहीं
those
लगता.
are also necessary just to set your team up for, you know,
उसी
not
का तो
just
नाम है
out
consistency.
there, but a very solid play to be honest. It just seemed like they had full control of the entire
आपको मैं बोल ही रहा था कि ऐसे तो होंगे.
I had in the starting
आपको दूसरे
was
काम आएंगे. याद है जब आप मेरे को गाना भेजते थे वो
better would stay
आ,
for Asterisk.
स्ट्राइकर भाई रहते थे. स्ट्राइकर भाई को आप भेजते थे, मेरे को भेजते थे. हम लोग फिर रिएक्ट करते थे.
Trying to wrap my head
वो टाइम में
around
मैं आपको क्या
that.
बोलता था
That Asterisk
कि ऐसे
did offer
बहुत
defense
काम आएंगे.
space.
अगर ये
I mean,
आपका
had
है,
they started
आपको
off on
करना
the
है
attacking side,
तो
maybe they could have squeezed in more rounds.
out of all the works you will find time
Trying to do
to
something out of the box. They
do
really
it.
fell flat.
समझ रहे हो.
I 100% agree. They just had nothing to work around in their attack.
So,
On the other side,
ओवर द टाइम पता चल जाता है कि
very big problem to be very honest. And there were quite a few rounds fixes where,
वो वाला सीन कि क्या है क्या नहीं है अपना.
but then Global Esports Academy ended up converting them.
I love
भाई ये तो डोमिनेटिंग कर दिए. डोमिनेट कर दिए भाई पूरा एकदम. मतलब
the attacking side for Esports.
अभी कुछ दिन पहले ही मैंने एक बनाया है. क्या बात है. नाइस.
Slow entries. They were just waiting for maybe somebody from Asterisk to get impatient.
भेजे नहीं यार.
UV was
थोड़ा
just
हम भी
punishing
सुनते.
them. And eventually you had NV2K.
आ, 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 अच्छा तब तक मैं एक बार देख लेता हूँ. मैं आज एक वीडियो अपलोड कर रहा हूँ अपना टेंस वाले माउस का अनबॉक्सिंग वीडियो. उसका व्लॉग ऑलरेडी आ चुका है. आज अनबॉक्सिंग वीडियो आएगा. बस चेक कर रहा हूँ फाइनल एनकोडिंग सब सही है कि नहीं.
And it's going to be the NV for the team as the MVP. Out of the 17 kills he has, he's got 6 first kills. That shows you what a solid spearhead he was. 19.4% headshot percentage. It's absolutely fine because his damage per round was 195 with an ACS of 303. The team was setting him up for success really well, and I think so. It clearly shows you how much trust they have put in this man, and he's delivering it.
And it's just not a one-man show, right, when you talk about Global Esports Academy, because when you look at the stats, look at how 11 out of 12 post-plan successful. And for Asterisk, I mean, they did not even have that much time, or they could not even push or prolong this game to further venture out, maybe have a few things here and there working out for them. And G Academy, they were just better. This was their pick. This was their turf. They have been playing in this map. They've worked on their mistakes, and it's clearly visible the amount of improvement they have shown over the course of time.
Fun fact is that there are 12 rounds in the attacking side.
Yeah.
They planted the spike in every single.
भेज दो स्ट्रीम के बाद सुन के बताना कैसा लगा. ओके ओके ब्लेज भाई. ओके
How comfortable this team is on the attacking side.
ब्रो you look like a rapper today in thumbnail. एकदम तुम्हारा भाई माहौल पूरा बेबी.
You were singing his praises.
वैसे लग रहा है ना तुम्हारा भाई.
He's got the maximum number
I
of
know I
aces,
know.
or rather
भाई आज ना देखो
higher
भले ही मैं आज कम सोया हूँ लेकिन आज जोश है
poison as well,
थोड़ा
running
सा.
up pretty well. On the
जोश
other
इन द
side,
सेंस
both the duelists
टायर्ड फील नहीं कर रहा हूँ.
single
लाइक
player
लेथार्जिक जो बोलते हैं ना लेजीनेस फील नहीं. क्योंकि मैं आज सुबह जिम करके आ गया.
sign of concern because
तो सुबह जिम करने का ये एक बहुत बड़ी फायदा है कि भाई आप पूरा आपका दिन पूरा एनर्जेटिक रहता है, जोशीला भरा.
it's not just
समझ
going
रहे
to
हो?
a map.
अभी ये सेकंड मैप होगा. सेकंड मैप में 2-0 अगर स्वीप हुआ
Yeah.
तो अपन जाएंगे. अपन अपना जो पोस्ट जिम मिल भाई मैं जिम के आने के बाद मैं खा नहीं पाया था बिकॉज मैं आकर इतना टायर्ड था कि भाई मैं बना नहीं सकता था. लाइक दूध गर्म करके ओट्स डाल के वो सब नहीं कर सकता था. तो मैं अपना जैसे तैसे करके वो 8 से 10 काम खत्म किया एंड फिर 10 बजे मैं सो गया. 10:30 बजे. तो ये सेकंड मैप के बाद जो एक 15 मिनट का टाइम मिलता है अपन जाएंगे 10 मिनट में फटाक से दूध गर्म करके ओट्स डाल के फ्रूट्स डाल के पीनट बटर डाल के हनी डाल के यस बस इतना डाल के फिर ले आएंगे अपना मील है वो. शो योर पंप ब्रो. अरे यार नहीं यार जब देखो जब प्रॉपर बन जाएगी बॉडी तब आपको ऑटोमेटिक दिख जाएगी. अभी ये छोटे मोटे पंप दिखा का पॉइंट नहीं है. देखो अपन छोटे चीजों में खुश नहीं होते. अपन कुछ बड़ा करते तब जाके आप लोगों को बताते. समझ रहे हो? ये छोटे मोटे विन्स अपन अपने में सेलिब्रेट करते. ब्रो पुट यस्टरडेज ब्रो इट वाज गुड. भाई यस्टरडे वाला कुछ ज्यादा फनी नहीं था. लोग हंसेंगे भाई वो देखने के बाद. भेज दिया. ओके ओके इंस्टाग्राम पे भेजेगा. हाँ इंस्टाग्राम पे ही देखता हूँ मैं. तब तक ये वाला एक बार चेक कर लेता हूँ.
No rule books, but we can give you a stage.
ब्रो आई कांट गो टू जिम अंटिल आई डू अ सर्जरी टू माय शोल्डर. क्या हो गया? नहीं हो गया आपका शोल्डर को? ये स्ट्रीमलैब्स भाई पगला गया है क्या? आज एसटीवल डीएक्सी का है नहीं, कल था, आज क्यों डाल रहा है भाई? हैं क्या है मतलब, क्या चाहता है? मरवाएगा क्या मेरे को? छोटे छोटे चीजों में खुशी नहीं होते. दैट्स व्हाट शी सेड. यस यस, इसलिए तो अपन उनका सुन के आपकी भाभी जी होंगी ना, हाँ भाभी जी का सुन के तो अपन छोटे चीज़ों में खुश नहीं होते, अपन बड़ा रखते हैं और बड़े चीज़ों में ही खुश होते हैं. एंड दैट्स व्हाट आई ऑल्सो एक्सपेक्ट फ्रॉम द अदर हाफ. टॉक्सिक नहीं होना है अपने को, हॉर्नी नहीं होना है. I incurred an injury 1.5 years ago due to wrong posture. So this year during gym I go check to the target or the which यह तो होती है. रॉन्ग पोस्चर में तो दिक्कत तो होगी. देखो, either don't lift unbearable weights, और इफ यू आर लिफ्टिंग द अनबियरेबल वेट्स या आपके कंफर्ट जोन से आप बाहर जाके वेट लिफ्ट कर रहे हो, तो पोस्चर शुड बी गुड. आइदर दीज टू, समझ रहे हो? या स्लो रेप्स करके अपने आप को पूरा वो टायर्ड करके, मतलब जैसे अगर आप 5 किलो उठाते हो, 7.5 में मुश्किल होती है, पोस्चर गलत हो जाती है, तो फिर 7.5 नहीं करके 5 में ही स्लो करके 15 अगर मारते हो तो 25 मारो. तो एक पॉइंट पे ये पेन करेंगे, तो वो भी काम देता है. जो भी मारते हो, जिसमें भी वेट्स का मैं कल एग्जांपल दिया, तो अपन तो वो करते हैं. बिकॉज मैं ऑलरेडी रिस्ट इंजरी से गुजर चुका हूँ. आई यूज टू रिस्ट इंजरी, मतलब आप हफ्ते में एक दो बार ही करोगे तो बेटर है. तो मैं हफ्ते में 6 दिन करता था, तो भगवान ने दे दिया बख्शोदी, मतलब अच्छा लगने लगा भाई, पूरा हाथ में जान आने लगी. एंड मेरे को कैलिस्थेनिक्स टाइप वो अपने हैंड स्ट्रेंथ वो सब पे ना बहुत ज़्यादा काम करने को मन है. लाइक ऐसा रहता है. तो वही अपन किए कॉलेज वॉलेज में. फिर जब मुंबई में मैं था तब वहाँ पे दिखाया, ऐसा अचानक पेन होने लगा, ये वो, तो डॉक्टर को दिखाया. अब वो डॉक्टर भी पता है ई स्पोर्ट्स वाला डॉक्टर है. मतलब ई स्पोर्ट्स वाला डॉक्टर इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ, मजाक नहीं कर रहा हूँ, माँ कसम खा के बता रहा हूँ. ये अपने वेलोसिटी, एसके रॉसी, ये जो ई स्पोर्ट्स मुंबई में, अब मेरे को पता नहीं, मैं गया, मैं सर्च किया गूगल पे, अच्छा बेस्ट डॉक्टर फॉर जो भी ये रिस्ट विस्ट के लिए, तो वो वहाँ पे आया. मैं उधर उसके पास गया. फिर वो मेरे को पूछा है कि लाइक आप अभी आपको रेस्ट लेना है रिस्ट में. तो मैं उसको बोला कि भाई मैं देखो, मैं तो गेम्स वेम्स खेलता हूँ, तो मेरे को उसमें मेरा रिस्ट बहुत काम आता है. तो बोला कि ठीक है, आप रिस्ट बैंड पहन के खेलना है. एंड वो आप अभी भी देखोगे मेरे उस स्ट्रीम्स में ना, मैं स्ट्रीम्स में रिस्ट बैंड पहन के खेलता था राइट हैंड का. तो मेरे को पूछता है आप गेम्स खेलते हो, कि आप फिर इनको जानते हो, एसके रॉसी, सेंटिनल? कि हाँ इनको तो मैं जानता हूँ, मतलब बड़े बड़े दिग्गज ये लोग हैं इंडिया के. क्योंकि मैं उनका डॉक्टर हूँ, पर्सनल डॉक्टर. लाइक उनका ट्रीटमेंट वगैरह सब मैं करता हूँ. मैं बोला ओह माय गॉड. उनके फिर लगी ये कॉमन है क्या डॉक्टर? बोले कि हाँ ये बहुत कॉमन है, ये ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर के लोगों के साथ भी होता है, बस आप थोड़ा ध्यान रखना, हो जाएगा ऐसे. भाई उसका मैं कांटेक्ट लेके रखा हूँ, समझ रहे हो? डॉक्टर का नाम याद नहीं मेरे को बस. भाई सोचो, मुंबई में ऐसे जाओगे आपको हर दूसरे घर पे ऐसा लगेगा कि भाई फिल्म स्टार ही रह रहा है क्या. Brosi first is there will be no pain as exercise increase it starts. Mm, 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 mm.
Welcome back, folks. After this short little break, you are watching OMEN VCSA Split 2. As we are heading on to Survivor Sunday, we have already completed one match of this best of 3 series where Global Esports Academy just cruised through Asterisk in their pick of map, and now it is on to the second one. It's going to be Ascent, and this time along with me I've got a rather complaining Necro.
Look, after looking at that previous game, I'm pretty sure everyone's going to be complaining on what exactly was Asterisk planning to do. They went for a double duelist composition. but
आधे घंटे में
some rounds
अपना
were missing.
अनबॉक्सिंग वाला वीडियो भी अपलोड हो जाएगा.
That's one of the main reasons
अभी
why
उसको
I'm so disappointed. And
इधर
let's
चेक्स
talk about
होने
the
में
game itself, right? Yeah, I do understand.
प्रोसेस होने में आधा घंटा तो नहीं,
But still, when it comes to the second half, they won the
बस
best round. And they
15 मिनट
won
लगेगा,
the
फिर वो
entire
टाइटल
game.
डिस्क्रिप्शन में सब
That
डालने के
round
बाद
itself,
फिर
you
अपलोड
saw
करने
they
में
were
10 मिनट
missing a
लगेगा.
lot of that confidence. Hopefully, in the map of Haven, though, that confidence is going to be back, and they're going to be back inside of the game with a complete clear mindset. You guys did see the agent composition too. And just like that, we're going to head in towards the map of Haven. Asterisk starting things off on attack as Global Esports Academy will kick things off in defense.
Indeed, and looking at the setup, we already have the Teho and the Breed set up around A. It is going to be a flood. And I think Asterisk, they're going to take their own sweet time.
Off the rip, a bit of that presence was shown towards A. But after that, we're not really seeing anything. Still the players slowly and steadily maneuvering towards the A site. Asterisk, they've got a clear plan. They just want to move in towards A, breach in, find some sort of control. Global Esports Academy, it's going to be a tough wall to crack. Asterisk still, somehow, they have managed to squeeze quite deep, specifically on the back of that Yoru, but they have got no clue. There's man in the left
Nice,
side.
nice,
It might
nice.
just be someone that can do a lot of potential.
Done.
Still Asterisk,
The video is all good, ready to be processed.
But in the favor of Asterisk, and now they've got
Like my shoulder will get dislocated in the near future if I don't do the surgery.
This man does have a lot of that clutch potential, but he's taken down
That's a
way too
serious
low.
one.
10 HP in hand, not a lot of bullets in the magazine either. And NBT
अर्नव भाई, मनप्रीत भाई, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. क्या हाल है मनप्रीत भाई? मिस्ड यू यार मनप्रीत भाई, कहाँ थे आप? कैसे हो? सब बढ़िया? हाँ मेरे जान अर्नव भाई, क्या हाल है? क्या हाल है? क्या हाल है? अच्छा, अपन अभी देखते हैं.
Limited with their buys, so of course a stack around that A side, completely leaving C vacant. Where Asterisk,
यही है ना one.
without a doubt. Asterisk, before moving inside of the split 2, they went through a complete revamped roster, getting 4 new players on the board. But that's also costing them the team synergy and team communication. And you can clearly see it being an issue at this moment. Let's not forget, this is the elimination bracket at the end of the day. Whoever loses this matchup gets eliminated from the split 2. You cannot afford to lose it. Asterisk, they need to give it everything they've got. And they're definitely trying to their best. A back and forth trade, 1 for 1. 4 players left alive on each side, and Asterisk, they've already found the presence and the entry towards the C site. It's also gonna get the spike planted. Beautiful shot from Yash, shutting the man down in the back lines. You'll be taken care of, but this Bucky can be deadly. Yash chipped off low. This Neon has been a constant problem maker, but eventually Yash is the man to put a full stop. And Global Esports Academy getting absolutely dismantled. But since it was an eco round, we can give them the benefit of the doubt.
yeah, I mean, for sure, and even for Global Esports Academy, little interesting
चलो आ गया.
defense. Pretty sure they have got some ideas in their head this time around. 3-man setup at A by G Academy. C left to Lil Boy, just playing around the garage alongside UV. B right now completely open, having just Vice there. All the util set up over there. It's a little bit of a bot line. Trying to gather some.
मेरा हाल तो बेहाल है. क्यों अर्नव भाई, क्या हो गया?
Off now. Look at that quick
बेहाल क्यों है भाई? किसने अर्नव भाई को चुमटिया बोला?
This defensive start makes a lot of sense too.
कोई अर्नव भाई को चुमटिया नहीं बोलेगा.
And you clearly saw the example of that in the previous game itself, but hold on to that thought. C site undertaken. Wow. But Asterisk, they're getting absolutely shut down.
Enemy remaining.
And it's all thanks to this
भाई
one
लिल
man,
बोई
Lil Boy,
क्या मार रहा
just
है?
dominating the entire site, getting a nice 4K in the end due to close things off. Lil Boy just popped off in that one, and he's the only reason why Seaside is not in the hands of Asterisk. But once again, back towards the conversation that I was trying to have, right? You saw a clear glimmer, you saw a clear picture that Global Esports Academy likes to play defensive, and that's why they started things off with defense on this map itself. And now that they've also won the buy round, it's going to give them such a massive advantage on the board.
Really, you know, just dealing with aggression, with patience. All the utility, especially that paranoia coming out, was so instrumental, just setting Lil Boy. And Asterisk wanted to again try and overwhelm, did not work out. And look at the change in pace. NV2K decides to just aggress through mains. And Bullet, big question is, does he know this is going to happen?
Add patience and defense, and also a bit of those mechanical skills, and that right there is an unbreakable combo. Big mistake from the Euro. Yash cut off instantly. Global Esports Academy already taking care of the entry for Fragger. The spearhead missing, but they still do have Rinsat. And let's keep this thing in mind, Asterisk is still playing with a double duelist composition, but the entry duelist is not in the game anymore, and that's going to be concerning.
Look at this. Alright, he's given so much information. You already know Kibo, he has an idea. Could be around the Suez. But look at this, Asterisk, they headed towards B. Crossfire already set up. Risen is present, Lil Boy is there. Now Asterisk, they have no answer.
The sniper snuck past NV2K, and NV2K now! He's got a massive advantage. The relay bolt as well. It's gonna do its job, and NV2K gets the 3K!
Dead.
That flank was insane, but even Bullet can have the striking chance, but maybe not. He was expected.
उसने लास्ट प्लान कैंसिल कर दिया।
He snuck past NV2K, but Global
ये कौन सा प्लान मत पूछना, कौन सा प्लान? आपने मुझे तो किसी प्लान के बारे में बताया नहीं था। वो मुंबई इंडियंस का चेयर देखो साइबर्ट का। हाँ हाँ भाई ये जो स्नीकी था ना साइफर को, लेकिन एटलीस्ट ना पीछे मुड़ के एक बार देखना चाहिए था। कोई आ तो नहीं रहा, ये जा तो नहीं रहा है।
And that is where their graves were dug, and now heading on into this round, Asterisk, a heap of pressure already.
अर्नव भाई कौन सा प्लान? अर्नव भाई अबे कौन सा प्लान? वही तो अर्नव भाई बताओ यार, हमें भी जरा बताओ, हमें नहीं बताओगे यार।
At least they had managed to utilize great paranoia to try and isolate that duel, but he still gets shut down. Bullet not in the game anymore, but eventually they still win those duels towards the side, and that's going to help them retain the control. Esports Academy once again, NV2K with the flank. Someone stop this guy. He's constantly flanking them. He's all over the place. He's all over the map. He's in their heads at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I get the idea of having all your men up, but there was nobody on that lurk. And NB2K given so much room, and you could see, right? But credits to Lil Boy. He has been phenomenal so far. Be it with the spokes, be it with the paranoias. He's been doing everything right. Alongside that, even UV, the sheer coming out, just isolating the players. I think Global Esports Academy, they are playing everything down to the T.
The decision was made in a flash. The moment Cypher was picked off, and luckily enough, the Cypher was picked off the rip as well.
अरे ये क्या मार दिया? शीश.
But this time, NV2K and his shenanigans, they've been shut down off the rip. Finally, they expect the aggression, and the man has been taken out.
चलो वीडियो इज गेटिंग अपलोडेड। उसने बोला था रात को वीडियो कॉल पे साथ में सोएंगे, ऐसे ही सो गई।
Definitely does let go of a lot of value. Lil Boy, even he had those intrusive thoughts. He really wanted to give in, but he did not. Instead, decided to play it a little bit more safe and.
डोबी इतना मारूंगा ना, इतना मारूंगा साला, ये वो बाबू सोना का शिकार वाला इंसान। तुम क्या कर रहे हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं? बारी बारी देकर Whoa! Nice, nice, nice.
The man's just getting mechanically dipped. QB's the only man towards the C site. He needs to hold it like an impenetrable wall. But is his position expected? That's my question. Probably will be as well. There is recon dart available, and that is used. Position known. Last man standing. It's Lil
Guys, थोड़ा सा ना 2 मिनट टाइम दो, 2 मिनट ना बफर हो सकता है।
Valorant set. And I think kudos to us.
बफर हो सकता है क्योंकि ये वीडियो अपलोड हो रही है,
with their preemptive fire.
प्रोसेस हो रही है बेसिकली।
Knew that your
2 मिनट में प्रोसेस हो जाएगी, उसके बाद नहीं होगी, तो थोड़ा सा बिट रेट्स कम आ रहे हैं। लाइक 16,000 का बिट रेट चल रहा है, कम हो गए, तो थोड़ा सा टाइम दे दो यार।
to limit them off, and now
अर्नब भाई, आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड यू। अबे एनीमे भाई,
walls are up.
आपका तो ब्रेकअप हो गया, आप क्या अंडरस्टैंड करोगे हैं?
Cage trigger should be
साला साथ भी दे रहे हो तो क्या साथ दे रहे हो, तो देख लो सामने वाला तो
what's happening.
इस आपका एम्पैथी ले रहा होगा
Getting
हैं?
restless, starting to
साले सामने वाले का दिल के साथ खेल रहे हो, उसको लग रहा होगा कि हाँ चलो कोई समझ रहा है,
Yeah, but the man's
बट
already
आपका
stuck
तो
past
गर्लफ्रेंड
it.
है ही नहीं, आपका तो
Ooh,
ब्रेकअप हो
there's
चुका
someone
है।
deep. And just keep this thing in mind. Ryzen can strike down multiple.
अबे थोड़ा थोड़ा हाँ।
this side.
भाई इतना सा एज के लिए वो थोड़ा पीक लेता ना तो दोनों दिख जाते हो। मैं ऐसे से कर
Yes,
रहा
there
हूँ,
was
थोड़ा
a
देख
quick
ले
trade,
भाई,
but look, Lil Boy, when he
थोड़ा देख ले।
turn trade instantly towards double doors. Everything just falls apart for Asterisk, but these combination plays that are coming through from Global Esports Academy, they're creating a lot of difference in the scoreline.
थोड़ा सा बस टाइम, ज्यादा नहीं। और 3 मिनट देखो, 55% अपलोड हो चुका है, फिर उसके बाद प्रोसेस होगा, एचडी प्रोसेसिंग, एड्स चेक होगा, वो सब, बस
He's
थोड़ा सा
not gonna
टाइम
have
दे
a
दो।
lot of impact on this map of Haven. Now is going to be his time to shine. Beautiful stun.
One enemy
Going to delay him a little bit.
क्या
more, and
हो
then
रहा है,
gets caught through
कैसे
this
मार
bullet.
रहे हैं
He's got to
ये?
be the unluckiest man in this entire game.
at this point you're gonna feel sorry. Now also spotted out, flashed, and
Massive.
hard nose.
उफ, ये मारता तो हाँ चलो कुछ चांस बन सकता था।
He's ventured in so deep, so all they're gonna get is a plant and a paranoia to follow up. As there you go, UV, no problem whatsoever. But you can clearly see, right, how well prepared Global Esports Academy are
Absolutely.
coming into this game. They have been showing so many different strats, so many different executes on the defensive side. It suddenly gets me excited to see what they are going to be offering whilst they will be attacking. They've got an answer for everything, and the timing have also worked out so well for them, especially in this situation. Ideally, it should have been a paranoia follow-up and then Risen getting out, but Risen, if you just find somebody off guard like that, and then give so much room for Lil Boy to act accordingly. And now they get the fourth, and it's the rounds coming on the defensive side. 4 rounds,
Yeah.
looking so good for G Academy.
It's just that split second making the difference every single time. This time it was Ryzen, previously it was NV2K. It was able to squeeze through that cipher. And Asterisk, in my opinion, they're just not careful enough straight up. They just don't really have a proper surrounding awareness.
And the util usage, even when you saw the breach, just giving an aftershock, knowing that the cipher is going to come out, the presence there, just spraying through the smoke, and they make it look so easy. And that is where Asterisks are getting diffed badly.
Yep.
In terms of their abilities, we
2 मिनट और
a sound cohesion
83%,
of that, while G Academy
85% हो गया।
At this point, it feels like taking down a team like Global Esports Academy tactics, it's going to be tough. So in my
और
opinion,
ब्रो वो पैचअप हो गया, आपको बताना भूल गया।
It's out of the game. Just go extremely aggressive, push all the way through the site, and then in the post plant, it's up to you how you want to play. But just
मतलब
make
आजकल
sure
भाई को बताया ही नहीं जा रहा है कब पैचअप हो रहा है,
eyes on the lurk. Every
क्या हो
single
रहा
time,
है।
backstabs have been extremely deadly.
ठीक है, मतलब आजकल RyuK भाई नहीं रहे, मतलब शॉर्ट पे। मतलब क्या बोलूं।
Just gets shut down. And NV2K, this man is going to be unstoppable. Instantly swaps over to that Vandal.
वेरी वेरी डिसअपॉइंटिंग एनीवे भाई, आपने मेरे साथ शेयर नहीं कर रहे हो आप बातें, मैं देख रहा हूँ। कोई और स्ट्रीमर के साथ शेयर वेयर कर रहे हो क्या है? कोई और स्ट्रीमर मिल गया क्या आपको? देखो मैं बहुत इनसिक्योर हो रहा हूँ, देख लो, मतलब एकदम ये सब हैंडल नहीं हो पा रहा।
no option, but just waiting for this for G Academy.
ये क्या हुआ,
Push, and that's where
कैसे हुआ?
strike. 20 seconds remaining on the clock, and seems like it's just slipping out of Asterisk's hand at this point. Just trying to save weapons.
They don't even
10
have any other
seconds left.
option. They need to go for the save no matter what. And for Global Esports Academy, they know exactly that. In my opinion, Asterisk lineup can really feel on aggression, and they should use it. Now is going to be the time. It's now or never. The composition they've got, it fuels on aggression. You've got ISO that can be extremely dangerous when it comes to a one-on-one duel. You've got Yoru, who can lurk and flank players easily as well if used properly, and also pretty decent when it comes to entering the sites. What else do you need? But they need to have those proper set plays, and that's what's missing.
Yeah, the synergy, the coordination completely lacking and hurting them off. As now UV, he's around the seaside, and yeah, we've been talking about those ultimates available for quite some time. Really haven't gotten that opportunity. Maybe Rinsat does.
Yeah.
A kill contract this time around, but who does he find? That's the big ask. NB2K still positioned around Garage.
No
Giving them that little
distraction.
space there. The kill contract deployed. Will find one. And it's gonna be it.
Oh.
Okay, but
Almost lost
Rinsat
that.
Spike planted.
comes out with it.
Yeah, he almost lost that duel too, but luckily enough, now his HP is going to be restored as well, so it's all good in the hood. And since Asterisk, they've also got the man advantage on the back of that ult, it's quite insane.
She came back. I was busy, bro. I was just coming, watching the stream, liking and going. Sorry, bhai. कोई बात नहीं अनिमे भाई, कोई बात नहीं. Sorry मत बोलो. No bro, you're my favorite streamer. अरे
But it's completely fine as long as Asterisk is getting the round in their hands, and that's what
guys, मेरे को लग रहा है ना आजकल मेरे को ब्लाउज पहनना पड़ेगा.
Global Esports
मेरा छाती चौड़ा हो रहा है. आप लोग मेरा इतना तारीफ कर रहे हो ना, मेरा छाती चौड़ा हो जा रहा
I
है.
think finally, you know,
मतलब
on the behalf of using
पूरा ऐसे ऐसे फूले जा रहा है मेरा छाती. जितना मैं जिम में चेस्ट वर्कआउट करके मेरा नहीं फूलता, उससे ज्यादा आप लोग तारीफ करते हो मेरा फूल जाता है. मैं सोच रहा हूँ ब्लाउज पहन लूँ आज से.
still are holding on to 3 ultimates over here. Would get the gate crash pretty soon, but on the contrary, you've got Global Esports Academy having a lot of their ultimates available as well. 4 on 5, a chaotic one, just like that. Look at the change in pace. Now suddenly they decide to aggress B, and they realize that they're not gonna find anything. But look at NB2K's positioning. Oh my god, this is disgusting.
He pushed him way too deep inside of mid and already got the advantage in the hands of his team. And this unexpected aggression is always catching the players of Asterisk off guard. But still, Yush himself was able to find a nice 2K of his own, but the flank with the overdrive, and no one expects the man to be there in the back lines once again. NB2K just strolling on top of the bodies like they don't even mean anything.
Really not pleased with that Armageddon usage by Risen. If Friendly Fibers on could have also wanted his kill, but yeah, kudos to NB2K. That quick maneuver around that mid, getting the 2 frees, and then again aggressing from the back lines.
Yeah.
Asterisk, they have no clue about what's happening.
The funny part is he's been doing that from the start. Since the start, he's been flanking them the moment they decide to hit the C site. And they still have no clue when the man's going to be coming through. In my opinion, the Cypher just needs to stay behind towards the main and just hold it down. Instead of pushing towards the site, just stay in the back lines and let the remaining 4 players do their job. Cypher's life is quite valuable in trying to trap that lurk because NB2K is creating a lot of space. And speaking of space as well, he gets instant 2K once again. This man is unstoppable at this point, just fiddling with the foes, and even UV strikes. Steel Garden utilized too. That's going to force the players back a little bit more. Rinsat, he needs to be the difference maker at this point, but his position's cracked. And now Asterisk, they just want to move in towards the A side, but Yubi so quick on his feet, already rotating towards the side as well. Catches Rinsat. One more man to go. And Yubi, at this point, he's got the game in his bag, and that's it for Global Esports Academy. Beautiful stuff, 7-4. This is looking an unstoppable spree of rounds for Global Esports Academy. They've just got much more mind games than the players of Asterisks.
Yeah, mind games, combine that with a tinge of aggression. I mean, this little maneuver gets back and then instantly engages once again. What do you do to a player?
Bro, bikini is best. अरे bikini लेकिन tight होगा.
They aren't even able to show him that respect.
Genuinely speaking, that was a psychotic move from NV2K, but it still paid off.
Yeah, it did. He walked away with it, and he's
It's
gonna
okay.
do that once again. This is absurd. At this point, Yash, he's just lost it. He wants to instantly use the dimensional drift, try and go in, but has been put down.
भाई मेरे को लगा मेरा stream बंद हो गया.
Global Esports Academy trying to showcase some sort of
हाँ नहीं ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है
This is gonna be an
भाई मेरे को लगा मेरा
absolute
स्ट्रीम बंद हो गया shit।
No one stands a
भाई
chance.
बिकिनी
It's
थोड़ा
like
टाइट हो
letting
जाएगा,
the
ब्लाउज
Asterisk
बड़े होते हैं ना।
walk into a meat grinder.
बिकिनीज देखो आप देखोगे
Just like that.
यंग ग्लैमर्स पहनते हैं,
Down in the
ब्लाउज
first half and globally Esports
थोड़े से
Academy
ओल्ड ग्लैमर्स पहनते हैं। क्यों पहनते हैं? क्योंकि ओल्ड वालों का
shining.
तो मेरा भी छाती बड़ा हो रहा है तो समझ रहे हो।
At this point, you know, you're gonna feel bad
बस
for
आप लोग
Asterisk.
इतना तारीफ करते हो कि भाई
They dip
पूरा
so
छाती
hard.
चौड़ा पे चौड़ा होते जा रहा है, पूरा 32 36 44 50 ऐसे होते जा रहा है। तो ऐसे
The swap
ऐसे ग्रोथ को कैसे थोड़ा हैंडल कर पाऊँ, समझ रहे हो। शर्ट वर्ट में नहीं आ रहा है, पूरा बाहर आ जा रहा है।
NV2K, look at him already sitting at 13 frags. 13 for 5 some insane
दिल को
numbers.
खेद हुआ भाई। क्यों भाई छेद नहीं हुआ? आई मीन सॉरी, क्यों क्या खेद हुआ? अर्नब भाई क्या हो गया, क्या हो गया बताएं। आए आए मेरे कंधे पे अपना लंड आई मीन सॉरी सर रखें और बताएं कि क्या हो गया भाई। मैं आपको कंसोल करूंगा, PS5 कंसोल नहीं, समझाऊंगा कि क्या हो गया बताओ। आओ ब्रो योर स्ट्रीम जस्ट एंडेड नहीं है, ग्लिच है यूट्यूब का। मेरा स्ट्रीम चल रहा है, वापस से उसको काट के वापस स्टार्ट करो, दिख जाएगा।
Since the spike dropped in towards the B side, look at Prime as well. I love this man's position. He's converting so many calls, but look at NV2K. He's once again.
स्ट्रीम एंडेड नहीं है गाइस, स्ट्रीम एंडेड नहीं है, रिफ्रेश करो, यूट्यूब ग्लिच चाहिए। मेरे को भी फोन में मैं साइड में चल रहा है तो मैं वही देखा कि अचानक ये क्या हो गया। स्ट्रीम एंडेड नहीं है। अर्नब भाई आपको स्ट्रीम एंडेड दिखा रहा है क्या? स्ट्रीम चल रहा है कॉज
But that's not going to make any difference. It's Prime 1 to take the game.
Yeah, I mean, all of came off of Asterisk, just barely clinging on, holding there, getting those early picks. NV2K making it look oh so deadly, and this time finally connecting their shots. Live to fight. maybe
चालू है चालू है चालू है गाइस, चालू है
As Global Esports Academy, we've seen this in the past. They tend to lose.
चालू है चालू है बे चालू है भाई, मेरी गांड फट रही है। नॉट वर्किंग, हाँ ग्लिच है ग्लिच है। चलो चालू है, चालू तो है, चल रही है स्ट्रीम। चलो वीडियो कॉल वाला सीन, अच्छा वीडियो कॉल वाला सीन। अरे भाई यार ठीक है, उनका कुछ काम होगा, कोई बात नहीं यार। इसमें उदास ही रहोगे तो देखो
That's great.
ये सब छोटी छोटी चीजें हैं,
Let's keep this thing in
कोई
mind.
बात नहीं।
Previous map as well.
आप उदास ना होए,
That second
दिल ना बैठाएं, समझ रहे हो? खेद
lot of guns.
कोई बात नहीं। ओए नहीं 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 मरोगे।
Judge up close and personals, of course, can have the most advantage, and the Neon is just looking to burst through, but this time will
Nice
lead
trigger
the wall.
control
That's
bullet.
gonna be impenetrable.
सो गई वो, कोई बात नहीं अर्नब भाई, ठीक है। उनको नींद आ रहा होगा, सो गए। आपको इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं, आई मीन सॉरी, आपको इम्पोर्टेंट समझते हैं, मतलब ठीक है। नींद भी बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। अब नींद आ रहा है, मैं देखो अगर मेरे को नींद आ रहा है ना, ये मेरा ओपिनियन है, मैं ऐसा मत बोलो सोचना कि आपके गर्लफ्रेंड का ओपिनियन है, बट अगर मेरे को नींद आ रहा है ना तो आई विल प्रेफर टू स्लीप। भाई ठीक है, गर्लफ्रेंड बीवी सब अपनी जगह है, मतलब ऐसा है कि सोने के टाइम पे मैं तो वीडियो ऑन करके सो जाऊंगा, क्या ही बात करूंगा ना, उसको देखूंगा, क्या ही हो पाएगा। तो भाई मैं तो आई प्रेफर टू स्लीप। और सोने के टाइम पे मेरे को प्राइवेसी चाहिए होता है। मेरे डोर लॉक्ड रहते हैं, मेरे रूम में कोई नहीं आना चाहिए। एंड समझ रहे हो, जब मेरा आधा लाइफ पब्लिक है, आप लोगों को भी पता है, आप लोगों मैं आत्म स्ट्रीम पे सब बोलता हूँ, मेरा आधा से ज़्यादा लाइफ पब्लिक है। पर जो कुछ चीज़ है वो मैं अपना प्राइवेट ही पसंद रखता हूँ। जैसे मेरा वो स्लीप टाइम, वो 1-2 घंटे का दिन में मी टाइम, बस वो सब मेरे को अपने प्राइवेट में चाहिए। उसमें मेरे को ना मेरी गर्लफ्रेंड चाहिए, ना मेरे को पेरेंट्स चाहिए, कोई नहीं चाहिए। I just want to be alone. वही प्लान था वीडियो ऑन, तो वो वीडियो ऑन करने का भी वो मतलब ऐसा होगा कि इतना थके बहुत नींद आ रही है यार अर्नब, सॉरी बट मैं सो रही हूँ करके सो गए होंगे, ठीक है। मतलब इसके लिए एकदम कतल ही कर डालोगे क्या? ठीक है कोई बात नहीं। कोई बात नहीं अर्नब भाई। सोफिस्टिकेटेड स्लीप, यस सोफिस्टिकेटेड स्लीप बोल सकते हो, मतलब यू कैन से एनीथिंग लाइक मैं
and global esports academy.
मेरे को
and they're
अकेला
playing stepping
चाहिए
up
होता है, लाइक
once
आई डोंट
again.
वांट कि भाई
A lot
एनीवन
reported, but,
इन्वेडिंग
causing
दैट
a lot of
स्पेस
damage,
और
so
बोले
it will be
अच्छा RyuK ये करता है अपने फ्री टाइम पे या RyuK ये करता है, तो आई डोंट
Josh
वांट,
did whatever he possibly could, but
नॉट
now he's
इवन
noticing
माय
coming out from NBT,
गर्लफ्रेंड.
they knew that the Omen was
सम थिंग्स शुड ऑलवेज बी प्राइवेट, यू नो.
third side, plants it in,
सारे चीज सारे लोगों को बता नहीं सकते,
doing that, and now he's got a
भले ही वो अब हमारे कितने ही क्लोज क्यों ना हो.
and looking at how things have changed, Global Esports Academy still poised at it.
Yeah. And also, the Cypher's got the neural theft available, so Bullet, he needs to stay alive. This information is going to be key for the success. UV was able to find the return trade, and UV is now starting to get some real deal done. And just like that, the entire site's going to fall in the hands of Global Esports Academy, while Asterisk,
अरे they can do that but not us. अगर बता के सोची तो बुरा नहीं लगता.
Bullet the only man left alive. No back above his teammate, no cavalry available.
मतलब
Still
ठीक है अर्नव भाई, अब बुरा इसमें मत मानो यार.
unfortunately,
इंसान ने देखो अब
enough.
Such a good
वो हुआ होगा कुछ की उनको प्लान बना होगा. देखो जैसे अब मैं फॉर एग्जांपल मैडम जी से मिलने जाता हूँ. मैडम जी वो सेम शहर में रहते हैं, लेकिन वो थोड़ा अभी उनका ऑफिस दूर है, तो ऑफिस के पास रहते हैं बोल के हमारा डिस्टेंस दूर है, बट मेट्रो है तो पॉइंट ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, तो मैं मिलने जाता हूँ. अब जब मैं वापस आता हूँ अकेले आता हूँ, तो वो मेरे को बोलती है कि जब भी घर पहुँचोगे एक टेक्स्ट कर देना कि पहुँच गया. ओके, कॉमन थिंग, नॉर्मल थिंग. मम्मी पापा भी बोलते हैं जब भी आप ऐसा. तो एक आध बार ऐसा होता है कि मैं घर पहुंचता तो हूँ लेकिन टेक्स्ट नहीं कर पाता उसको कि मैं पहुंच गया वैसा, समझ रहे हो. 1 घंटे बाद अचानक कुछ ऐसे बातों में मेरे को याद आता है कि अरे शिट उसको बताना है मेरे को, बस वो जल्दी सोती है तो, और लेट नाइट आता, मतलब जैसे 11:30-12 बजे आता हूँ, फिर 12 बजे आने के बाद फ्रेश होने के बाद 12:30 में मैं काम करने बैठ जाता हूँ. तो मेरे को तब याद आता है शिट वो मैं उसको बताना भूल गया, वो जगी होगी या जो भी. 1 घंटे बाद मेरे को उसको बताता हूँ, समझ रहे हो. तो अब इसमें ह्यूमन का थोड़ा सा है ना कि भाई कुछ चीज़ें याद नहीं रहती, या मे बी कुछ ऐसे काम आ गया अचानक से तो हम भूल जाते हैं. तो चिल है यार, मतलब इट्स ओके. अब भाषण देना चालू करो, अमर चालू करो प्लीज. अर्नब भाई भाषण नहीं दे रहा हूँ, ये बता रहा हूँ, ये आप ऐसा मन रखोगे ना छोटे छोटे बात पे, अगर आपका बुरा लगता रहेगा ना, इट विल ग्रेजुअली एक्यूमुलेट और एक दिन भड़ास बन के उस पर निकल जाएगा, जो कि उसको अच्छा नहीं लगेगा. उसको भी पता नहीं चलेगा आप भड़ास रखे हो. ये मैं एक्सपीरियंस से बता रहा हूँ, मजाक नहीं कर रहा हूँ. इट विल लीड टू अ ऐसा deadly breakup, you will be broken into pieces. समझ रहे हो. so it's better to be cleared. हाँ hello. अच्छा.
In this scenario, the judge is going to start to click and do a lot of damage. Pulls out the classic, gets the kill. NB2K once again getting
sorted out रहना चाहिए दोनों के बीच.
3 on 5 in return. Asterisk in a big man disadvantage and Hard's position might just be
ऊपर के चैट पढ़ो भाई, पढ़ लिया भाई, पढ़ लिया, और क्या पढ़ूं.
players looking in that same direction, but beautifully done.
कौन सा वाला?
Isolate that duel, and I'm not exactly sure what Yulu is doing in that scenario, but Asterisk still
she will think you are toxic or you are too possessive. नहीं, पॉजिटिव का बात नहीं है. मतलब आप अचानक से सोचो आप पे कोई ग्रज रखा हुआ है, ठीक है, आपको पता नहीं है, वो अचानक से एक दिन आप उसको कुछ छोटा सा कि पेन मांगे या पेन नहीं दे पाए आप, तो वो आप पे पूरा चिल्ला दिया, पूरा जितना पुराना भड़ास है सारा निकाल दिया. फिर आप सोचने में पड़ जाओगे भाई पेन नहीं दिया बोल के इतना सुना दिया. तब वो वाला चीज ज्यादा बुरा लगेगा कि भाई एक छोटा से बात पे इतना सुना रहा है। आपको ये पता नहीं होगा कि वो बंदा आपके लिए कितने दिनों से वो भड़ास रखे आ रहा है, और अगर वो बात आउट कम्युनिकेट कर लेते, सॉर्ट आउट कर लेते, तो वो भड़ास रहता नहीं, वो ग्रेजुअली इंक्रीज नहीं होता, समझ रहे हो? सो इट लीड्स टू ब्रेकिंग ऑफ रिलेशनशिप्स, नॉट ओनली रिलेशन गर्लफ्रेंड बॉयफ्रेंड वाला, बट ऑल्सो फ्रेंडशिप्स. So one should always try to, ये सब जो चीजें छोटे मोटे चीजें ह्यूमन एरर होते हैं, ये वो लोग जान के इंटेंशनली नहीं करते, ह्यूमन एरर होते हैं. चिल है. ऐसा तो नहीं है कि भाई आपको प्रॉमिस करके किसी और के साथ वीडियो कॉल में सो गई, ऐसा तो नहीं है ना भाई. वो सिनेरियो तो पूरा अलग ही केस है. खुद अकेले सो गई भाई. अब इंसान को जब नींद आता है तो सब कुछ भूल जाता है. ठीक है, दोनों मिलके मुझे भाषण दे रहे हैं यार. अब भाई लड़ तो दे नहीं सकता आपको, लड़की तो हो नहीं आप. भाषण ही दे सकता हूँ. क्योंकि ये मैं बकचोदी कर रहा था, ऐसा कुछ सीन नहीं है भाई. अच्छा ऐसा बात है. या लाइक कम्युनिकेशन इज द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग मेनली इन रिलेशनशिप. अरे भाई मेरी चैट पढ़ो, आपको जा नहीं रही क्या? जाए गई. मेरे को गई थी, बट फिर भी मैं अपना बात बोल दिया. मरा साला मरा. हाँ
this kind of sets up ASTK for a retake.
But this steel garden's gonna do
आया.
a lot.
मरेगा इस बार.
And also winning that duel. This was desperately needed for the boys as well. Global Esports Academy now with just a two-man squad. This clutch seems next to impossible, but still these two players, they're doing too much. Oh my god, also finds the third one. QE, this man has been
भाई 2v4 कर दिए थे भाई. 2v5 होते रह गया भाई.
This time around, it got way too close to comfort.
I mean, I had my heart out of my mouth for a moment. And I'm pretty sure Asterisk even did after having such quick early kills, after having so much of that control. Everything almost came crashing down for them. But for Global Esports Academy, they also need to be a little vigilant. They're slipping up those rounds. They're playing around with the economy. And slowly but surely, Asterisk is starting to build up 2 more rounds and they could be back into this. And this is where you could see the improvement from the players. They know they're putting it all. Now they're starting to connect the shots. They're not giving Global Esports those early rooms where they were kind of floating around the map, restricted, and that has been helping them in getting these quick rounds. But this time NV2K just doubling down on the aggression of fast lane, and he wants to go on that overdrive.
Yeah, the man utilizing his ult also walked a little bit through that fast lane, tricking the opponents and thinking that this was probably a fake, but then instantly executes the side take as well. And now everything's starting to fall into piece. Global Esports Academy, this post plant is desperately needed. But look at Asterisk too, they've got so many utilities available. And with those utils, they can definitely go for the retake without any problems. But only if used correctly. Armageddon's also utilized, so at this point in time, the players are also forced outside of their comfort zone. Yush and Bullet, they start to strike hard, but it's still taken down with 1v2 in the end, and Lil Boy's gonna put a full stop to the fairy tale. As Asterisk, they lose another round, and Global Esports, they had another round to the tally.
Again, a different kind of an A strategy execute where they went in guns blazing. Instantly just bombarded the site, went on, captured A, and ensured that they will be prepared for their post plant. And that's what they did. Of course, they lost out on numbers. You've got the other players from Asterisk. They have been stepping up. They have been hitting those shots. But always one step ahead are the players of GEA Academy. And just like that, down to the series point. Battle for survival and Asterisk. No room for error anymore. That added pressure definitely is surmountable as NV2K this time is lurking around B.
I'm pretty sure Global Esports Academy, they themselves do not know where they want to go properly. NV2K, the man's catching too much hurt upon himself, needs to back up, and that's what he does.
I must wait a moment.
Bullet. Oh, he's really getting eager. The only concern for Asterisk is that they just don't really have the proper suitable weaponry to go for this duel. And that's why you can see the hesitancy coming through. This was a mistake from Bullet. Should not have
Chalo,
went for the
ye
wrong
ho
peek
gaya.
like that. And since the opponents have got better weaponry, they come out on top in that duel. Princet, now the man needs to be the one to stop this entire force towards C. Little boy from the shadows utilized stay sight once again in hands, but look at this cracking shot. Hard shuts down NV2K towards mid. The man who was lurking and constantly showcasing the presence not in the game anymore, but Ryzen is there to get the quick trade. A 3-on-4 on the board. At this point, it feels like the chances for Asterisk to try and stay in this tournament, they're starting to fade away with every single man that's currently dropping. 2 more men left. You can pretty much say these are the final 2 chances for them
Chalo.
to try and make a comeback and stay.
Bro, finally I will be S1 today. Silver 1. Jord anime by Jord.
It's a double peek towards the
Very Jord. Very Jord.
Get the final man as well. Global Esports Academy, they have successfully eliminated their opponents, Asterisk, from the split 2.
And look at NV2K, really pleased with how he performed and his entire team. A salute to all the fans and
No, he was bidding them adieu.
He was also bidding them adieu. You can see it the other way also, but yeah, love it from these young guns. But for Global Esports Academy, I think they knew in the final round what needs to be done. Asterisk, they got a little desperate and it had to be, right?
Yeah.
Because we have seen even in the past couple of rounds, they have managed to secure a few 50s. And they have been the moments where they have been proactively going out, venturing
दो
out,
दिल
a little bit.
मिल रहे
Yeah,
हैं.
any other day, and maybe in some previous rounds, he had connected those shots. Him missing out, he's going to be feeling quite gutted. Hart didn't make up for it, but did not have the best of utils. Also the loadouts to follow up, as a result of which, Asterisk, they crash out of this tournament.
But still, the second map was much better compared to the first one. In Heaven, they gave it all they had. But only if they would have played the same way even on the map of Icebox, maybe things could have been a little bit different. Maybe we could have seen that mentality shift as well, company. But NV2K, he was just free roaming on the map every single time with defense. It's like no one was able to stop that, man. NV2K was like water.
At this point, you know, I'm kind of unsatisfied even with how Asterisk played around with their timeouts, right? They did not take a lot, and even if they did, they could not get those conversions. And all those rounds that came off for Asterisk, those key crucial rounds, were either 50s, where Global Esports Academy could see them making some casual plays, just lurking around, finding some off peaks. Barring that, I don't think strategically they really tested G Academy, because every single moment, G Academy was just one step ahead.
In my opinion, it felt like it was a game of timing more than anything else. It was more about catching each other off guard. It was more about creating those off angles and just getting the advantage when it comes to the duel itself. It was not even a proper tactical game, to be honest. As I mentioned, it was just all about finding those perfect timings, and Global Esports Academy was just better in finding those crannies. We've got the MVP of that previous game. It's going to be UV with 22 kills and the ACS of 319 and 3 first kills. Solid stats from UV. This man on Vice was unstoppable.
You know, be it Killjoy, be it Vine.
चलो ये तो हो गया.
Pretty much made it out loud and clear. He's here to dominate, and he might have taken some time in split 1, but come in split 2, he's also prepared. Such an exciting prospect also for the future. Young rookie on the board, and he's been getting some good numbers. He's been drawing a lot of attention. I'm pretty sure he's also going to be the MVP of this entire series, but when you look at the team stats, I think, yeah, this time, little evenly contested, that one extra thrifty, but Global Esports Academy just were the better team on the server.
Straight up. I mean, Global Esports Academy, in this matchup, they were unmatched. But let's not forget, for Global Esports Academy, the moment they keep on moving on further inside of the tournament, the more tougher opponents they're going to be facing. So for Global Esports Academy, the hard work's not done yet. They're still inside of the elimination bracket. Anything can happen. The moment they slip up, they will be eliminated from this tournament, just like the way Asterisk now has been eliminated. If you move on towards the player stats and the individual stats itself, Yesh was able to pop off quite well. 19 kills, 17 deaths. The man was doing his job. But on the other side, when you've got a player like Yui who's consistently fragging and then backed up with a man like NV2K who's able to find those consistent lurks, it's really tough to shut down a team like that.
And even for Hart also, there were so many of those rounds where he came in with those clutchy plays, but Rinsat, did not have the best of outings with ISO. Yeah, there were a couple of times when he had his ultimate, he converted that, but barring that, you know,
Yeah, he could've done
resource-wise,
more.
yeah, I think they could not really fit that ISO into this composition or could not really work around with it.
In my
Yeah, go
opinion,
on.
it's not about fitting ISO in the composition. It's more about the individual performance of the player. He straight up just messed up. He was not able to perform. That's not really a lot to say in those regards, because ISO is literally made for absolute insane players. Right? It's more about dry peeking the opponent, because that's what ISO allows you to do. So that shield protects you from the first shot. It's more about dry peeking when there's an operator, when you know the opponent's got the operator. You dry peek him with ISO. ISO gives you a lot of that leeway.
But again, on the attacking side, you could not see that presence being felt by
Yeah,
ISO.
exactly.
You could not see him deploying his abilities, just maybe putting that wall forward, going along with it. And somebody needed to act. Whilst Global Esports Academy, you could see NV2K, he was given so much room, he was just coming right on the face of the players, taking them down, and suddenly, you know, a 10 on 16 on ISO is not acceptable
Unacceptable, yeah.
by any standards. So, yeah, Global Esports Academy, they live to fight another day. They have survived this gauntlet, but it goes on, like Necro truly pointed, and they will be finding out who their next opponent will be. As the second matchup, folks, we have .exe taking on ExoIND. Now, we know .exe players, but for ExoIND, again, new team coming in, it's going to be an interesting matchup.
All right, you know what? Let's just try to break the ice directly. What do you think the scoreline is going to be for the second match?
दोनों ही टीम ऐसी है. I guess Exo जीतेगी.
.exe could potentially be a 3-man.
.exe sorry, Exo नहीं. .exe.
I feel like you're just trying to be as formal as possible.
.exe में experience लेना पे ना.
You really think, okay, you know what? We've got a lot of predictions today, and this man's prediction is definitely quite
I'm
vibrant.
playing it safe.
Yeah, he's definitely playing it quite safe. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this with the second matchup.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. We gon' give them what they got. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Yeah. Watch the game change. Watch the game change.
चलो वीडियो ऑलमोस्ट डन है गाइस. अपलोड हो रहा है. हाहा. लेट्स गो.
To live your life the way you want.
Done.
Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Bye. Bye.
तू थी दवा अब है सजा देख लंबी रातों से मैंने कली रसा तेरे बिना मैं जीऊं बेनज़ीर.
चलो डन. ये तो हो गई. नेक्स्ट ऑल चेक्स डन. एक बार को ना अनलिस्टेड करके पोस्ट करता हूँ. अगर कोई कॉपीराइट्स होंगे वीडियो में, ऐसा कुछ ऐसा तो यूज नहीं किया था. नहीं, ऐसा कोई गाना तो है नहीं, तो आई डोंट थिंक लगेगा. Publish. The video is public, guys. Finally, the very much awaited video of my new mouse, the Pulsar X10s. दिख रहा है कि नहीं दिख रहा है बे? पल्सर एक्सटेंस माउस का अनबॉक्सिंग, थोड़ा सा अपन अलग टाइप का अनबॉक्सिंग ट्राई किए हैं, जाके देखो, अगर पसंद आई है बताओ, कॉज अपन और 2 ऐसे ही अनबॉक्सिंग वीडियोस ला रहे हैं। सो अगर ये पसंद आ रही है तो आपको वो 2 वीडियोस भी पसंद आएंगी। लेट्स गो लेट्स गो। चलो गाइज आप लोग ये रुको, मैं ना दूध गर्म करता हूँ और लेकर आता हूँ तब तक, ठीक है? कहीं जाना मत आप लोग।
it comes, I'ma die with it. Casualties, casually to any adversaries. If it's necessary, I'ma go and come and ride with it. Let me welcome you to my legion. If you mess with us, we gon' put you on a t-shirt. Never take a day off, what's the leisure? Squad's always up, this teamwork, stream work. Chalo fir aa jao sare, ek mare fir ek wale gare. Sare mere bantar bhave, registan mein bhi hum nadiyan baha de. Chalo sale de man bahane, palatna mat jab hum aa jaye samne. Aur kar tere baare, mere meri team mere piche kya karega kuch ab. I said I got your back, 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 back. I said I got your back, 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 back. I said I got your back. In my team we adapt. We a family from around the world. We a pack. You can never take us down, and that's a fact. All we do is improvise and adapt. I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. हम खड़े थे यहीं ऊपर आसमान नीचे जमीन पूरा है अब हमें यकीन बढ़ते रहना आगे और चढ़ते रहना ऊपर साथ मेहनत है और हमारा जमीन तुझे होना कभी जीत की तरफ है बढ़ते जाना लड़ते जाना कभी माननी है हार नहीं We work hard and we play hard चाहे जितना भी दिखे हम कभी चलो करें मजे I said I got your back and my team we adapt. We a family from around the world. We a pack. You can never take us down, and that's a fact. All we do is improvise and adapt. I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. All we do is improvise and adapt.
One enemy. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
लेकर आ गए हैं गाइस हम। ये देखो हमारा मील। अब क्या है आपको पता चल रहा है? ये है अपना पोस्ट जिम मील, जो मैं जिम के बाद तो खा नहीं सका, बट अभी हम खाएंगे क्योंकि ये वाले मील को हम कभी मिस नहीं करना चाहते। समझ रहे हो आप? सो एक सेकेंड। ओहो, मजा आ गया। बड़े लोग वाले मील और व्हाट? अरे अर्नब भाई, बड़े वाले लोग वाले मील। बाय द वे वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है भाई? बहुत दिनों बाद आए हो। सब तबीयत वगैरह सब सही है? बड़े लोग वाले मील नहीं यार, अब थोड़ा सा अपने को ज्यादा कैलोरी इनटेक प्लस बॉडी का ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा, समझ रहे हो? अब क्योंकि तुम्हारे भाई को अपने एक ऐसी बॉडी बनानी है कि इन फ्यूचर ब्रांड शूट्स के लिए, समझ रहे हो, एप्ट बॉडी चाहिए अपने को। तो भाई को, तुम्हारे को अभी से रेडी होना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज वो दिन दूर नहीं जब तुम्हारा भाई कोई बड़ी ब्रांड डील कर रहा हो। समझ रहे हो? टच चूड़ भाई, नजर ना लगे। पता नहीं आजकल नजर लग के सब बंद हो जाता है। तो अपने को लेना पड़ेगा, ये सब सीरियसली लेना पड़ेगा, बॉडी वॉडी सबको। अरे सीन डेड है बीसी, क्यों? ऑलमोस्ट खराब। क्या बात कर रहा है? क्या हो गया? वायरल फीवर या कुछ अलग सा ही तड़कता फड़कता? मतलब अभी घूम के आने के बाद हुआ या मुंबई में रहते रहते हुआ था? एक हफ्ते से तबीयत खराब है। कंजक्टिवाइटिस और फीवर और थ्रोट इन्फेक्शन? क्या भाई, क्या बात कर रहा है? तीनों एक साथ? मुंबई से आने के बाद ही कंजक्टिवाइटिस भी हुआ है। मैंने सारे कम्युनिकेबल हुए हैं, थ्रोट इन्फेक्शन भी, फीवर भी, कंजक्टिवाइटिस भी। इम्यून सिस्टम वीक हो गया है पूरा, इसलिए तीनों एक साथ पकड़ लिया। तबीयत ख्याल रखो अर्नब भाई यार, अभी मेन टाइम है। कॉलेज वॉलेज अभी सब समझ रहे हो, तो एग्ज़ाम वगैरह जो भी, अभी तबीयत खराब हो जाएगा ना तो फिर ये फेज चला जाएगा, फिर पूरा एक साल बर्बाद, वैसा सीन हो जाता है। ये 2-3 महीने का फेज जो आता है अभी, हर 12 खत्म होने के बाद वाले बंदे का ऐसे ही सीन होता है। तो थोड़ा तबीयत ख्याल रखो भाई, कुछ भी। बाहर का भी मत खाना कुछ।
welcome back after that short break, and now it's Scared to get with me for this second matchup between the players of DXE and XOGG. Scared, we already did see the first matchup itself, Global Esports Academy just 2-0ing their opponents, and now we move on towards DXE and their foes. What do you think is going to be the outcome?
To be very honest, I think so it might actually go to a 2-0 as well for .exe with the way how we've seen the plays going on.
वैसे पीछे रखे हुए जूते तो मस्त हैं, है ना? इधर 3 डब्बे हैं, उधर बेड साइड में देख रहे हो? ये बेड के कोने में एक ब्लैक ब्लैक सा ये वाला देखो, मेरा उंगली के खत्म होने के बाद एक ब्लैक ब्लैक दिख रहा है, वहाँ पे मैंने 2 रखे हैं, तो वो वीडियोस वगैरह में ना थोड़ा मस्त अच्छा दिखेगा, इसीलिए नॉर्मल ऐसे बेड मतलब रूम का भी थोड़ा एस्थेटिक्स अच्छा रहता है। तो इसमें मेरे 3 मेन जूते हैं, उसमें भी मेरे 2 मेन, तो अभी टोटल 5 बॉक्सेस ही रखा हूँ, उसमें मेरे 5 मेन फेवरेट शूज रखे हुए हैं, बाकी के शूज शू रैक में बाहर डाइनिंग मतलब मेन हॉल बोल सकते हो। डाइनिंग हॉल क्या ही है भाई, मैं तो रूम पे डाइन करता हूँ। लगता है चुराना पड़ेगा, अरे आओ आओ, चुराने के लिए मेरे घर आना पड़ेगा, घर आओ, आपका स्वागत करेंगे यार, बकचोदी काटेंगे, हम तो चाहते हैं आप आए।
Kind of felt like there were some of the recaps of his prime days back when he was playing with the Grey Fox Esports lineup in 2024. So
पूरा 2-3 दिन मस्त रहना मेरे घर पे, खाना पीना 2-3 दिन क्या भाई, जितने दिन रहना चाहता रहे, खाना पीना करना मार बकचोदी
circuit, but it's not like he forgot how to play inside of the pro circuit. So Coley, the man still ready and primed. Well, let's have a look at XOGG's lineup. The opponents of DXE Esports, Doxer, Roster, Triss, Scar.
अबे आज गौरांग नहीं खेल रहा है,
I've seen Scar myself in action a lot of the times in the past.
आज गौरांग नहीं खेल रहा है।
Individual, and let's not forget Triss, Roster, and Doxer. These guys have been
Interesting.
in the community as well for a decent amount of time. So when you speak about the experience,
हाँ इसलिए तो नहीं बताया एड्रेस, जब आया था तब भाई साले तेरे को तो मैं बताया, सेक्टर तेरे को नहीं बताया, बता, तेरे को टेक्स्ट नहीं किया था पहले, वो अपना एग्जैक्ट एरिया जैसे तू बोला वी से शुरू होता है जो, फिर मैंने एस से शुरू होता है वो नाम बोला, फिर तूने पूछा तो फिर मैं अपना सेक्टर भी बताया, फिर वो मॉल के बाजू में पास में वो भी बताया, बस मिल नहीं पाया क्योंकि अरे यार तू खुद देख रहा है अभी 3 बजे से रात के पूरा 10 बजे तक स्ट्रीम पे रहता हूँ, या 8-9 बजे तक एटलीस्ट, फिर वीडियो अपलोड्स भी रहते हैं तो उसके लिए एडिटिंग करना पड़ता है, टाइम ही नहीं मिलता। ये वॉच पार्टीज जब खत्म हो जाते हैं तब मैं फ्री हो जाता हूँ, जैसे अभी ये क्वार्टर फाइनल्स चल रहे हैं, अभी ये सेमीफाइनल्स फाइनल्स के बाद मैं पूरा फ्री हूँ, जून महीना पूरा फ्री हूँ, कल जून महीना है मास्टर्स होंगे, और मास्टर्स तो ऑब्वियसली राइट की तरफ से आता है वॉच पार्टी, तो अभी तक इतना बड़ा हुआ नहीं कि राइट मेरे को वॉच पार्टी एक्सेस दे, सो जून महीना पूरा फ्री हूँ, फिर जुलाई से फिर से वॉच पार्टी शुरू, समझ रहे, तो थोड़ा वॉच पार्टी के टाइम में ना पूरा शेड्यूल का एंड छूट जाता है, बट आना होता तो एग्जैक्ट कैसे आता, अबे तो साले सेक्टर 50 पूरा निकल जा रहा है, वो जो सेक्टर है ना, उस सेक्टर का खासियत यही है कि वो एक ही लेन है, समझ रहे हैं, मैं कैसे बताऊं तेरे को, अपना वीआईपी रोड पूरा एक ही रोड है, वैसे ही वो जो सेक्टर है उसका 2 है, एक ओल्ड है एक न्यू है, ओल्ड वाला बहुत बड़ा सेक्टर है, ओल्ड वाला इज लाइक कोयल नगर वैसा बोल सकता है, बट न्यू जो है वो न्यू इज लाइक वीआईपी रोड, दोनों तरफ सोसाइटीज एंड लाइक सोसाइटी टावर्स, और फिर वो घर दुकान वैसा, समझ रहा है, लाइक दिस, वो सेक्टर जो मैंने बताया, वो सेक्टर एरिया में वो न्यू वाले में घुसने के लिए बस वही रोड है, वो रोड से हाँ फिर ऐसे ब्लॉक्स है, लाइक ऐसा नहीं कि तू बाहर से पीछे से घूम कर आ सकता है, वैसा नहीं है, वो रोड पे आ जाएगा, एंड मॉल का मेन गेट से लेफ्ट लेते ही वो रोड शुरू होता है, एक ब्रिज आएगा, अंडरवे ब्रिज के नीचे से शुरू होते ही फिर तेरे को मॉल के पीछे लोकल जाती है, वो आपको वो दिख जाएगा, और वो रोड पूरा वीआईपी रोड जैसा है, वीआईपी रोड से बड़ा है लेकिन वो रोड पे ही आता है, इसलिए मैं तेरे को बोला, किसी को अगर मैं वो एड्रेस बोलता हूँ ना तो वो फिर बाद में पूछता नहीं है कि कहाँ से आना है कैसे आना है, बिकॉज उनको पता रहता है ये न्यू वाला मतलब वो स्ट्रेट लेन पे ही आएगा, वैसा है
Some of the lacking ideas out there.
गांडू।
Brutally honest. You've
अब
got
मेरे को क्या पता, तेरे को पता नहीं होगा अब इसमें भी,
combining both flashes as
मतलब
well.
ऑब्वियसली हाँ मुंबई का रहने, मतलब मुंबई में रहता तो वो एरिया में रहता तो पता चल जाता, बट तू जिसके साथ था वो एटलीस्ट बता देता तेरे को कि न्यू मतलब वो एक ही लेन है जहाँ पे फिर यू नो सब ब्रांचेस है।
Route
डोंट
allowed
नो,
there though, but maybe we never
मेरे
know
को लगा
if
तो
that
फिर
could be the case. Exo
बिजी
GEA
बिजी
with
हो गया,
the
फिर
side.
मैं खुद बिजी था तो मैं
They
इतना
all
सोच नहीं
know
पाया।
their composition, already know that
कोई
there's
ना
gonna be a
यार,
lot of
तू
brutal, but seems like
ऐसे
Esports
टाइम पे
might actually
मतलब देख, अभी अगर तू मुंबई में रहा तब तो जून महीना में जब मुंबई में रहेगा तब तो मैं खुद मिलने आ जाऊंगा वैसा। शॉर्ट मकावेली
Machiavelli is not going to spare the man at all. Instantly cuts him down. Talks her out of the game. KO not inside of the play anymore. And even Trinity is able to shut down.
वही स्ट्रीम के चक्कर में ही मैं भी उतना डिस्टर्ब नहीं किया।
But Trinity's not going to stop
वही ना
there. Instead, he gets the third
भाई,
frag as well.
इसी सिर्फ तेरे साथ नहीं है भाई, मेरे दोस्त आए थे, मेरा एक दोस्त है वो अभी यूएस चले जाएगा,
And for DXE,
मरीन में है वो,
four pillars, strong
ठीक है?
instantly.
मैं उससे नहीं मिल पा रहा हूँ ब्रो,
From all the different angles he knows
वो मुंबई में आया था पासपोर्ट वीजा वो सब के रिगार्डिंग कुछ काम के लिए, मैं उससे नहीं मिल पाया।
shuts down the last man as well. Or the
हैं?
second last man, the last
क्या
man.
कर रहा है?
Well, not anymore.
टेक पॉज होगा।
He heard you and he was like, all right, gonna deliver that final blow this time around. Machiavelli though. Pull his hair all the way back up this time around. Normally it used to spread out on the left and right.
तो भाई मैं उससे नहीं मिल पाया ब्रो,
I think so, buff.
बिकॉज अब मैं ये वॉच पार्टीज मिस कर नहीं सकता, इतनी बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटीज है,
Moment where you're now ready.
और फिर साला ये मिस नहीं कर पाया तो ये ऐसे टाइम पे होते हैं, पूरा ऑड टाइमिंग है ना, दोपहर से रात, और रात में मतलब 8-9 बजे, और 8-9 बजे मैं निकलूंगा तो मुंबई जैसे शहर में 10 बजे मिलूंगा, 10 बजे रात को कहाँ ही किससे मिलना होगा भाई, सब थोड़ी 10 बजे फ्री होते, सब सोने जाते हैं
Now
ऐसा
it's
कुछ।
time for me to get serious. You tie up your hair so that you can clearly.
अरे मैं तो फर्स्ट टाइम गया था ना, हाँ हाँ हाँ
That's not
वही वही, कोई ना तू आएगा इस बार, घुमाएंगे घुमाएंगे, पुणे भी आओ तुम, पुणे भी घुमाएंगे तुमको, मुंबई आओ मुंबई भी घुमाएंगे, सब घुमाएंगे।
really like this throughout.
चलो चलो खा लो, बहुत बात करवा दिया, अरे भाई बात करने से तो अच्छा है भाई मेरे को नींद नहीं आएगा, 48 पिछले 48 घंटे में मैं 3 घंटे 4 घंटे ही सोया हूँ, तो अच्छी बात है, समझ रहा है भाई। मैं पोस्ट सुबह जिम गया था, उसका मील अभी खा रहा हूँ, तो सोच जिम से आते मैं इतना 3 घंटे सोया हूँ, सिर्फ इतना नींद आ रहा है, फिर भी 3 घंटे उठने के बाद ये कर रहा हूँ, तो अपने को चाहिए कोई चैट में रहे और बातचीत करे,
It's actually gonna be, you know, by round
वरना मेरे को
four.
नींद आएगा।
We'll have to see how things actually go now.
Exactly. Before now, we got to toss to a short break. There's a bit of a technical difficulty.
मैं बोला टेक पॉज।
We'll be right back.
और बता एग्जाम का क्या सीन हो गया, रिजल्ट्स कब आ रहे? हो तो जाएगा, मतलब तू अच्छा पढ़ता है, मेरा भाई का एक दोस्त था, वो बहुत, मतलब ऐसा बोलना तो नहीं चाहिए, लाइक मैं बता रहा हूँ बस इन जनरल बता रहा हूँ कि वो पढ़ने में इतना अच्छा नहीं था, बस बंदा बहुत अच्छा था, लाइक दिल से एक्चुअल में बहुत अच्छा बंदा था वो, मतलब होता है ना कि जो पढ़ने में कोई कोई ऐसा था जो पढ़ने में भी अच्छा नहीं है, उसका बिहेवियर भी अच्छा नहीं है, वो टुवर्ड्स लाइफ उसका ऐसा एटीट्यूड है कि बहन चो गांड मारा दुनिया या गुंडागर्दी टाइप्स, वो ऐसा नहीं है भाई, बंदा बहुत जेन्युइन अच्छा था वो, बस पढ़ाई में थोड़ा वीक था इसलिए, लेकिन हम उसको कभी कुछ बोलते नहीं थे, तो पढ़ने में इतना खास नहीं था, बट उसका भी वो एग्ज़ाम में लग गया, मतलब एग्जाम का टफनेस इतना हाई नहीं होता है कि यू नो यू कांट क्रैक, और तू तो अच्छा पढ़ता है तो यू विल क्रैक, तो IHM दिल्ली तो लग ही जाएगा तेरे को, है ना? IHM बोल रहा हूँ, IIT लोग पागल हो जाएंगे अभी। आईआईटी एग्जाम टफ नहीं बोल रहा है, क्या पगला गया है क्या स्ट्रीमर? खाने में ही दारू मिला लिया क्या? यार ये टेक पॉजेस बहुत फ्रस्ट्रेटिंग होते हैं। बाय द वे गाइस, अपनी वीडियो टेंस माउस की अनबॉक्सिंग वाली वीडियो फाइनली आ चुकी है। वीडियो डल चुकी है चैनल पे, जाके आप लोग देखो। कैसी लगी वीडियो बताओ, ठीक है? बहुत ही हेवी वीडियो है।
Welcome back after the short break, and hopefully all the technical issues have been sorted just to make sure that every single player is going to be on an equal level. But soon enough, the first round will be starting. And it seems like .exe is already taken the cake.
Not so equal level in terms of the buy, I guess. And as you said, they did win the pistol round out there, so this time around, they can have that better weaponry up on board. Couple of bulldogs with a marshal into the mix, and this marshal's gonna work like an operator. No full shields out
Oh
there.
my
but
god.
What a shot from RVK.
Solid stuff. Dogs are once again put out of commission. The man is not even going to stand a chance anymore. But just look at RVK. He's there, just like the wall, and he's not going to be cracked that easily. But it does not even matter. Still, Roster is able to do some decent amount of damage to the players. But .exe's Trinity is single-handedly starting to mow the lawns down. In my opinion, this is still quite a decent round from the side of XOGG since they managed to take away 3 guns.
I agree. I mean, to be honest, that's a decent amount of economical damage, but there's the thing. Both the bulldogs are actually going to be kept in check in the pocket, so still, I think so both the teams are pretty happy about that. Simple, fast-pledged, be executed, good hold by RBK. Got the first one out there, followed up by the rest of the few players when flooded by the entire .exe lineup. But this round is going to be important for XOGG. The question is, how much damage can .exe do here? The lobby is where we might possibly see the fight, because that's where the stack is as well. 4 people all the way towards the A side.
Indeed. Recon darts available.
Kohli has that in his pocket, is just revealing for one sign.
That recon's going to be delivering as well, scanning through the players, spreads zapping back and forth. But in the favor of XOGG, they've got the better weaponry too, so that's why it makes a lot of sense why they're able to win those duels. And even the Cypher gets cut off. Roster, beautiful flank that was. RVK is now going to be the only man standing. Retrieves a Bulldog. Will also have an AR in the front, so gets his hands on the Phantom. A 3-on-1 RVK, still it's doable, and actually he needs to go for this clutch as well, since he does not have anything to lose. This was sort of like a bonus buy for the players.
Shadows traveling.
Needs to take one weaponry away, and I think so that's going to be a good amount of damage on XOGG. So that camera is going to give the information. Every single one is going to be ready, and there's a paranoia behind this card.
Oh no, RVK shut down without getting anything in his hands. Solid stuff from XOGG, showing some sort of resilience in this one off the rip.
A lot of utility is still left in the hand, so in terms of the weaponry advantage, that's probably the main reason why I think they won this round. Got to actually rely on that heavy bombardment as well with the missiles along with the stuns from Trish too, so most of it right now is being done by Roster 6-2. While the rest of the players 1-3, 1-3, 1-2 and 0-2 for DXE, struggling a bit on the other side, but Operator in the mix for Maka, and he's actually towards B. Standing ahead.
Yeah. And since Machiavelli, his job is to find that first pick, things are going to be quite reliant on the man. And Roster, unfortunately, catches the man. Operator down off the rip. It's not a great news for the players of .exe because they were heavily relying on the back of it. But still, the Cypher on towards the side. He can be the main difference maker as he catches 2 important picks. RVK is still available on towards the site. Now he needs to deliver on all the expectations that are there. A 3v3 in the end left over. C-site still in hand, and that's quite lucky, but look at Roster. The man's already taken a piece of that A-site. Cage triggered. Strolling through the ground like it's his own.
Yeah, but it's all the way down on 9 HP, so that's going to be a bit more difficult. There's no other utility, to be very honest, apart from just a special delivery and the guided salvos for Doxa to help him out. Hold on to try and clear out the close angles. A couple of shock darts available. Trinity with the contingency and the undercut might actually help them out a bit. And that's the 9 HP guy, the lower guy, all the way playing in hell. Positions are unknown for Scar and Doxa.
Yeah, indeed. God, it's always going to be stunning the players off for a bit. Roster's taken down real low, but still Doxer, he's doing quite a bit, and even Scar in the back is going to provide him the cover. Incredible stuff from XOIND.
And the whole point is that first opener pick that Roster actually found on Machiavelli. Now, I'll have to say Machiavelli was not watching that angle. He was watching it towards the garage outside. And the big problem is it was RVK's duty to actually save him. He could not get that pick on roster. Roster
Yep.
found the trade, and on the back of it, the round just steamrolled out of control.
In my
favor
opinion,
of ExoGG.
in my opinion, they should have done it the opposite way around.
Probably.
Machiavelli should have stayed inside of B, looking at the window. Instead, RBK should have pushed up,
But here's the
looking
thing.
at grass.
But here's the thing, you know. Machiavelli had an, say, front back option, but for now.
Oh no, this is quite unfortunate.
Huh?
Trinity,
Comms?
he's got a lot to do, and this time around, Trinity is definitely punishing even harder. He actually gets a 4K on the verge of getting the ace as well, but Machiavelli, the second duelist, gets jealous and cuts off the ace.
He just ended up stealing it away, but what a round from Trinity indeed. Just serving it for DXE on a silver platter. Just moves out of the smoke, gets the first pick, trades off the second one. I don't know what Scar was doing there. He was supposed to actually look on the other side, but eventually gets caught, picks up the rifle, gets the third as well, spans through the smoke to get the fourth. My guy
Chalo,
just
done.
won the round for DXE on his individual brilliance.
And those time rounds can really give a
एक
massive
बार
edge
चेक कर
leg.
लेता हूँ.
And probably the momentum shift is now going to be there in the hands of DXE.
Look at the smoke difference this time around from ExoGG, or rather .exe. They've smoked off the lobby to maintain that control and to show that they might be aggressing out there. But they're just holding their position. Normally it was ExoGG who was putting a deep smoke in the A-long to just gain control. And I think so they have an idea that it's actually going to be a B rush down.
Pretty classic B take. And they've also found a lot of ground too on the back of it.
Spike planted.
RBK still hesitant. Look at the camera placement. Trinity breaking that trip, giving a false sense that there's going to be a flank coming through. Just to gather some sort of attention upon himself. Even the Hunter's Fury utilized, even the Dimensional Drift was in play. But unfortunately, Machiavelli was not able to get a lot done in that return. But still, DXE starting to win these duels, and that's giving them the major advantage. Doxer, he's got the flank! And he unfortunately whipped on the first man. He needs to win the second duel, and he does as well. But the defuse is coming through. Someone needs to try and stop it. Armageddon utilized. The man needs to get out of rage, and that's what he exactly does. At least for now, he's bought a decent amount of time for himself. Got it, Solo's out. 33 HP in hand. Can Doxer really clutch it out? And yes, might just be the answer. And he does it in style.
चलो
Doxer, incredible stuff.
मैं ना
The God it's all
एक
was
second
doing
में
everything for him in the end.
And DXE could
एक
not
second
have done
में
anything apart from just trying to stick it through. It was perfectly played by Doxer. Gets the perfect timing. Yes, misses out on a shot on Trinity, but still was able to convert that 2K, and then the Armageddon. This is such a well-placed Armageddon as well. Clears out a bit of front so that no one can push up to him, while also reaching at the spike on perfect time, and then the salvos to wrap things up.
That should have been
Beautiful
denied.
play.
That second pick from the Tejo should have been denied. The moment the Omen got taken down, that's when they lost that round. But Trinity, once again, the man started to activate himself. The moment they decide to move on towards the A side, Trinity all by himself is starting to do some insane damage. And once again towards the site, almost could have found the second man as well, but this time, he gets shut down. All thanks to Markai.
One weapon still left.
Even the plan's gonna go down soon. .exe starting to get dismantled. Doxer, this man, he's doing a lot for his team at this point. ExoGG, they're
yes.
proving a lot in this momentum.
So guys, हमें हमारे प्रिय भाई मित्र
With the same situation now.
ने एक पार्सल भेजा है.
Because that relay bolt. The advantage now back in the
हम
hands of
इसको
Exo.
इधर रखते हैं. एक पार्सल भेजा है, देख रहे हो? तो अब ये उन्होंने एक नया बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया है. उन्होंने हमें भेजा है कि ये उनका प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, वन ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट्स फ्रॉम देयर वेबसाइट. सो आप इसको यूज़ करो, एक बार चेक करो कि कैसा है, बताओ, हमें थोड़ा रिव्यू दो. तो आज उसको ये अपने वॉच पार्टी के बाद थोड़ा सा अनबॉक्स करेंगे, देखेंगे कैसा क्या है. ठीक है.
I'll have to say that was such a phenomenal paranoia by RBK, because it gave them enough time to survive, and on the back of it, DC as well was able to quickly increase his pace on that look, taking care of Roster, who's constantly playing for the anti-flank.
It's crazy how close these rounds going too.
I love it. It seems like both of these teams actually have an idea of what they want to do.
You love it, but I'm pretty sure .exe does not love it too much. But this time around, the operator is definitely going to start a strike. Talks are out of commission off the rip, and that's exactly what Machiavelli needed to do as well. Beautiful tripwire, that's going to catch the first med. But it's completely fine, though. Even though there was a trade, it's not going to be too detrimental for the players. RVK,
One enemy remaining.
still towards garage, catches the
down,
spike.
C.
Yeah, second man's right underneath, and RVK's got a rough idea of what's going on.
Huh?
With the classic to the face, but he does not even need to activate himself. Coley would do the job.
Lovely timing for the man to push out all the way. And then catch the third one. It was, again, a great opener. This time, Machiavelli's operator paying the dues. Catching the first opener, TPing out of the harm's way. And then the garage control maintained by DC was the main key. Even though he was blinded again because of the tripwire, catching Scar out there and with the support of RBK, they were just able to maintain this control and deny the C-split. I think so. First of all, again, ExoGG will need to play it slow. Will need to deal away with the tripwires of the Cypher first, then take these kinds of plays into account.
To be honest, Doxer is the really important man. The moment Doxer gets taken down, there's a big chance .exe has no resistance. He's the only one who's having the most amount of impact off the rip for the players of ExoGG. And right now, Markai. The Neon went for that P. It was quite a bold one. Taken down. It's just 1 HP. That's got a sting. Hitting for 149 with the operator. It's quite unfortunate. But luckily enough for Markai,
149.
but maybe not for too long since he does not really have a lot of HP. Even a blow of wind can actually catch the man.
For now, RBK is going to catch Doxer though, to the other side. And this
Solid.
operator
Spike down.
finding the
A.
perfect value too. And that's the spike down, by the way. So they've got to jump out, recover it. I think so. .exe should win this round as long as they play patiently.
These individual peaks, these little advantages that they're getting, it's going to go huge in the long run.
30
Triple stack
seconds
on me
left.
Still.
They know. Hit. And Machiavelli, this
Spike
man
down
is
A.
now way too destructive on the operator. Once again goes for the peek towards main, but this time gets shut down. Roster, important pick, operator outside of commission, but this BAM! Oh, they do some serious amount of damage, and just like that with the shock dart, it's Coley to close things off.
Always out there to close things off perfectly on that Sova. Indeed, being the hunter right now in Exo IND. Losing the ideas, losing the grip in this game, at least on the attacking rounds. They are anticipating those operator plays, but they have a lot of utilities,
One enemy.
or rather those flashes to try and push Machiavelli away, and he's playing pretty solid on that timing. Now, in order to counter the Yoru, you first want to play the game slow, right? You want to make sure that the first great crash expires, but here's the thing. DXE, they're also going for those triple peaks through those main choke point, and I think so that is one of the big reasons why they're setting Machiavelli up with physical bodies instead of utilities.
The main issue is now that economical loop that we speak of. EXO wins one round, that loop can be broken.
Yep.
But currently EXO is stuck in a real bad economical loop. They lose the round, they will have enough money to buy the guns, but if they lose that round once again, then they will once again have no money. They need to play with a complete eco. And on the back of that, .exe is now starting to stack up these rounds. They have won back-to-back 3 rounds, by the way. And we're not seeing any sort of resistance from EXO.
That's why they probably took this time out as well to break that momentum.
They're going to be relying heavily on Scar and Markai. Specifically that Bucky. They need to hope that it's able to find some sort of an impact in this round.
Aggressive A.
Scanning ahead. That's the only option they've got left over, right?
Taking the space to Sivas, but look at the idea from .exe. Left entire A side. Heavy stack towards B, and I love it, but hold on a second. This just scanned out DC, so all of his tripwires are deactivated for a few seconds.
Oh, player spotted! You are not supposed to challenge a man with the operator just like that. Trist, I'm not even sure what you were thinking there. You do have the utilities available as well. He had the flash.
The whole point behind that is because of the undercut of Trinity, they were just taken by surprise. And now DC is just going to rule over them. Both the players caught in garage.
Last player
Blow, it's got a sting. .exe just running through like a hot knife through butter. Another round in the tally, 3-7 being the scoreline. .exe, easy stuff.
The idea was just to overwhelm Markai with the number of players out there and then take him by surprise, or rather Markavelli out here. But the whole point was that Trinity threw a perfect undercut, perfectly suppressing all the players, or rather the ones who were aggressing. And that's why they could not force Markavelli out of that position. And everything was just basically very valuable. Now 4 major ultimates on board. Markavelli one away from the dimensional drift. This round should go for .exe.
That operator is creating too many problems. Someone needs to find a way to stop it. And maybe they have already found the way. The only way to counter an op is to go extremely aggressive. Just straight up press W. And that's what they're doing as well. You do a dump towards the A site, the man back site. He can't do anything. Does not even stand a chance to try and counter himself. And Doxer's going to take care of the player's ball with the guided solid. Solid stuff. Trinity's position is now noticed as well on the back of that trip. That was quite the important one as well. Armageddon invested in return to try and stop the flank from coming through. Questionable decisions on the way, but Doxer maybe just wanted to create some sort of distraction. Beautiful flash that was, but still, Machiavelli, he was not able to follow up on the back of it, and just like that XOGG, they found a way to counter the operator. And as I mentioned, it is going to be blind aggression.
The only thing is that this time, towards the A side, not exactly where the operator was. XOGG decided to go for a mid-aggression. They thought maybe, or rather, .exe went in for that mid-aggression, thinking that maybe XOGG will show up towards mid. At least they're going to go in for an early flank. But again, an operator on the
Last
flank.
round in the half.
What a questionable decision out there. He tried to set things up for Trinity out there, but the flash was half a second later, rather. Trinity peaked half a second early, but it's absolutely fine. They've got 7 rounds on the Haven's defense. I think so they're going to be super happy about it, considering it's a full house on the ultimates.
Without a doubt. .exe, if anyways, got the massive advantage. And as you mentioned, just one more round to go. And probably now they're going to try to use every single ultimate available in their arsenal. They've got too much in store. Hunter's Fury, Dimensional Drift from the shadows, Neural Theft for some info. Even the kill contract. Force their way inside a C. Beautiful utility utilization. Man backs away, had no other option than to give the side away as well. Outdroll invested
Spike planted.
for some sort of an intel. Is he going to be deciding to utilize the Hunter's Fury yet? That's my question. And as I mentioned, Doxer's being the main impact player every single time. He's the one to create that difference for XOGG and give the man advantage in their hands. Trinity did not even have a chance to use that kill contract. Hunter's Fury utilized. .exe started to win majority of the trades as well. Now the situation's taken down to a 2v2. In the end, Doxer's still up and alive. And as long as the man's alive, that's going to be creating a lot of space for the players. Machiavelli going for the stake on towards the spike. Roster still stuck towards garage. And these shock darts are starting to do some serious damage. Doxer in the far fray gets caught. And Roster, since he was already softened up with those shock darts, he was not able to win that duel.
3 major ultimates out there, with the Hunter's Fury being one of the most impactful on the back of the Dimensional Drift. I love that. Nice round from .exe yet again. A very chaotic beginning by Exo. Quickly went in for that C take, took control, planted the spike, and then Doxer playing for that anti-flank, took care of Trinity. While they went in for the aggression towards the garage, but again, worst possible position to go when there's a Hunter's Fury on the other side along with the Neural Theft. And fun fact, DC, even though he lost his life, he still was able to throw out his hat to reveal an information. And I think so there's another information we'd like to reveal, and that is you've got a lot of chance of savings with the OMEN laptops for up to 87,000 savings. It's got the i7 processor as well, along with the RTX 5080, something, if you use that, you can probably play a flawless Valorant, maybe.
Oh, man, you're making a lot of promises. Even though I'm in debt, I'm still going to buy it now.
It outperforms every other thing, and with the Tempest cooling, I think so that's probably the best thing. It can work as a secondary AC for your room.
Yeah, maybe I can pay off my debt when I be professional in this game.
Hopefully, if...
You know what? Right now, .exe on attack. Intention's pretty clear. They just want to bum rush towards the C site. Scar and
timing.
Tag. And because of that, he was not able to stand for too long. .exe even
Nice
though
one,
catching up
Exo.
with that this time, but Doxer once again, this man is so good. Every single time Doxer is winning every single duel that he's being offered.
Perfectly forming out there, and now he's on a quick look, or rather flank as well. Can eventually try and surprise the players, but I like the idea of .exe being a bit more aggressive on the side.
RVK catching Doxer. The main
Okay.
man's now down. Final two players going to be moving. Itself, but even they
No
get
flashes?
down. .exe winning the most important round in the second half, and that's going to be the pistol round because the upcoming round is just going to be complimentary.
Should be. Yeah. Unless they run into a stack of some kind, but again, really solid opening for .exe. That first scan onto Scar was unfortunate. And this entire map has been unfortunate for Scar and Markai, to be very honest, along with Trist. Not the best of the best record out there. Eyes are struggling to keep up with the numbers on the board. It's only Roster and Doxer who are actually finding some kind of success, and I think so. That is the big reason why .exe have got such a big lead, and it's Exo GG again for the aggression. I like the idea. .exe are playing anti-aggressive play, just all the way standing behind the spawn, or rather behind the barriers.
Sheriff Santa Shorty on board, and just look at the patience paying off. But Doxer once again creates that barrier. How is this man so good? He's been performing so well, so consistently good. No matter if you give the man a Sheriff or a Vandal, he will still find a way to get the value.
No weapons recovered though, so that's a big problem. And Scar only has a shotty. He's got the paranoia to set things up for his team though, but he needs to stay alive.
Yeah. And if .exe want to continue with the bonus, they cannot afford to lose any more guns.
अरे
The push this time around from Coley gets shut down, but DC was still able to shut down Scar with that Guardian. 30 HP in the hands of Doxer, and he delivers once again. That's the third inside of the round. 4 guns taken away, and this is now going to start to sting the players of .exe. But a Guardian in the hands of RVK, that can be the major difference maker right there. Beautiful peek. Just a pixel more than enough for the man to try and get the job done. RVK now spots the second man as well. What a shot that was. There's no way. He was almost on the verge of being taken down. He was way too close to comfort. .exe, they almost ate himself in that round.
Doxer is getting snappy. I'm just telling you at this point, he is owning everyone in the lobby.
The way he's playing, it feels like he's just owning .exe. But the main issue is that he's the only one owning.
It was unfortunate for Roster though. He almost connected that shot, the second one. First one was a headshot, but it's that one long range Sheriff headshot delivering 145. But it's absolutely fine. This just gonna this
मार्काई तो मार ही नहीं पा रहा है ब्रो.
conversion for
दिन खराब चल रहा है मार्काई का पूरा.
That's why they're playing all the way widespread. Every single part of the map being controlled by at least one of the player. Now just changing a few things, moving couple towards the because of that shock dart, which took care of one of the trips. Good macros by .exe as of now. The entire mid scanned out fully clean. That means they can now focus on the extremities for XOGG.
They indeed can. They're pretty much trying to pull off a hero Vandal play in this round.
Yep.
Putting all their eggs in one basket and hoping that maybe they can actually squeeze themselves through this one. That cage allowed them to sneak all the way towards the underpass, and now they're also going to find their way towards the side itself. Your clone utilized Armageddon.
Oh my god.
To try and stop the push of Drax, and Doxer once again delivers. He's getting a 2K every single round, no matter what you're trying to do. Stopping Doxer is impossible. And now Markai as well, he's found himself upping the heat. A 4-on-1 in the end. Coley left to try and save the Vandal, which seems like a daunting task.
That's the job.
And it is.
Get used to it.
As that creature who's making it difficult for you is just this behemoth of a man, Doxer. My man is just not stopping. I'll have to say, all the rounds that XOGG have got till now,
It's all because of that one man.
it's been on the back of Doxer, man. I need to ask for a shoulder workout, to be honest.
Really good. Whatever he's doing, it's been working out every single time. And it's not like he's doing something completely out of the box.
19-10.
He's just been better as an individual. And it feels like that agent right there he's using, he's so accustomed to him.
My ult is ready.
इतना उसके बारे में तारीफ कर रहे नजर ही लगा देंगे उसको.
Perfect Armageddon as well, which was used up in the previous round. Now the silver lining for that for .exe is going to be that there's no Armageddon available for the next couple of rounds at least. Unless Doxer again snaps like a madman. Stuck towards the seaside again, but there's no tripwire this time around there. One is in the garage and second one outside of the B main. And look at Doxer again. He's going to get so much information out of this A lobby take. Really scanning DC out there, so maybe a call could be made for a false information. Spike finally moving towards the seaside.
Tripwire, catching the man. And Trinity now at this point. It's you and me. Hunter's Fury is also going to catch a lot of damage.
Wow!
And he's able to take down 2 players. Coley, that Hunter's Fury right there was a game winner. And even the kill contract now finding the major advantage. Trinity, he has done his job. 2 major ultimates utilized. And those 2 major ultimates, they created some insane difference.
बंदे का crosshair placement बहुत अच्छा है.
The man softened up way too low. And just catching strays like that through the smoke, that's gotta blow.
Unfortunate indeed. He's gonna get some chip damage onto one of the player, maybe not so.
Oh no, both of them moving from the back. Trinity's all by himself, gets caught. Doxer's still alive. The clutch is still possible as long as Doxer's up. You can still count on the player.
Last player standing.
Shock Dart used, RVK shutting down Trist, but Doxer is still alive.
Enemy
And this
remaining.
man is an absolute monster. Almost got the second one too.
The moment when I saw both the
भाई ये तो इसको ऑर्ग देख रहे होंगे इसका प्ले. ये कोई बड़े ऑर्ग में तो पक्का जा रहा है. वो अकेला बंदा जा रहा है पक्का. एक्चुअल में भाई पूरा एम डिप दे रहा है भाई. वो भी एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर्स को. बहुत अच्छा है भाई. इसको सोचो अच्छी टीम मिल गई तो भी तो गाफ फाड़ देगा ब्रो.
I 100% agree. But again, to be honest, if you look at the ideas that .exe are bringing on the table, combining the undercut along with the recon dart into the
अभी से सोचो उसको अच्छी ऑर्ग मिल गई. नेक्स्ट एस्केरोसी या मे बी
actually gave them the opening 2 kills as well.
पैसिफिक रिप्रेजेंटेशन ऐसा भी हो जाए. बहुत अच्छा है ये मैं ब्रो.
You get softened up, rather vulnerable because of that undercut too.
मार्का तो एकदम नहीं चल रहा है भाई. ड्यूलिस्ट खेल के एकदम नहीं चल पा रहा है बेचारा.
Imagine you get first 2 picks and then you're up in a 4v2 and even after that it goes down to a 1v1. That's the power of Doxer, and to be honest, one of the replay cams we actually saw him being a little bit disappointed out there because he's been getting every single thing done, but
exactly
no one apart from him.
He's got all the rights to be disappointed because he's the only one who's putting up such a massive impact while the other players are just not able to reply back. Even Markai, the duelist himself, the Neon main, he's sitting all the way at the bottom with just 5 kills. Look at Scar, he's only got 3. Trist has got 5. Roster's got 13, and then you've got the man himself, Doxer, sitting on 22.
Over there.
That's a massive difference.
प्रैंकी ओपी भाई आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई. चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा. एंड थैंक यू सो वेरी मच फॉर कमिंग. थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग मेरे भाई. क्या हाल है ब्रो? योर इंस्टा रील्स आर गुड. थैंक यू प्रैंकी भाई. थैंक यू सो मच यार. आपको अच्छा लगे यार, आप लोगों के लिए ही हम बनाते हैं. एंड थैंक यू फॉर द कॉम्प्लीमेंट भाई. लव यू भाई. ऐसे ही हर दिन, अभी आज भी और एक वीडियो आ रही है वो भी आपको अच्छी लगेगी. बस अभी कुछ मिनट में अपलोड होने वाली है वो. सो कीप सपोर्टिंग ब्रदर. और हो सके तो सब्सक्राइब कर दीजिएगा चैनल को. मैं मेरे को लग रहा है ये अगले सीजन डॉक्टर कोई बड़े ऑर्ग में तो पक्का जा रहा है.
Thanks. Love you. Forever.
Thank you Pranky bhai for subscribing. Thank you so much yaar.
Got a lot of problems coming through, and yes, on the back of that paranoia, even that
चलो
push
स्कार मारा.
happened, but Scar what an impactful hold that was. It's just because of that one single man, it just came through, and yes, from the shadows utilized by RyuK. Now the plant's gonna come through as well. But does DC have the advantage spot in his hands? And yes, he does. He's holding the link.
Guardian.
He needs to go massive. DC at least needs to find a 2K in order for
Nice
them to
one.
get a chance to win the round. But RyuK as well, he coupled up with the man. A 1v2 in the end. This is still doable, but Doxer is alive. That demon of a player still standing in the game. And if Doxer gets one more kill, he will also have his hands on the Armageddon. Well, that's going to be for the upcoming round, so it does not matter for now. But RyuK,
स्टिक तो करना पड़ेगा, डॉक्सर को खेलना पड़ेगा.
There's still a fault line for Trist.
I don't think RyuK can actually make a lot of difference, but still the time is clicking, and now the man cannot really afford for any more taps. And just like that, Doxer once again stopping the players of .exe. He's the only man who's holding .exe from losing this game. It reminds me of a scene in the Marvel universe where Captain America is holding the chopper all by himself.
Yeah, where he actually hurt his bicep, you know.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't improv. It actually happened at that time. I've heard the story about it, but yes, I agree. Doxer has really been that man.
या बोल सकते हो थैनोस अकेला आयरन मैन जब लड़ रहा है.
All the 5 players are performing. Just imagine, Scar getting a 3K in the previous round was enough for them to actually win the round. With a couple of players standing. This time around again. .exe on the pistols, moving in garage.
ओ भाई ये डॉक्सर कैसे मिस करते.
quite uncharacteristic of the man Doxer. He was hitting every single shot and point, but then he whipped some of the most.
Short,
This
rest.
time his teammates have came back to life. Collecting those kills.
Short.
The C said Machiavelli can't really do a lot just with the classic, and even he will be wrapped up in a roll.
Seems like Hanwan is also joined in the fight, right? Good play from Markai as well. Along with Trist getting an important pick in the previous round. Making sure that it's not going out of hand at least. It was just the pistols on the other side, but we know how close those kind of scenarios could eventually get. It's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Another rifle round on board, though only an Euro theft available. Machiavelli 1 away from dimensional drift, so maybe they want to prioritize an of at least C, but that's not happening. 4 people stacking towards the A side for ExoGG. Anticipating an E hit out there. But it's not exactly where .exe are looking. They're focusing on B this time around.
Armageddon overdrive available even from the shadows in hands of ExoGG. But this time around, .exe, they're going to have none of it. Just going for the plant directly, and now they're going to try to play for the post plant, but Trinity, he needs to be the main impact maker. He needs to create some sort of difference. And he definitely does as well. That one pick is going to go a long way. ExoGG now getting dismantled, stopped in their tracks. They're not able to create any sort of a problem for the opponents, and RyuK is now just tapping away with the skulls. Scar from the back. Can he really clutch it, though? That's my question. Throughout the entire game, he was not able to do a lot. But now is his moment to come back to life, and he's already found the footing towards the side itself.
Okay.
He's able to stop RyuK in tracks, but Kohli gets the return frag.
Got the first one already, but nothing after that. Again, a pretty solid move coming in on the other side, though. Exo, IND. You mentioned about the Armageddon was used in this round, but no avail. This push from .exe on the back of the plant. I'll have to say, regardless of how good Doxer has been, RyuK with the paranoia in this entire map has been phenomenal. This time around, dimensional drift. Machiavelli taking a lot of space out there for his team on the C.
You and me.
And that's going to be the kill contract being used up as well. Did not really pick up even a single player out though, but gave the information that it was empty.
Previous couple of rounds, Doxer's impact is clearly failing. And that's one of the main reasons why .exe is once again starting to come back to life. 2 on 3 in the makings, and yeah, Trist is now the only man left alive. Can he really be the difference maker? That's my question. Flash is utilized to try and flush out the player, but .exe will be the one to take the first map in their hands as they put the players of ExoGG in a real uncomfortable spot now in the brackets. And I'm pretty sure Doxer As I mentioned, the moment it felt like the man's impact was losing out, the moment it was missing out, that's when .exe instantly came back to life. Doxer activating himself is desperately needed now in the upcoming map of Lotus.
I mean, to be honest, at one point someone's gonna gas out, right? And I guess that was the round for Doxer where he actually lost the fight in the garage because it was a sheriff shot. He tried to take it, or rather he had the vandal himself, tried to take that shot, the sheriff right to the dome, and that sometimes is the momentum breaker, it sometimes is the confidence breaker. But to be honest, a very solid map by the entire of the .exe, because there were some good macro ideas. They were controlling the extremities of the map, also had the idea of what to do in the mid, and their defensive rounds were just picture perfect.
Without a doubt they were. I mean, in general for .exe, with the way things were going for them, right? Yeah, off the rip, we thought that maybe they might just face a bit more of that resistance, but the moment that second half arrived, DSC was just Doxer owning them, but then .exe was still converting majority of the rounds, and I'm pretty sure for .exe, what matters is the win. It's not about who they're getting dominated by or what's happening to them. It's all about getting the round win at the end of the day, and that's what they were doing.
Doing pretty flawlessly as well in a lot of those scenarios. Huli on the Sova was so impactful. We did not really see a lot of kill contract individual fights of Trinity. We were able to witness one, if I'm not wrong, when he picked up roster there. And he was able to win out of that fight, but still, he was doing a very solid job, right? Playing in the first entry for the team. Machiavelli setting things up for him on the back of the flashes as well, and then they switched things up when there was the dimensional drift available. Just pulling it all the way back up, changing few things when Trinity became the second entry. I did like the idea of what they were bringing.
And let's talk about the main difference maker for .exe as well. It all happened in the first half itself. When Machiavelli was using that operator, they were able to get so many rounds in the back of that op itself. It was 4 or 5 rounds back-to-back they squeezed in. And because of that Machiavelli play, .exe, they had the advantage off the rip, and that's why it just fiddled with the minds of XOGG. The MVP of that previous game, it's going to be RyuK. The man himself is also IGLing with the ACS of 270 and 3 first kills. Solid stuff by RyuK.
Just a couple of mistakes out there that we actually saw from him, but that does not matter because the number of plays that he was making that were actually so good on the back of those paranoias as well. I want to actually see how many assists they've got, because I'm pretty sure that one of the big reasons for success of both Trinity and Machiavelli was him. Even on the defensive side, whenever there was any kind of execute, he was just always there to throw it all out. And these stats are just one-sided. 14 first kills for .exe and only 6 for XOGG.
Incredible stuff. I mean, for .exe, it makes a lot of sense why it's tilted completely towards one side. But, man, I mean, soon we're going to have a look at the individual stats as well, the individual performance. And that's when you can see Doxer just straight up carrying his team on the back. Specifically in the second half, we saw some insane impacts from that player. He was constantly getting 2Ks, 3Ks, and that's why .exe was struggling so much. But then later on, Doxer was just not able to perform the way that he did. And you clearly saw in the final 3 rounds, Doxer was just able to get that 1 kill. Before that, he was sitting on 22.
Yeah, but still, I mean, keeping an account for this entire game, 23-14 and then 14-16. Rest of the 3 players not even hitting the double digits, man.
Yeah.
That is a big, big problem. Markai, Scar, Trist, all of them need to step up big. While on the other side, though, RyuK, 9 assists as well, highest for him in his entire team, while the rest of the players also not too far away, following up closely. 17, 15, 2, and then Kohli 15 and 13 with 7 assists as well. Everyone was doing a pretty solid job.
Yeah, everyone was doing pretty good. It was a well split out board from the side of .exe, while on the opposite side it was just Doxer all by himself, and there was the Cypher available underneath him. In my opinion, the Neon needs to do much better, man.
I agree.
Straight up. If the Duelist is not able to be at the top of the board, at least be on the second spot. And that's one of the main reasons why we did not really see pretty much XOGG take the cake in the first map itself. But let's not forget they still have a second chance left over on the map of Lotus, and if they're able to win that map as well, then maybe things can be a little bit more different. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break before we move on to the upcoming map.
To live your life the way you want.
चलो अगला मैच स्टार्ट होने से पहले अपन इंस्टाग्राम पे कंटेंट अपलोड कर लेते, क्या बोलते हो?
Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
चलो काम कर रहा है लिंक।
A heavenly result on the map of Haven for .exe, but now it's time for .exe to bloom on the map of Lotus as well to end the series in a 2-0, or maybe it can be EXO IND to rise up in the muddy waters and shine brightly to try and take us to the third series fixes. What are your thoughts on that?
You know, it was quite poetic, but by the likes of it, you know, looking at how things have been going out, .exe clearly are the favorites to win this one. Yes, we did see EXO IND get a little bit of themselves back. The resurgence was definitely there. Not a lot of rounds though, and everything on the shoulders of Doxa. But heading on, you know, next up, like you said, it's going to be Lotus, and we've seen .exe play in Lotus yesterday. I think the biggest issue was those shot callings during the attacking side, where against when they were taking on SA12, they had no answers. They had no initiations, nothing. So that is something that .exe needs to work out if they have to easily win this one. Otherwise, the defensive round was fine.
I kind of agree as well with you on that point that the shot callings on the attacking side, yeah, they were a bit iffy out there, and also SA12, they're just a bit too good on that defense whenever we talk about it. Just a few changes in their roster to work now perfectly. But now EXO IND are actually going to be under pressure. The previous map, yes, they could not secure it, but the silver lining on the back of that is that was .exe's map pick. This one is for them, and the fun fact is,
ये क्या हुआ
it's more or less like you're forcing the other side to be on the
कैसे
side
हुआ
of that map. I think so.
कब
the fact that
हुआ
if they catch in a few good rounds, maybe they'll have the path for the map number 3.
Yeah, of course, because, you know, ideally, to be honest, if I were EXO GG, I'd also, you know, like the fact that I am starting off from defense, because I know that yesterday's games really did not go well for .exe in terms of their attacking side. So might as well restrict them, get around 5 or 6 rounds, a 6-6 swap is something ideal
Chalo,
that you would
nice.
be banking on it.
Yeah.
But again, you know, it's going to be imperative that from EXO IND you would want to have Markai really stepping it up. Because the
चलो
previous
ये
game
भी
was quite
done
lackluster,
Yeah.
still finding his footing, and now the pressure is even quadruple. Because if they lose this one, they're pretty much out of this split.
Absolutely no second chances anymore
Yeah.
now. This is their second chance, if anything. And EXO IND is again a team that did not just get a slot into split 2 like that, right? They had to fight tooth and nail for that through the promo relo as well, duking it out
आवाज नहीं जा रही है वाह
and then winning against them, who already had big experience of split 1. So I think so it's still a very solid journey which you would want to see go a little bit longer. But for .exe as well, you know, we know that this team, it's all filled up with all of these buddies who've been playing in the circuit, if not for just 2 or 3 years, but rather for a very long time. Very experienced out there. And to be very honest, experience sometimes always overperforms or overwhelms the new young talent.
Yeah, it does, but that's the beauty about EXO IND, right? You do not know what version of EXO IND is going to be at display. Who knows? They might get White Feral in this particular game when they know everything's on the line and just go all out. Something that, you know, Asterisk were also trying to do. Who knows if their key players step up and you know, find the players of .exe off guard, because yes, we know .exe, they carry in a lot of experience, they know what needs to be done, but yesterday they kind of fell off against SA12, so who knows, could be a different story altogether. But of course, EXO GG playing for their lives. You've got OMEN, Breach, Raze, Vice and Teho. Quite standard
क्या हो
from
रहा है?
both the sides.
Yeah.
Nothing really that catches me off guard.
I really like the composition of EXO GG. Again, this is the first time that they'll be playing on this map. Wild for .exe already have shown their face on this one. Not winning a lot of
रुकना एक
rounds
सेकंड
on
गाइस
attack at all. If anything, they played 7 rounds. They've lost all of them in total, and their defenseman rate is also just 50%. This is the exact same comp they picked the last time as well. So it's going to be fun to watch how they're actually going to perform out on the other side. A double duelist into a single initiator in the form of Fade along with codename, who's going to be playing on that smoke standard, as you said. But I really like what EXO GG are bringing to the table. That means they go yet again overwhelming the other side with the utilities. We have already seen how good Doxa is, not just individually brilliant, but also on this age.
गाइस पावर कट हुआ है
Explosive. He's the smoker of the team, and understanding you, they heard the Yoru TP. They saw Marcavelli TP out, and that is the standard place where Yoru keeps his TP up. And again, from the shadows play which he tried to make all the way towards CT, that normally is done once.
Back, guys. I'm back. We are back. We are back.
Yeah, it's gonna be
We are back.
It's gonna farm up for his steel guard and run away from it.
Not looking good. Not looking good at all for .exe. And against SA2L, .exe still did have a decent half on the defensive side. The attacking, however, was an issue. And again, they're in same gauntlet, and they also need to understand, quickly need to make work of things, especially a map like Lotus, quite prevalent around.
We
the
are
South
back.
scene,
We
and,
are
their
back.
early struggles quite visible, but for now they've got bigger issues at hand. As XOIND quickly decide to just kind of get inside a quick switch around, maybe towards C. Nobody deployed over there. All the men around A from the back.
Chalo.
Look at the plan.
It's an empty side entirely, so I think so the best thing
Nice,
for
nice, nice.
30 seconds left.
.exe would be to probably just go down to the spike. Don't really give any
Spike
major
planted.
ultimates on the other side, because look at Roster. It's 3 away from his showstopper. If he gets a picker and probably dies after that, he'll be 1 away. So just an ob that would be needed. Markai as well, 1 away from Steel Garden. Still surprised though why he did not go for the plant, but it's alright. They're gonna work around something else on the back of it. Now, this gives enough time to .exe, to be honest. Maybe think about what they need to do in the next few rounds.
I mean, at this point, I urge another timeout to be taken because they're struggling. And clearly, they cannot give 2 more rounds away to XOIND.
Fun fact, the next half, .exe would be on the attacking side, but
Yeah.
the win rate is 0%.
Exactly, and you know, that's not funny at all. That's scary, at the least.
Why is Necro laughing then?
I mean, yeah, he has his own ways. We'll leave him at it. But you know, moving on.
फिर से गया करंट
At this point, I think.
भाई अगर ये फिर से गया ना बहुत मारूंगा सबको देख के ना पड़ेगा.
It's not all about Doxer anymore. In fact, the other players, he's the least performing player. Rather, he does not have the need to. Everybody else is showing up, especially the way
नहीं.
Markai and
फिर से नहीं गया है.
It's been quite impeccable.
है करंट है.
Even the previous one, on that Cypher along with Doxer on the table. This time around again, seems like he's a bit more comfortable on the base.
अरे
Beautiful haunt by RyuK again. Just right through that one small opening in the connector and the B. Threw it out and picked off Roster just as I was done singing his own praises again. Straight look by RyuK, and the stoppage of Doxer could be the main key of this entire fight. But look at the rest of the players too. Markai going all the way around from the spawn towards the connector.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. With the waterfall, he finds one.
Ah.
Trades are good. As Kohli gets one more, and Doxer, he's gonna get knifed. Oh, he
I
had a
don't think
chance,
so.
but RyuK is not gonna do that. He's
Yeah.
not gonna do any more triggering there, as .exe finally find something to latch on, a 4th round. And the best part would be here to end with another W and keep it to 7-5, which is still a very good swap if you consider Lotus.
Last
I
round.
was just
before
about to
the
say
switch.
right before the start of this round that .exe would probably be looking for a 7-5 swap. Losing out on 6 rounds consecutively. So that was a bit difficult for them to break, but now they've got the Nightfall available. There's no other ultimate that is very close to be up and ready, apart from Chris from the Rolling Thunder, Roster for the Showstopper. So the Nightfall becomes even more impactful in this one round. The major thing is XOGG have not really shown a lot of presence. Oh, hold on!
Nice. That was actually very nice. Catch the players off guard. Nice set play. Comes in, Markai. Really exuding confidence. Before getting taken down, they take one along with him.
That's a smoker.
And It's a 3-on-4 situation. Chris not having the best of HP. And now they have to explore the A side. Scar one, interestingly, he's got an AWP on him.
It's the last round, you know, you might as well just want to invest in all the big guns.
Swapped again. So yeah, I mean, makes sense. Just wanted it for the peak.
Yep.
But now, drones deployed. Getting back at sea.
It's just to get the information of Mound and probably create a bit of question mark in the minds. Though, this position from Scar is going to be impeccable. If he wins it, this might turn the round.
Let's see if he can. Or
30 seconds left.
Timing was absolutely right. He's going to reposition himself. He's got the showstopper to also play, and this time he's not going to miss. Chris getting dealt with. Scar 1 still alive.
Sees both players.
Yeah. 2-on-3 at this point. Paranoia to follow up. RyuK
10
takes
seconds.
some damage. 10 seconds on the
10
clock.
seconds left.
Time is running
One
out,
enemy
and
remaining.
Machiavelli present. He's gonna unleash hell, and .exe somehow redeemed themselves. A 7-5 swap.
The trap play towards the seaside working yet again. And on the back of it, .exe saving themselves from this half that was running out of their hands. And ExoGG on the other side though, still keeping that lead up. 7-5 on the half. A few of shots here and there, if he yes. But at the end of the day, it came down to those duels over towards the end where, and the showstopper, and eventually Trinity was able to farm up for. It was 2 away actually. Now this is where I always talk about the ult economy and why it becomes even more crucial. We'll come back to this discussion in a while, as right now, again probably towards Rubble where Machiavelli fully blinded. Just have to concede the space, and B is where we might possibly see the next fight.
Just look at Come on. 2 ahead right now, and Roster, so is he. Quick trades from both the sides. A 3-on-3 situation. That's .exe. B side. Oh, this is scary.
Spike down
But
A.
this DC does make it count somehow. Sure, finally going out, and now .exe quickly plant for a
It's 2v1 on the side.
Doxer.
Oh, reposition.
Timing.
It's brilliant, and it's got the salvos up too.
Yeah, and it's gonna be
One enemy
Cody
remaining.
had no clue, and the spike has
Spike
fallen down.
A.
Now
I have the spike.
DC around that smoke. Of course, get the plant, but I'm pretty sure a lot of utils might follow up. DC
Blinding crack.
going to be very interesting. He needs to isolate one. Cannot fight against 2 at the same
Retrieving
time
flash.
at this given point. And
One
just barely
enemy
40% HP. Oh, now it's down to the wire.
Ring around the rosy.
Yeah. But what's gonna happen? DC got no clue of when the peak is gonna come, and Markai, just too good on his aim, will secure the pistol for ExoIND.
Human instinct to go back to the safety is what probably kicked into DC. Markai just picking up the perfect timing where you could see that slight movement that DC tried to make to move towards 3, and that was the perfect time for Markai to peak. It did so. But again, came down to this back and forth fight all the way it started towards B main. And Scar as well.
Enemy remaining.
You know, this is the strength of an Omen, that many a times you can just move so far forward without triggering the sheer wall because of the shrouded step.
Find that rhythm.
That sometimes becomes useless, but so could be the case with the trap fires of
Flash placed.
Cypher, but it's absolutely fine right now. Outlaw out in the mix along with a couple of Guardians too. And the struggle of .exe on the attacking round continues, Fixes.
Yeah, and
8 rounds now, to be honest.
just pressing on the matter, they have not invested in any creds at all in terms of pistols. At nothing. Nada. So, ideally, we're looking at a 9-5 unless and until .exe pull off something miraculous. And at this point,
अरे
we're hoping for a plant.
ये नेड बेचारा रॉकस्टार का अपने पे आ गया.
Time is going to be crucial.
5 classics are becoming 5 demon classics in close range.
Let's see, let's hope for the best. Var.exe at this point. Doxer gonna make the first move. Twist is gonna get that kill, and now suddenly Roster and Twist follow it up, and nothing remains. Just bodies down and out as EXO-IND quickly get the retake.
Feeding the orb into Doxer as well. They want the Armageddon to be up as quickly as possible. Pretty solid round again. Good amount of util usage, and then eventually all the players moving together in unison, taking down the rest of the members of .exe. 10 rounds on attack.
Yeah.
Not a single converted yet. Now I know a lot of people are going to get confused how 10 rounds. 7 of the rounds, or rather 8 of those rounds, were back when they played against S8UL. 7 actually, and 2 here. So that's 9 rounds in total on the attack that they haven't yet converted. Maybe this one round where they've got the weaponry advantage. Only just running away from that aggressive rubble take though, but Markai with the opener. I think so it's gonna be a 10-0 .exe, struggling yet again.
Just keeps getting worse, especially after that shot. What do you do? How do you respond yourself back into this? RVK still trying to be brave. Markai, no way, no way, that's illegal. That was never supposed to happen. And yet Markai does it somehow. RVK somehow will get the plant though. They see this was much more needed. Can he squeeze out? No. But still he gets away with it and gets the third and the fourth as well. DC flipping tables, and how?
DC is not stuck with you. You are stuck with DC. My man literally just tried to run away, but for who? I do not know, and that's a nasty way to convert around .exe. And that too when they were down a couple of members.
First now.
Jesus, first indeed, I'll have to say, but on the back of DC, that is fantastic. And has also got the Steel Garden up for this one round too. No other major ultimates on the other side, so this could very well be a pivotal round in the half.
Interesting one of that as Roster. Oh my god, that relentless aggression. But at this point, EXO-IND just playing on confidence. 9-6. The scoreline. RVK for Roster at this point. Alright, Machiavelli. Get the spike back. Where are they headed?
It's also used up the Steel Garden as well. They anticipated EXO-GG to play up close to Spike, maybe guard them. It's not really the case. We've only seen one till now though, and that's only DC, who normally plays as the lurker of the team, and that's why there's no rotation being called on C side.
Oh, that's an interesting take. At this point, Trace does have the fault line. Trinity starting in the wrong place. Yeah, and he'll be punished. Trace gets picked off, and suddenly the control relinquished. At this point, .exe will have no trouble getting the plant in. And a 3-on-4 situation for EXO-IND. Need a hero at this point. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be Markai or Doxer. Oscar. All 3 of them have been playing really well, but Markai, he squeezes in, gets 2, and suddenly evens the numbers. Doxer, position compromise. Knows goalie where he's come from, but now look at this. Quick one-on-one trades, and now
15 HP.
Yeah, DC does not have a lot going on. He's gonna fall for that trap. And eventually Doxer makes quick work of him, and just like that, EXO-IND get themselves back into this game.
He's got a lot of time as well in his pocket. Almost 1.5 seconds though, but what a way to convert this round. EXO-GG. They lost their members down again, but even after that, this is all retake.
क्या लगता है DXE कमबैक करेगी या ये थर्ड मैप जा रही है?
That basically means it's not going to be available for a while though, but big economy in terms of the ultimate is going to be built up. Trinity with the showstopper. Machiavelli one away from the dimensional drift. Kohli as well, one off from his own from the shadows, and this is the map where we actually see pretty decent use of from the shadows. Again, smoke towards the CT, TPing out there, creating the question mark which Scar tried to create without actually adding the smoke. Was it a question mark though there? funnily enough, they still ended up winning that round.
Yeah, I mean, .exe really need to stop making those mistakes. And RVK clearly not pleased with what's going on, still boosting their morals. And this is their important timeout. Nothing left after this. So they have to quickly get their heads back into the game. One more slipped out round and seems like they will be pushed to map 3, and especially at such a worse moment when you've got roster in such a hot form along with Marsai and even for Scar. All of them, they have been firing on all cylinders. At this point, .exe not have the best weaponry. Let's see what they can conjure out of this one.
Early rubble take as well, and now understanding that .exe are not really focusing a lot on that rubble. ExoGG just investing
है ना, lights on करता हूँ, रुको.
couple of players and sending the rest of them back towards the C side. Now this is a good setup because Markai would be able to hold the push for a while, and with the support of Trist, they're going to be able to buy enough time for that stall for the rest of the players to join or at least go for the flank. Good call on the shear. Knew that this might actually be just the Yoru decoy. Now they're going to be calling in the rest of the cavalry as well out here. Scrappy buy again for .exe. Still got the outlaw, but a hero bandit in the mix.
Buying enough time, Markai get in, deployed. Trinity will still find one. And Machiavelli bought down too low, but Trinity with that showstopper is now starting to flip the tables. Markai still alive though. 1-5 situation, and Markai instantly evens up the numbers. At this point, it's just back and forth brawl going on. DC, the last man alive, now in a 1-on-2. And this is where he has to make the clutch of his life, plant the spike as well. And he needs to get roster, but roster showing no mercy. And seems like the third map is on its way.
So as we found the first pick for .exe, you know, with the showstopper, Necro he's sitting right next to me right now, tapped on my shoulder. He's like, see what I was saying, I think it's going to be a 2-0 and all that. Meanwhile, as soon as he saw the result of the round, his head just moved down in disappointment though. But Markai is the main reason for that, with the way how this man found those couple of picks and then the showstopper on the other side.
थर्ड मैप जा रहा है ये तो.
Pretty much the
Confirm.
of .exe fanboy. Necro at this point.
In his own words, pretty much.
Yeah. But back into it. Trinity. Ooh, that would have been a close call. Scar. So close. Paranoia. Manages to evade that one. The dark cover of himself. Kohli and Scar one trading blows after blows as .exe. This time, they look quite decisive. As DC's ventured in deep into B. And Doxer maybe has an inkling. Could be set in a trap. Needs to win this duel, and he will do so. And .exe somehow get themselves back into this. I wish we had a camera for this big man.
I agree.
Yeah, he rightfully is bringing in all his spirits into this one, as well as .exe get one more, but still far from the objective being completed.
We're back in like 2013, 2014, how we would raise our hands to give our energy to the spirit bomb of Goku. This man is giving his own energy to the members of .exe. But yes, pretty solid round on the back of the play by DC as well, I'd have to say, sending out those taunts, but a good rubble re-clear from their side. You know, they waited for ExoGG to take that space and then use their own utils to re-clear that space this time around. Run away towards C. Markai's got no escape.
As of now.
इतना कैसे शॉट्स मारने का मौका मिल रहा है?
Finally punished though. Scar, this time back off. Look at this roster. How quickly did he get there? And .exe, they are in shambles at this point. Exo India just playing on pistols and toying around with .exe at this very point. And they are not missing anything at all, but still hoping for a spike plant. They'll get that though. As now the quick swing, 3 players right in front of Trinity, gets one, will isolate, get the second, get the third, in fact make a fourth out of it. leaving Doxer to be the last man alive. DC deals with him as .exe fight back, but next round is going to be quite important.
It's going to be the most crucial round probably in this entire half for .exe. If they win that one, then that means they'll be equalizing the scoreline because EXO-IND will be back on a broken bye. But to be very honest, this also became a bit too close early on after these first two picks by Rosta and Markai. But it was this very moment where Trish was not able to land that trade, and again, individual brilliance from Trinity, getting that 4K in that round, is almost completing his showstopper as well, just a few points away. Wants to quickly force out the bay. I love the smoke again. It is entirely countering the one-way smoke that EXO-GG are putting. And it also allows you to take that off freely without basically fearing anyone pushing all the way out from C.
They've got a Nightfall, they've got a dimensional drift. They want to play alongside it. Only the Nightfall being deployed, Paranoia instantly to counter it. Ascar.
सनातनी जी, आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई। चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा। एंड थैंक यू सो वेरी मच फॉर कमिंग, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग मेरे भाई। क्या हाल है, कैसे हो मेरे भाई? सेंसिया स्पेक्स क्या लिख रहे हो भाई? सनातनी जी, अगर आपको स्पेक्स के बारे में सब कुछ मतलब पूरा जानना है तो डिस्क्रिप्शन में मेरे दोनों ही रिग्स के स्पेक्स लिखे हुए प्रॉपर पूरे पेरिफेरल्स के साथ, आप वहाँ पे भी चेक कर सकते हो। यहाँ पे नाइट बोर्ड बस बेसिक्स वाला ही बताता है, डिस्क्रिप्शन में सारे लिखे हुए हैं। भाई हो क्या रहा है डीएक्सी के साथ, समझ नहीं आ रहा है। डीएक्सी का लोटस बहुत ही खराब है, फिर बहुत ज्यादा खराब है। कल एसएटीएल के साथ भी ऐसे ही हुआ और आज अंडरडॉग्स के साथ भी ऐसे ही हो रहा है। लोटस बहुत ज्यादा खराब है। मतलब इंडिविजुअल ड्यूएल्स में अगर कोई मार दे रहा है 3K 4K तब हो रहा है, वरना तो स्ट्रेटेजिकली घुस ही नहीं पा रहे। वो घुस रहे तो पोस्ट प्लान नहीं कर पा रहे, वैसा सीन हो रहा है।
Oh my goodness! That's as worse as it could go. As EXO-IND, alright, Machiavelli being a little ambitious. Spotted out Markai. Needs to pay respect.
Big problem is that DC has got the operator, but there's not a single player that's coming on the flank. So he will need to make sure that no one pushes out of the stairs, but there's a showstopper.
And Roster connects. Trinity, one for himself. He's also gonna get that, but still gets picked off in the process. And now it is a 2-on-4, and Kohli goes unchecked.
भाई
Not anymore. Doxer
उसके ऊपर चढ़ गए।
But nothing to latch onto. Just waiting for the inevitable as Markai gets the final frag, and EXO-IND, they live to tell the tale.
भाई अगर यहाँ से थर्ड मैच जीत गई ना एक्सो,
Sheer resilience being displayed by this young man against such veterans, pulling this map and in a dominating fashion, and how impeccable stuff.
Very dominating indeed, without any doubt. They were able to quickly surprise the members of .exe, constantly maintaining the control of the rubble. Fixes I always talk about on the map of load.
Sanatani ji, what do you do for living? Bro, I am a content creator and I play games. बस अपने लिविंग के लिए अपन यही करते हैं। आप मेरा इंस्टाग्राम भी चेक कर सकते हो ब्रो, डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिंक है, यू कैन गो एंड वहाँ पे भी आप चेक कर सकते हो। अगर आपको गेमिंग कंटेंट्स पसंद है तो आपको मेरा इंस्टाग्राम ज़रूर से पसंद आ सकता है, तो मेक श्योर यू चेक आउट माय इंस्टाग्राम टू।
You know, it's a well-stated fact that .exe, they've got more experience under their belt. But if you can't outsmart them, then you can certainly out-game them. And that is what EXO-IND just did, right? You know, the sheer cojones on going for those.
भाई ये तो कुछ अलग ही मारा था रोस्टर ब्रो।
.exe seem to have no answer, losing their fights, overthinking, everything just crashing.
विकास चौहान भाई, आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई। चैनल पे आप भी नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा। एंड थैंक यू सो वेरी मच फॉर कमिंग, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। क्या हाल है भाई, कैसे हो?
For Exo IND, they were enjoying themselves.
बिग फैन भाई, थैंक यू सो मच यार, लव यू भाई। विकास भाई कैसे हो विकास भाई? मोनेटाइज है? यस मोनेटाइज्ड है ब्रो। आपको एड्स नहीं आ रहे?
How are they going to come out of this one loss, right? Because they were trying their level best to eventually
यूट्यूब
get themselves back up.
धोखेबाज, यूट्यूब एड्स नहीं दे रहे हो?
I think so. This is the series that had the maximum number of 4Ks that we have probably seen in all the 3 to 4 games combined
भाई
in the
ये
previous.
तो क्रेजी था भाई।
I think so. It's been a
मतलब उसका स्पेक्टेटर पीओवी में ऊपर से एक बंदा लैंड कर रहा है,
roller coaster of a match, but MVP
साइड से एक गोली पड़ रही है, इधर से एक गोली पड़ रही है।
14 ACS 24 kills with 4
बहुत बढ़िया ब्रदर, हाउ आर यू? मैं तो बहुत फाइन, एकदम सेक्स पकोड़ा।
players
बहुत अच्छा हूँ विकास भाई, आप बताओ कहाँ से हो विकास भाई? अपने बारे में जरा बताएं यार।
The way he played roster was just so.
भाई बाय द वे, हाँ गाइस, तो मेरे दोस्त ने जो मेरे को भेजा था,
It was a complete.
उसने नया, मैंने आपको बोला था कि नया उसने बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया है, उसके प्रोडक्ट्स उसने भेजा है,
Means, you know,
तो हम उसको ऑन स्ट्रीम अभी थोड़ा खोलेंगे
and
एंड फिर उसका ऑब्वियसली
so IND
रिव्यू मांगा है, देंगे।
lovely
पहले अपन उसके प्रोडक्ट्स खोलते हैं,
into fruition.
ठीक है?
again it came down to the same fact, right? .exe
सर जी का नया बिजनेस है,
attacking side. We
तो
have noticed they've been
वी विश हिम ऑल द लक
SAQL losing 7
फॉर हिज न्यू बिजनेस, न्यू वेंचर, एंड
pistol along
आई होप ही गेट्स अ लॉट ऑफ सक्सेस।
9 consecutive rounds in the attacking side lost on this map, and
हम तो ही चाहेंगे भाई हमारे जो भी भाई बंधु हैं
few rounds
सबको
you can clearly look at the post plants as
सक्सेस मिले भाई।
converted out of the 7 plants that they were able to bring. So Exo
तो
were really solid
ब्रांड का गाइस नाम ये है कुछ,
from multiple angles.
समझ रहे हो आप?
Waterfall, be it from the spawn, be it
ऑब्वियसली नया ब्रांड है, स्टार्टअप है,
round itself, or
तो
even towards the
इतना नाम नहीं सुने होंगे, रिसेंटली लॉन्च हुआ है, बट आई नो दिस ब्रांड इज गोना मेक मिलियंस।
At Vice and the
अगर हाँ मेरा,
Arkai and
मैंने उसको बोल रखा है कि मार्केट कैसे काम करती है, अगर वो वैसा
when you compare
कुछ
it,
किया तो ऑब्वियसली।
I mean Kohli this time
लॉल
a little underwhelming.
शिमला ब्रदर, ये भाई यार शिमला
RPK, quite some
इतनी
smart
प्यारी जगह, इतनी प्यारी जगह, क्या ही
just
बताऊं।
all about
ऑल द बेस्ट फ्रॉम मी ऑल्सो, यस यस डेफिनेटली आई विल टेल हिम ऑल द बेस्ट।
came down to those
सो बेसिकली अभी के लिए वो ब्यूटी प्रोडक्ट्स बोथ मेन एंड वुमेन का बिजनेस शुरू किया है। दैट विल, मतलब वंस दिस गोज वेल इट विल लीड टू अपैरल्स ऑल्सो। फॉर नाउ इट्स ब्यूटी प्रोडक्ट्स, एंड उसके 2 प्रोडक्ट्स मेरे को उसने भेजा है। एंड
whenever they were actually trying to brawl it against the members of Exo IND were trying to brawl against the players of .exe.
सो लेट्स सी।
That was the time when .exe were actually
थोड़ा सा अनबॉक्सिंग में मैं नूब हूँ।
maybe that's also
बाय द वे अनबॉक्सिंग से याद आया गाइस, मेरा नया माउस,
event folks already as we get the first
द पल्सर X10 वाला माउस का वीडियो, उसका व्लॉग और उसका अनबॉक्सिंग वीडियो, दोनों अलग अलग वीडियो। जिसको व्लॉग देखना है वो व्लॉग देख सकता है, जिसको अनबॉक्सिंग वीडियो देखना है वो अनबॉक्सिंग वीडियो देख सकता है। लोगों के लिए अलग अलग कंटेंट हम लेकर आ गए हैं। अनबॉक्सिंग वाला वीडियो आज अपलोड हो चुका है, व्लॉग 1 हफ्ते पहले अपलोड हो चुका था, आप लोग जाके देखो। अगर अच्छा लग रहा है कमेंट्स में बताना कैसा लग रहा है, और मेरे को इंस्टाग्राम पे भी डीएम कर दो कि भाई व्लॉग वाज क्रेजी और द वीडियो, अनबॉक्सिंग वीडियो वाज क्रेजी। बिकॉज अनबॉक्सिंग वीडियो में मैंने पहली बार ऐसा कुछ किया है, अनबॉक्सिंग जो स्टाइल था वो लाइक मेरा पहला था, तो आई डोंट नो अच्छा है बुरा है कैसा है, बट यस दिस इज़ द माउस, दिस इज़ द न्यू माउस। एंड आपको अगर वो व्लॉग देखोगे आपको पूरा स्टोरी पता चलेगा, बैक स्टोरी क्या है, कैसा है, अपन कहाँ से आकर कहाँ तक पहुँचे। 1500 का माउस यूज़ करते 4 साल करने के बाद अभी 15,000 का माउस पे आए हैं। सो सारा बैक स्टोरी पता चलेगा। सो मेक श्योर यू गाइज वॉच इट। अगर अच्छा लगा तो एक लाइक कर देना। चलो ये अनबॉक्स करते हैं पहले भाई।
Celebrate every second you are alive.
यार
Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
पेन नहीं लाना पड़ेगा मुझे, पता है। तो देयर वी गो, देख रहे हो आप? नाइस नाइस। सो हेयर्स अ सीरम, आप देख सकते हो। ठीक है, ये एक सीरम है एंड व्हाट्स दिस, आई गेस ये लिप बाम है या सो हमें 2 लिप बाम्स मिले। ठीक है, इसके फर्स्ट प्रोडक्ट्स हैं ये जो लॉन्च हुए हैं, पहले सबसे पहले प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, तो वो हमें मिला है। सो डेफिनेटली गोइंग टू लुक एंड यूज इट एंड भाई थैंक यू मिस्टर ऋत्विक। आपको नाम से पता चल ही रहा होगा कि रित से ऋत्विक है, एंड बाकी वाला नाम हम बताएंगे नहीं क्या है क्या नहीं, बट या थैंक यू मिस्टर ऋत्विक जी फॉर द प्रोडक्ट्स। बाकी का हम आपको समझ रहे, स्ट्रीम पे हम ज़्यादा नहीं बोलेंगे, हम आपको बताएंगे कि कैसा क्या सीन है इसके साथ, एक इंस्टा की वीडियो में, नहीं तो यूट्यूब की एक वीडियो में। समझ रहे हो कि नहीं समझ रहे हो? लेट्स सी लेट्स सी। भाई ये प्लेस्टेशन का डेज ऑफ प्ले सेल कब आता कुछ पता है क्या? है कोई प्लेस्टेशन यूजर है चैट में, बता पाएगा कोई?
Towards the end, things are definitely starting to spice up as EXO IND staging an epic comeback into this best of 3 series. Welcome back, folks. Once again, you're watching the OMEN VCSA split to Ampixis, of course, but this time joined along with a damsel in distress, Necro, who's been having a lot of complaints about what happened in the previous game.
Generally speaking, things could have been in the favor of DXE, without a doubt. But just the way they played, just throwing so many rounds, and it just felt like the opponents getting multi-kills over and over again. And for some reason, DXE were just doubting themselves over and over again. They were not taking those fights, even though they had the confidence from the previous game transferring on forward. In my opinion, DXE, if they keep on playing the same way, if they keep on showcasing the passive nature for no reason, they will be punished just the way they did in the previous game.
And you know, when you look at the grand scheme of things, of course, you know, we love RyuK and the boys, but EXO IND coming out of nowhere through the qualifiers and now taking on the big dogs themselves, and especially when they had their backs against the wall. So kudos to them, and I really hope they move ahead, and that would be one of the major upsets in the split 2 so far. But taking a look at the agent composition, we've got Astra coming back in, we've got a Clove also on Markai, so that's pretty interesting.
भाई क्लोव समझ रहे हो, लाइक पहली बार VCSA में कोई क्लोव लिया है.
And even Trinity from the side of DXE is going to be bringing out that race. Split, at the end of the day, is supposed to be a stronger map for the side of DXE, since in the past they were known as OG, and in Split 1 they were dominating. But now that there's a roster, you can clearly see that vacancy, and because of that, they're just not able to fill that void.
Yeah, that void is definitely being fulfilled, but for now, EXO GG can't go to SP side. DC gets the right read and instantly backs off, as now the push definitely coming in. Roster bought down too low, Belly gets a quick kill, and DC, he's gonna follow up.
Alright, this is just an absolute mode out towards the site. They were just waiting for the players to walk outside of the smoke, and the moment that happened, the man on top of the site itself was single-handedly just dominating that B. But in my opinion, now that the map's gone to a third one, this entire series has gone to a third map, this can be anyone's cake. Yeah, it's just the first round. Pistol round at the end of the day cannot really be a dictator, especially in the first half itself.
Now gotta beat lead with lead. I think .exe have understood the rounds that they're playing in. This time they've got to win their battles. But for now, EXO GG again just trying to get some mid control this time. Will be met by Kohli round mid. As you can see, quick transitions also coming in. Nothing to worry about, especially for .exe. No hasty movements yet made. EXO GG this time tune the pace down a little bit.
Of course they have. And even .exe not really playing with confidence anymore. And that's been striking them over and over again. Luckily enough for .exe, the opponents do not really have sheriffs. If they did, they could have one-tapped him. Position noticed. A big mistake from Trinity, and he falls prey to the only sheriff that's available in the hands of the opponents. .exe, as I mentioned, the more passive they are, the more they get punished every single time. But this recon hopefully is going to find a lot of those cans, but gets denied instantly. RyuK still peeks outside of his comfort zone, and he instantly gets shut down. .exe
अरे यार
one peaks are really starting to hurt now, but this bulldog from Makaweli should do some damage. It definitely does. The main problem is now the bulldog is in hand of Markai.
30
This can
seconds
mean
left.
anything. Markai with the bulldog, even the spikes going down. DC needs to do
Spike
something
planted.
massive. Just backed up with Kohli. And speaking of Kohli himself, we haven't really seen the impact of Kohli that he's supposed to have. And when you're going to have a man like Markai popping off at such level, that impact is of course going to be overshadowed. But EXO GG, man, oh man, on the back of that one Bulldog, they secured the round. And in my opinion, the only man that's at fault over here is without a doubt Trinity. I don't know what he was doing on top ramps.
You know, honestly speaking, it was Roster who gave them that opener, right? Those 2 quick kills, trying to get those weapons down, and then Markai with that classic picking up that Bulldog, and .exe just falling one after the other.
And the funny part is, I just mentioned it as well before the round started. Luckily enough for .exe, the opponents do not really have a lot of sheriffs available because they only had one sheriff in their hands. And then instantly Trinity falls prey to the only sheriff that was available in the hands of EXO-GG.
But now, looking at the change of events, .exe not have the best of weaponry on them. Be relying on Machiavelli quite a lot to find the opener, and he will.
Spike down A.
Giving the man advantage in the hands of .exe.
Yafasha.
Have to messing up big time as well, so nothing can be said. But RVK, the man's back in form just like the old days. RVK was known as the Sheriff King. And once again is doing the exact same thing. Machiavelli as well. This man's not going to be backing out. And what am I watching? A flawless, thrifty round. This has got to be a joke.
Yeah, it's a song of fire and ice at this point. .exe just one-upping EXO-GG. A thrifty from their side as well. And now the economy is back in place.
It's funny.
At this point, you know, things have been quite alright. It's so difficult to describe the current atmosphere, but we move on. As EXO IND this time, they show intentions across B. You've got DC guarding it. Also a little assistance from Trinity and Kohli if required. As they slowly pace their way up, DC's just gonna shoulder peaks. And he gets sent to goal.
Imagine if we were to be caught in that shoulder peak right there. But Trinity this time around is going to kick things off. Both these teams are so solid when it comes to the eco routes. In my opinion, just stop buying. Just buy Sheriff and play on the back of that. And once again, they found themselves in a massive advantage. Unless Kohli's here to flip things apart and turn the tables. RVK from the far frame once again. The man's starting to pop off. RVK's feeling himself. And he's at the top of the game, definitely. A decent amount of damage dealt, though, still by the players of EXO India. And because of that, they have managed to do some insane damage to the economy of DXE, just keeping them humble.
Yeah, good stuff coming in from RVK, finally starting to feel himself, getting back to his old ways. And this is all about you know, who connects their shots better at this point. That's the Valorant we are witnessing. But for now, both these teams have those buys, but Machiavelli on that operator, that's going to be interesting. Quick peek from mid, got some assist. Oh,
wow.
Kohli.
Nice one.
Nobody saw that. He's going to hope so.
Caught him 4K, straight up. Drone's going to be spotting the operator. Machiavelli, unfortunately, the man wanted to teleport away, but this was insane! The 0 point hit the player, and because of that, he was not able to teleport away, just stuck in a corner, gets caught. And now the man advantage in the hands of the players of EXO. What am I watching? The only man with the ultimate available is not in the game anymore, but still DC. He pulls off a miraculous play, and even Trinity on the back of that is able to find one more. Now the man advantage back in the hands of DXE. Anyone's ball game still.
Could be. .exe some time. Get another smoke, but for DC,
it's funny.
It's gonna be an interesting timing against Markai, and Markai
just
wins the duel, and he gets second one as well. Suddenly the numbers favoring EXO-GG. Markai this time shut down by the info.
Oh my
RVK. God! Lovely stuff. But again, it all begun with Kohli making that one small mistake, and Machiavelli caught with his pants down. He's got so much util being dumped. The guided salvo, the special delivery, keeping him suppressed there in that situation. Absolutely helpless just to trigger things. And again, individual brilliance from Markai. But after that, RVK, he is now a man possessed.
Yeah, he's absolutely nasty. Possessed by a demon. The man is just devouring the competition.
क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा?
One thing, .exe is starting to win a string of rounds. They need to try and stop them. A tactical timeout pulled out. And they also realize the fact that .exe now has a lot of ultimates available. So what do you need to do to try and stop them? One thing is for sure, Trinity is going to try to use that showstopper as aggressively as possible. And since they've also got their hands on the Cosmic Divide, that's going to help them so much in the retake.
Yeah, and just to make matters worse for XOIND, they did not have the best of creds, neither any of those ultis coming up anytime soon. So again, we'll have to rely heavily on Markai or maybe roster getting those early quick peaks. And this time around, a little bit of a scatter. They're kind of spread out across the map, just eyeing out for any opening picks, maybe win those duels, and then decide to double down.
Got broken buys. And generally speaking, these teams have been performing much better on broken buys than the actual buys itself. Scanning out the player this time around, double saturating all the way towards heaven.
फंस गया वो वहाँ पे.
A good set play coming through from DXE. And now XOGG left with just 2 players standing. Even Scar gets softened up quite a bit. Man's barely surviving on it. And he's sort of HP RVK. He could have actually caught that player, but luckily enough for XO, they've got the timing with them. Really beautiful trade. Turns away from the flash, instantly swings back, gets another kill. And now it's down to just Scar with 27 HP. He cannot really do a lot. 27 HP and a dream. A sheriff in the hand, 4 bullets in the magazine. RVK underneath the ropes, waiting for someone to make any sort of mistakes. I wanted to see a knife.
Yeah, he's too humble, he's too gullible, he's not going to do that. Had been somebody like Annex Kali or a DM or maybe Sai, they would have done that without a flinch. But yes, .exe, they've got bigger matters at hand right now. The last thing they would want to do is poke the bear. But coming back to this round, of course, you know, roster, he wanted to get off with one of his flashy plays. But seems like .exe read them perfectly well. Machiavelli, once again, back on the operator. And they've got so much ultimate supply.
Exactly.
So, ideally, .exe should not be having a lot of trouble, but you never know.
Without even winning a single ultimate, they still won that previous round. And .exe, because of that, now they can show a lot of resistance, even if they do end up losing a site. So XO, this is sort of a lose-lose situation unless they win a fair fight. That's the only time the ultimates can be stopped from coming into way.
Spike planted.
Still, they somehow managed to plant the spike, so the retake has to be quite crucial.
This makes a lot of sense too, why they just push themselves back and let the flow of the game take over. Because they know they've got too many ultimates and they cannot really afford to make any sort of mistakes. And XOGG, what am I watching? DXE, they're starting to make the same rookie mistakes that they did in the past couple of games. And now, once again, repeating the history. Kohli, the only man left alive. What am I watching? This is blunderous.
3 ultimates committed and still gave that round away. Oh my god. Oh my god.
How many maps ended in 13-0?
Disastrous on multiple
OMEN
proportions
VCSA.
for .exe, but for XOIND, they're going to be pretty happy about it. They did farm their ultimates. They did get that round.
2.
And
It's
suddenly
2.
they're back into this. Yes, there was a quiz. You can answer that at your free will, but for now, getting back into this game, they also have managed to recover their economy, Necro. And .exe once again, very gutting setback.
I'm pretty sure, as a .exe fan, if there is someone watching in the chat, this has to be extremely irritating. The way some of these rounds are being lost, even though .exe has every single advantage in the world. Hold on to that thought. The fact that Marcel still decided to pop that.
चलो done.
Insane. Went for the peak as well.
टीम औरा के साथ ही हुआ था. एक बार रेकनिंग ने किया था, एक बार रेवेनेंट ने किया था.
Markai was taken out in that trade, but at the end of the day, it's a 3v3. RVK on the opposite side just needs to pop off. He's the only player who's been getting some insane impact done. And look at Trinity left unchecked, and that's why he got that kill onto Doxer. But let's not forget, even Roster is able to make a lot happen. A 2-on-1 in the end. RVK is all by himself. He's pulled off multi-kills in the past. But he needs to perform when the swords are out on top of his neck. A Viper on the left side towards default, and RVK forgets to check his angles. Gets punished. .exe all
स्वस्तिक दे भाई, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है भाई, क्या हाल है ब्रो? बढ़िया हाल है यार, आप बताओ कैसे हो?
It's still fine. I'm in
न्यू वीडियो इज रियली ग्रेट, लव्ड इट। थैंक यू स्वस्तिक भाई, थैंक यू सो मच यार, थैंक यू। स्वस्तिक भाई ऑन अ रेगुलर बेसिस अभी ऐसे वीडियो आएंगी। अभी और एक टेक वीडियो आ रहा है, सो नए मतलब आज ये संडे वीक खत्म हुआ, कल और नया वीक है, तो नई वीक में ही आ रहा है। आई गेस ट्यूसडे वेडनेसडे को मैं डाल दूंगा, अपलोड कर दूंगा, समझ रहे हो? सो रेगुलर वीडियोस फॉर यू गाइस ओनली।
Look at this, .exe push back to Tatters, just playing with that Marshall, a Frenzy and a couple of Sheriffs. And they have also pulled off a Thrifty earlier.
Yeah.
So they would be hoping for that, but XOIND this time, they're taking their sweet time for a build-up.
And the good thing is that they have 2 proactive ultimates available. Cosmic Divide and the Viper's Pit. Oh, the Marshall struck once again. No connection found now. Machiavelli needs to reposition since his ankle's been smoked off. DXE Coley anticipates someone in mid. Spots him as well, backs away towards the B site. Let's go off the Heaven control for now. Scar with his hands on the Outlaw. At this point in time, XOGG is just playing with the feelings of the opponent, just toying with them, since they do not exactly know what to expect in this round itself. Paint chills out, that's going to force the player back a little bit more. There is someone towards the double box, but even he gets checked and taken down just like that. And XOGG, yes, they do find a series of round, but the Sheriffs, they just click better. I'm telling you, .exe is much better when it comes to the Sheriffs and half buys, so they should just stop buying in the upcoming round.
Again, another round, courtesy to RVK and DC, the way they showed composure in that one. Just letting the players flood in, and they had their crosshairs right at their heads. And .exe somehow find some respite. 6-3 the scoreline. But now, ultimates up on both the sides. You've got Viper Pit, Rolling Thunder, and the Armageddon for XOIND. They've got their plant and the post plant secured. But for .exe, got the Viper Split and the Cosmic Divide. There you go. Something dictated and trades from both the sides.
Good trade, even Steven on the board. DXE, they've lost out on
Enemy remaining.
just one player. Make that 2 in return now, but since XOGG, they were not able to win majority of those trades, now they're just down to 1 man, and that's going to be Doxer.
Ooh.
Quick peek around the pillar. Just toying with Doxer at this point. If Doxer went for the peek, that's actually quite bold. He could have actually went for the save if he wanted to, but fine.
I mean, at this point, given how the round is shaping out, players stepping up, the RVK needed a helping hand, and Kohli definitely responding to the call. And this round, it's going to be interesting to see. XOIND still holding on to their ultimates, and they do not have the best buys.
Yeah.
And for .exe, they are looking quite solid. Now even RVK, just 3 points shy from his Nightfall. Trinity just 1 point shy from getting his showstopper. So they will have a lot of ultimates in this one. But XOIND yet to make a call. And if they're gonna be playing on pistols this round, they might want to hold off, but still you cannot give away one other round, because .exe ideally would be looking for a 9-3 swap, and XOIND need to win this one, and we know they're also equally as good as .exe on the Thrifty round.
Yeah, but the main issue is in the upcoming round, XO is going to have the default advantage. They've got Armageddon, they've got a Viper's Pit available, they've also got a Showstopper in hand. While if you're trying to speak of DXE, they've got their hands on the Viper's Pit and even the Cosmic Divide. Cosmic Divide's of course going to be used for the retake. It's not even a question, but they can definitely try and lock down a site with that Viper's Pit. We haven't seen that proactive play from the side of DXE yet, and I'm not even sure what they're waiting for.
By the looks of it, the way Kohli has been just playing around mid, so does not look like a set play that unless and until he decides to just lock in B and have give control of mid. Maybe DC takes on that role. That's for RyuK to give the call for that, but even .exe knows getting 8 rounds on the board still good for them. 9 would be ideal. Look like a good swap, enough to somehow break the morale for the players of EXO IND. But so far the storyline, I mean, barring that first game of Haven, Doxer is yet to turn up. He's 1 in 9.
Yeah. It seems like the man's done the heavy lifting and now he's tired.
Is he gassed out?
Yeah, definitely does feel like he's gassed out. I mean, he did quite a bit on the first map itself. He gave all he had. I guess the man's now mentally exhausted. Which does make a lot of sense too, because on the first map, he was unstoppable. Getting multi-kills after multi-kills. And I'm pretty sure there will be a moment when Doxer will have a glorious moment. But right now, .exe, they just need to find a way to try and stop all the loopholes that are being created around their strategies. And XOGG, I'm just loving the way how proactive these guys are. They are winning the duels when it comes to the mechanical skills. XOGG, they're on par. They're winning so well against .exe. And specifically inside the map of Split, it's RyuK who's making some sort of a difference. The man is 13 and 3, and that should say it all.
Yeah, surely he has been. Especially when Trinity hasn't really risen up to this occasion. Maybe on the attacking side, things will be different. But Machiavelli, he's been fairly decent, especially the way he's handling Marshall, the sniper's duty really. Just trying to take a shot, then quickly TP away. He's been good in that aspect. Attacking side is where I think we get to see more of both Machiavelli and Trinity. But so far, I think Kohli is playing quite well as well.
Yeah.
I think especially getting those rightful trades, the utils, they have been deployed at the right time. The angles have been fine. But it's RyuK, the captain leading by example, still somehow, you know, keeping .exe in this game and by a fine margin. And now we are back. Action is on, and look at this. This time Kohli has resorted to the A side. Red left vacant, courtesy to just that one Astro Smoke. They're heavily anticipating Necro that EXO-IND will be hitting A.
But one thing is for sure, both these teams are extremely good when it comes to the pistol plays. And right now, they're playing with the hero Phantom, relying heavily on Roster, and I'm pretty sure Roster's job is to utilize his paint shells, create some more space, get a kill, and help the team get the plant. But how's the execution going to come through? That's my question. And look at the players of .exe. They're moving all the way from the attacker spawn. It's 3 players flanking them. So one thing is for sure, whatever XOGG is looking for to plant, the plan needs to be executed right now. Look at this flank. This is going to be massive. Trinity and DC working in tandem, and they've completely shut down the dream.
Flawless sound.
XOGG taking this round. What a flawless one this was.
Yeah, I mean, this was quite uncoordinated from EXO-IND side. You could see the Armageddon being deployed, doing nothing. Just trying to flush out DC, and he just got into a better position. A position where he could take those face-on duels, and he won that. Assistance came in at the right time, and that is just like that. The Phantom being taken away from Rosses. Gotta make do with just that judge, but he's got that paint shell and showstopper also to play along. The final round before the swap, this is where we're gonna see some carnage.
Finally, mid on lockdown. They've utilized the Viper's Pit. Accessing mid now just gets even tougher. I was just about to say, they have those 2 ults, and they still haven't really used it. And finally pop one of them. The Cosmic Divide's going to be utilized towards the post-plant scenario if it does come through, but right now XOGG, they're definitely sweating. No matter what they're trying to bring on the board, .exe just winning those trades, just winning those duels, mechanically sound and better. Showstopper utilized, but no value gained out of it. Machiavelli once again towards the site with the operator, and he connects the first shot. TP's away instantly. A return showstopper was available, but even that's not going to find any sort of value. But it does not even matter when you've got a man like Kohli on fire. Last 2 players standing, Markai and Scar, and Markai gets extremely tagged up. Scar's position anonymous, is able to strike up with 1, gets the second.
Very nice.
What am I watching? Table still being flipped. Oh my god, this clutch is possible.
30 seconds
But
left.
the only thing Kohli needs to do is make sure that the club's gonna run out of time and it passes it once again.
Oh, at this point, it's looking so bad.
1 enemy
Suddenly
remaining.
tables flipped.
Spike planted.
Now it's down to a 1-on-1. The Viper's pit deployed, and Kohli is in a spot, but spots the player down. And that is how .exe will get the 9th on the board. Markai must be feeling quite gutted with himself, especially after pulling his team back from tatters, maybe hoping to get this 1 round. But
Switching
again,
sides.
good C's coming in from RVK, just stopping roster at that spot, trying to enter inside onto the side, just latching him on, and then Machiavelli. Twist gets picked off, and suddenly the morals kind of took a dip.
The best part is, Markai was taken down extremely low, and still he had so much impact in that round. It's unfair. Generally speaking, this is just not fair. Because XOGG should not have even gotten close to winning that round. But they still took it real close. Way too close to comfort. .exe should have won that round single-handedly because they just had the massive advantage in their favor. And this has been the main concern for .exe. They every single time just mess up. And because of that mess up, they end up losing the round, and then in the long term, they end up losing the entire game.
But so far, so good, at least. When you look at the bigger picture, a 9-3 swap, they've got a nice cushion, but they can't be complacent. They know a little bit of sense of security, and suddenly XYND are breathing right under your nose. The tech pause being called out. Enough to just steer off the momentum a little bit, reset things, and XYND
पॉकेट का स्टार भाई वेलकम द स्ट्रीम. क्या हाल है, कैसे हो? हिंदी कमेंट्री भी है. हम अपन इंग्लिश सुन रहे हैं. हिंदी सुनना है क्या आपको? बहुत दिनों बाद है यार पॉकेट का स्टार भाई. कैसे हो मेरे भाई? सब बढ़िया?
Oh
भाई.
pistol round, this game is almost sealed. The pressure is just too much.
It indeed is. At this point in time, if .exe ends up winning this pistol round, we know it's done for. This is a wrap-up. But if XOGG wins the pistol round, still the blood will run.
कल है सेमीफाइनल्स.
XOGG, they know the importance.
भाई इधर का माहौल खराब था बहुत. किधर का माहौल?
And the technical pause just maybe helping the players of XOGG, stealing that momentum away from .exe.
Yeah, because initially when the game started, it was all about RVK.
ठीक होता तो इतनी लेट नहीं आता.
Upload, yeah, Kohli was doing
ओके
his
ओके,
thing.
लेकिन
Now
किधर
Kohli
क्या माहौल खराब
also
था?
finds himself very
इतने दिनों बाद टाइम मिला आज वैलो खेलने का. ओह चार
and, now this is his time to
चार.
round based out of a Machiavelli Trinity.
पोस्टिंग लिंक्स भाई ने लिंक कब डाल दिया?
The side.
अच्छा टाइम डॉट मिला लिख दे तो नया स्ट्रीम पे उसको लिंक समझ बैठा. माफ करे.
They'll have to
जे.एंड.के. अच्छा जे.एंड.के का माहौल खराब था. क्या समझा?
mess up. And more than that, knowing the DNA of XOIND, they would want to take those fights. More of those aim tools, and would be keeping their fingers crossed that they come out of it alive. They've got a long journey ahead of
तो अभी सब ठीक है ना
and,
पॉकेट का स्टार भाई?
let's see.
unfortunately, the game's going to be starting now. And as I mentioned, extremely crucial round for XOGG. If they end up winning, you might as well just call it a wrap. A 10-3 scoreline, and to make a comeback from such far back, it's next to impossible. But we have noticed a pattern. These teams are extremely good.
आप कौन से स्टेट में रहते हो? फिलहाल तो मैं महाराष्ट्र में रहता हूँ,
Both of them.
Yeah.
होम टाउन उड़ीसा में.
Let's see. The dust has finally settled.
Obscuring
And
vision.
seems like it's going to be a .exe huddling up around that site. While it's a little bit of turbulence around those mid areas, deciding to take on the Seaways, and 3 men deployed by XOIND onto the city. It's going to get interesting.
Oh, .exe a little bit desperate for some early control. Got it all
Nice
worked out.
shot.
And Doxer wins that crucial fight. The impact when Doxer needed to have it, he actually delivers. Throughout this entire game, Doxer was absent, but then that kill really gives them a lot of advantage in their hands. And yes, roster's position unknown. He does try to strike, but he messes up big time since RBK was right there around the corner, and he knew someone's going to try to pull off these type of shenanigans. Shots taken. Krista's position is also known. Now they know Heaven's equipped with opponents. A 4-4 in the end. RBK and Trinity taken down extremely low. Doxer as well softened up. But all .exe needs to do is find one more kill, and maybe that's going to get the equalizer, or also the neutralizer. And the same thing can be said even for the players of XOGG.
हाँ ठीक है, 4-5 दिन से सब कुछ ठीक है. चलो बढ़िया है, बढ़िया है.
But .exe is stuck in such an uncomfortable spot.
Nice
I'm not
one.
sure why Kohli went for the peak in that moment.
जिस दिन अटैक स्टार्ट हुई थी उस दिन रात में जिम जा रहा था
Trinity 2 backs up with another
और JGDM से मिसाइल
And
जोड़ने
that reveal also
लगी.
catches another man. Tristan's
आज
position is
खत्म.
down, and RBK will put a
अच्छा.
stop to the story. DXE getting the
भाई बहुत टेरिफाइंग होगा ना भाई, मेरी तो गांड फट गई न्यूज़ में देख के. सोचो आप तो उसको लाइव देख रहे हो,
RVK and
तो
Trinity
मतलब
making the world of difference for .exe. Had RVK not turned back at the right nick of time, this could have blown off in massive proportions for .exe. Could have been a multi-frag coming in for roster nonetheless, but RVK saves the day, gets away with murder. Astris was unable to find the trade there. And then Trinity, after the post plant, yeah, he was quite crucial, and this is it. XOIND completely running out of options, running out of times. Now investing into just sheriffs and buckies. In fact, shot.
Okay.
Oh, Markai. That was nice.
Here it begins. The sheriffs, the moment they start clicking, you know it's going to be bad news for .exe. A gun's dropped, and that is going to be the Spectre. And at this point on, DXE just turning down the pace a bit more. Play with the opponent's mind, make them guess. XOGG. Heaven control can be lost. There's no one really watching that Heaven properly, no one really guarding it. There is Scar, but highly unlikely that Scar's going to have a chance to even fight back. He does have the shorty to back himself up. And that tether, it's going to tie up the man himself. Scar did have the shorty, but not the time and the connection as he gets struck down in the end. XOGG, the two players locked down towards the site. Tristan's position is still left in check. He does have the shorty to work with, but he can only make any sort of impact up close and personal. And you blink it and you miss it. In a moment, the entire round's in the hands of .exe. 11th round on the board. And now the chance to make a comeback is looking nigh impossible.
Yeah, and it all rests on this round. XOIND will have to put all their blood, sweat and tears, the entire kitchen sink. But talking about the previous one, nothing much better.
मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा वो क्लोव लिए क्यों. क्लोव का कोई पॉइंट ही नहीं दिख रहा भाई मुझे.
For .exe, just giving away so many rounds, and they haven't found.
मतलब जो भी डुएल्स है वो तो अपने में वो एम डुएल्स ले रहा है. उससे अच्छा भाई एस्ट्रा ऐसा कुछ ले लेता, टीम को भी हेल्प होता.
Looking at .exe again, intentions clear. Huddled around a VK, quite sneaky.
कौन सी रैंक पहुंचे भाई? मैं वैलो खेला ही नहीं ब्रो. लाइक पिछले अगर 2 हफ्तों में देखोगे तो मैं एक या 2 बार मुश्किल से 3 से 4 मैच खेला हूँ एक पिछले 2 हफ्तों में।
What happened to Doxer? In the first map of the
वो
series,
भी
this man was hitting some inhuman
2 बार
shots,
खोला
and
था
now
और
he's whipping
3 से 4
easy
मैच खेला
shot
हूँ।
to Mankind.
मैं अभी 5 डिफरेंट गेम्स खेल रहा
I
हूँ।
just can't believe it.
5 डिफरेंट गेम्स, कैन यू बिलीव?
Okay, in the end, he's straight up just starting to
मतलब
hit those shots
वैरायटी
now.
स्ट्रीमर बन रहा हूँ ना,
DXE
लाइक
just
नॉट
with
ओनली
their
मेन
on the
स्ट्रीम
board.
गेम्स की
XOGG,
वैलो या बीजीएम वैसा नहीं,
they are starting
अपन
to
सारे
fade
गेम्स
away.
खेल रहे हैं, तो इसीलिए
There's
समझ रहे
no
हो।
way.
Match point.
No way. Doxer was hitting some insane clicks in the first
अपन
map of the
हॉगवर्ट्स
series.
खेल रहे
Some
हैं,
human shots, and then he
मॉडर्न
just
वॉरफेयर
hits
2
the
खेल रहे हैं,
easiest shots.
वॉरजोन
You
खेल
and
रहे हैं,
Mankind, I just can't believe it.
एपेक्स खेल रहे हैं,
That's what pressure does to you.
एपेक्स लेजेंड्स।
Easiest of shots sometimes.
फिर
comes
और
to
एक
surface.
और एक वो कौन सा गेम है?
This is exactly just pressure. Given any other day, under any circumstance, he would have gotten a multi-frag. But right
एपेक्स,
now,
वॉरजोन,
all on
मॉडर्न
one by the
वॉरफेयर
other
2,
players. Barely even
हाँ डूम
touching second.
अभी
coming
15 तारीख को
against
लॉन्च
now.
हुआ वो, और
DXE, they
खेल
got
रहे
their workout out, and Trinity
तो लाइक
wants to make
टोटली
this one
इनटू
quick.
स्टोरी मोड्स।
Aggression through mid, and Markai getting impatient.
डूम द डार्क एजेस।
Let's keep this thing in mind. Markai does not even have a shield to work with. Just 100 HP. Is really hoping on that first peak itself. Markai is the only man performing. He's got 17 kills.
व्हाट अबाउट माइनक्राफ्ट?
While the rest of the
भाई
players
माइनक्राफ्ट
sit on
अकेले सोलो खेलने में मजा नहीं आता, दोस्तों के साथ खेलूंगा तो मजा आएगा ना। नाइस वन डॉक्टर, दिस वाज वेरी नाइस।
That's gonna cut off the lifeline. DXE
माइनक्राफ्ट अकेले खेलने में मजा नहीं आता ब्रो।
not in the game anymore.
अब सबनॉटिका, हाँ सबनॉटिका अकेले में मजा आता है,
Which is decent.
बट माइनक्राफ्ट में आप लोग को दोस्त चाहिए होता तभी।
They can utilize the cosmic divide to go for the map control as well. You haven't seen that for a long time. Oh.
वर्ल्ड क्रिएट करो,
He's taken down.
वर्ल्ड ऑलरेडी बना हुआ है
It's
ब्रो
gonna be meeting the makers without a doubt, but you cannot
अपना।
really underestimate a man like Markai.
Player standing.
Taken down in the end, and Doxer's gonna be the only man left alive
30
with just
seconds left.
22 HP. Next to impossible to convert this
planted.
entire round,
Face your
but still
fear.
well fought. XOGG, the amount of resistance they showcased in this matchup, taking the second map home, but the series still left to win. It's not over yet, though.
I mean, on a 1-on-3, looks almost impossible there. .exe. At this point, they know they have to seal it, and they do. RVK does his bidding.
डिस्कॉर्ड में माइनक्राफ्ट ग्रुप बनाओ, हम सब आकर खेला करेंगे। भाई डिस्कॉर्ड पे माइनक्राफ्ट ग्रुप वैसे नहीं बनती। डिस्कॉर्ड में डिस्कॉर्ड सर्वर है, डिस्कॉर्ड सर्वर में माइनक्राफ्ट की वॉइस चैनल्स है, आप वहाँ पे ज्वाइन करो, खेलो। खेलने को कौन मना किया है ब्रो? ग्रुप अलग से अभी माइनक्राफ्ट वैसे ग्रुप तो वैलोरेंट का भी ग्रुप बनाना पड़ेगा। ग्रुप अभी 1000 ग्रुप बन जाएंगे। सर्वर एक बनेगा, एक ही सर्वर में बहुत सारे चैनल्स है। माइनक्राफ्ट का अलग चैनल है, वैलो का अलग चैनल है, बीजीएमआई का अलग है, तो आप माइनक्राफ्ट में जाके खेल लो, कर सकते हैं वैसा। अपने माइनक्राफ्ट के जितने फ्रेंड्स हैं उनको मेरा डिस्कॉर्ड सर्वर का लिंक भेज दो, सबको बुला लो, फिर बैठ के आप खेलो मेरे सर्वर पे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। या आप एक वर्ल्ड बना लो, उधर लिंक डाल दो, सारे मिलके वहाँ पे खेल लो।
And generally speaking, Doxer, yeah, the man played incredibly well in the first map, but then the inconsistency, it's something that hurt them.
I mean, it's just not that. It's also where experience prevailed, right? It was all about easing up the pressure. RVK knew that he had to step up because .exe, before RVK or Kohli, none of the other players had stepped up big time. And it was RVK initially in those rounds, those quick successive 4 to 5 rounds that they caught. I think RVK was the hero in that one, taking matters into his own hand. That kind of somehow set the other players into motion. And that is where we also saw Kohli get into form. And, you know, by the time the second half began, it was not a lot left for XYND to salvage. And as a result of which, everything just came crashing down. And that's when you see, right, the pressure getting the better of you. And that is what hurt XYND. You know, Doxer, those waves.
मेरे को इतना नॉलेज नहीं थी डिस्कॉर्ड की, सर्वर की बात ही कर रहा था। अच्छा, डिस्कॉर्ड सर्वर बना हुआ है, डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिंक है, या एक्सक्लेमेशन डिस्कॉर्ड मारो, आपको लिंक आ जाएगा, आप ज्वाइन कर लो।
But RVK, the captain and the sheriff did resonate and echo through ExoIND.
Yeah, especially on the map of Split, RVK was popping off in different margins. With the ACS of 320, it's not a joke. And 0 first kills, since he was not really the one to hold that duelist. But still, with Fade, this man was able to have a lot of impact, a ton of impact. And in general, he's also got the most amount of headshot percentage over here to 37.0. I think so that's the highest we've seen so far in VCSA Split 2 2020.
I mean, if we could have a stat for the amount of clutches that RBK pulled off, I'm pretty sure you're going to see a lot of that. A lot of those, frags towards the end of those rounds, saving .exe. But yes, ExoIND did want to be a little feisty. It was all about Mark. I got a feel for that man. Little off in the first game, but towards the second and third, he popped off. He was the only one who could transition from a second to a third mapper, where he kind of kept that flow of the skills coming. And you do not often see somebody playing glove in this meta these days and still being, being so good at it.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Clove is always one of those controllers that you can also play it quite aggressive. And since Markai, he's known to be the duelist as well, he's someone who packs a lot of punch as well. It makes a lot of sense why he decided to go for that Clove pick, but still, being able to outfrag the duelist itself off the team, it's quite insane.
चलो एक्सो जीजी का यहीं पे जीजी हुआ. नाइस ट्राई यार एक्सो, टीम एक्सो. It's totally fine buddy, better luck next time and congratulations to .exe. but अभी भी उनका एलिमिनेशन का सफर खत्म नहीं है. अभी कल सेमीफाइनल्स में जो हारेगा वो .exe के साथ खेलेगा. so let's see, कल मजा आएगा. कल SA12 का मैच है, VLT का भी है. हियाक केन या हियाक सेन, आई डोंट नो हाउ टू प्रोनाउंस, बट आपका भाई मेरा स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई. चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा. एंड थैंक यू सो वेरी मच फॉर कमिंग, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग मेरे भाई. क्या हाल है, कैसे हो, कैसे हो मेरे भाई.
That's some beautiful numbers on the board, and when time did need him, this man had to step up, and this is especially needed at this hour, given the fact that they're going to be playing against Global Esports Academy the next time. So it would be very important to see how
ग्लोबल esports साथ खेलेंगे. रुको, वो अभी वो चार्ट दिखाएगा ना तो पता चल जाएगा.
Lotus has been their bane. They will have to put in some time and hour, or maybe just ban it.
Without a doubt. I mean, Lotus, it's one of those maps that can anyways go double-handed, man. Since it's got the 3 sides, and we know it's also sometimes quite attack-centric, so it can really help the team that kicks things off on the attack itself, because they can have a great base setup for themselves. But we've also seen Lotus being played on defense side as well, pretty well by teams. So it's really tough to say. At the end of the day, it's about the comfort pick off the teams. And as you mentioned, if you're someone who's not comfortable enough in Lotus, just go for the bans.
Yeah, just go for the bans. Might as well just not play it for the meanwhile. But quick look at the updated brackets.
10 मिनट में आया, काम आ गया. ओके ओके पॉकेट का स्टार भाई. ओके देखो, हाँ वही मैं बोल रहा था, वो दोनों आपस में कैसे खेलेंगे. ऊपर देखो, ऊपर VLT RG में जो हारेगा वो G के साथ खेलेगा, और SA12 RNTX में जो हारेगा वो .exe के साथ खेलेगा.
From match 7, the loser will be playing on Global Esports Academy, and then loser of RNTX and SA12, they will be up against .exe. So again, big matches for both these teams to prepare, and this is looking very alarming. But yes,
heavy match है कल.
Bit of an off. We'll be back in action day after, where we've got.
अच्छा कल नहीं है.
On VLT. That's an epic.
कल नहीं है, कल नहीं है, कल एक डे ऑफ है. नाइस. 20th May को है.
That's going to be crazy.
कल normal stream then.
It's happened in Split 1, and Velocity has dominated. So I do not really expect anything else in this matchup as well, since there's no really changes inside of the roster as well.
Hey, come on, Paradox is there.
I mean, fine, let's see how much of a difference the man can actually make. But when you're facing off against a powerhouse like Velocity Gaming, just one single switch up is not going to do anything. At the end of the day, Velocity is just built different. I understand I might sound biased, but hey, I'm just stating facts at this point. You cannot help it. Velocity has proven themselves over and over again, and they're just that good. But at the end of the day, today day comes to an end. We'll see you guys on 20th with the matches from the upper brackets. Till then, that's going to be it from me, Necro, and Fixes. We'll see you guys on the 20th.
Bye-bye. ट्यूसडे है। चलो अपनी वॉच तो यहाँ पे खत्म हो गई। नेट शॉट भाई क्या खेल रहा है वॉरज़ोन?
Honestly, don't even peek, bro. You guys gotta save plates. Like, you don't even need kills.
टॉप 250 रैंक की ग्राइंड कर रहे हैं नेट शॉट। ऑप्टिक गेमिंग ओके। ओह नाइस। चलो अपन क्या खेलेंगे आज? क्या खेले आज बताओ? हॉगवर्ट्स खत्म करे क्या थोड़ा? क्या बोलते हो? बस अभी तो ज़्यादा नहीं है, 45 मिनट्स ऑन आर ही खेलूंगा तो हॉगवर्ट्स ही खेलते हैं, है ना? आह Preparing shadows.
You would be wise not to underestimate this student. Their aptitude for magic is beyond anything I've ever seen, and I've been teaching a long time.
It is a joy to have such a student.
It can be.
There you are.
I've received your owl. I was able to speak with Lodgok, the goblin I mentioned before.
What did you learn?
He and Ranrock were close once, but they had a falling out.
You believe he can be trusted?
I believe he's trustworthy, yes. He seemed sincere, and Serona Ryan trusts him.
Very well. Supposing he can be trusted, will he help us get to Ranrock?
I retrieved a stolen helm. He hopes to return to Ranrock in order to regain his confidence.
You have been busy. Let's hope your efforts result in our learning something about Ranrock's plans.
Lodgok did mention that Ranrock is searching for something, but he couldn't say what. Perhaps that helm will yield some answers.
Ranrock is searching for something. I feared as much. I've heard an unusual amount of activity, goblins and wizards, I surmise, when visiting my portrait at my castle.
Rookwood Castle?
My former residence, yes. That castle is also the location of your next trial.
You didn't see anything? Speak with anyone?
I did not. In fact, I did not make myself known. I only recently returned there and did not recognize nor trust anyone that I heard. I stayed out of sight so as not to tempt my portrait's destruction.
Dexter bhai, welcome to the stream. क्या हाल है Dexter bhai, कैसे हो?
I'm sorry to tell you that Victor Rookwood, evidently your descendant, is a dark wizard in league with Ranrock.
My descendant? A dark wizard? I'm afraid we've no time to waste. Despite the obstacles that clearly await you, you must get to Rookwood Castle immediately. Not only is it the location of the next trial, it is home to a source of power that would be devastating in the wrong hands. I do wish we had the luxury of time. However, I do not doubt your abilities. Find my portrait there as soon as you can.
Very well, sir. I'm on my way.
Best of luck.
No time to waste. I'll meet you at Rookwood Castle.
Handy resource indeed, your field.
कार्तिके भैया वेलकम द स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है कार्तिके भैया, कैसे हो? कौन सा गेम है ये? हैरी पॉटर हॉगवर्ट्स लीगेसी, मतलब गेम का नाम है हैरी पॉटर वाली। बढ़िया एकदम। और बताओ आज डिनर में क्या, मतलब लंच क्या खाए हो? डिनर तो खाए नहीं होगे।
One less human to worry about. You haven't had mushroom stew like what my mother used to make. How nice of you to stop by. I won't rest. Feels like I've been at this for hours.
Descendo! Confringo!
चिकन घर था, अभी हॉस्टल आया। अच्छा घर पे थे आप? नाइस नाइस।
Over here.
What's going on here?
Professor Rookwood was right. The place is crawling with Victor Rookwood's lot and Ranrock's loyalists. They're working together, all right, but it is not a friendly alliance. I'm sure you'll agree that we need to find a way in other than the front gate. Let's go.
हो रहा है, रुको रुको रुको, मैं तभी सोचूं, एक सेकंड रुको। वो वाला माउस अलग है, मैं इससे नीचे वाला दबा रहा हूँ, क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? ये वाला है प्रोटेक्टो। मैंने दोपहर में तो वो ओट्स, मिल्क, फ्रूट्स वो सब खाए। रात को मैं भी चिकन और राइस खाऊंगा। कुछ लूटने लायक तो है नहीं, जब देखते हैं। नहीं
You can't stop RyuK's rebellion!
One of the best meals I've ever eaten.
You don't believe you can defeat me?
Ready to fight?
Up there. That's our way in.
रुको, ये था ना? हाँ, ये है।
Arresto momentum. Glacier. Wingardium Leviosa. Leviosa.
आजा बुड्ढे।
If I'd known your plan was to dig up half the country...
I wouldn't have to dig if you could simply manage to bring me the child.
We wouldn't need the child if you hadn't sent a dragon to retrieve the container I spent months and countless ministry favors tracking.
You let them board the carriage. My options were limited once I knew it would be inconveniently beyond my reach at that infernal school.
Have you not acquired enough power here? I allowed you to tunnel under my family home.
Allowed me? You are here only because you are descended from a keeper and may at some point inadvertently become valuable. We had an agreement. I will share with you the power that I discovered if you locate the stores of magic that are yet to be found. So, unless you want another demonstration of my power, a power that you one day hope to wield, bring me the child.
We already knew they were after you, but now we know they're digging for stores of magic.
And Ranrock knows about the Keepers.
Yes, I caught that too. Professor Rookwood said that you'd understand more once you complete the next trial.
Let's get into that castle.
ये स्टाइल बढ़िया था चढ़ने का, है ना?
Any special words you want me to pass on to your mum?
Potato! Might want to look up.
Leviosa. Confringo.
Arrogant child! You won't survive this, my asshole to the cow. A primitive time. Delightful.
Release me!
Protego!
Time for some assistance.
Ranrock will unite us!
अरे शीश शीश
Any special word you want me to pass on to your mum? Trying to make me an admirer of your talent.
Come on.
How nice of you to stop by.
How embarrassing!
Protego!
I've had it.
Time to tick.
Wait, rat this out longer than necessary. Stop avoiding me.
I'll make you wish you were back at school.
Lucky, that's all. No!
Enjoy suffering, do you?
I won't rest.
This will not go well for you.
I hate heights!
You just wait till I come.
Ranrock loyalists will
अरे
succeed.
यार ऑलमोस्ट मैं वो जी नहीं दबा रहा हूँ ना, हील नहीं कर रहा हूँ ना अपने आप को, ज्यादा हीरो समझ रहा हूँ ना कि मार दूंगा 1 HP में। वैल्यू में भी यही करता हूँ मैं।
Any special word you want me to pass on to your mum?
Release me!
Stop it!
That's the best you can do.
I don't think you know who you're dealing with. No!
I think I might rather enjoy this.
Huh?
If only Ranrock were here to feel it.
Confringo!
You're a bit shorty with the skills on, sweetheart.
Seems you're up.
So close.
We're gonna die, are we?
No! I will make you pay.
Why have you not run?
Child's play.
Levioso!
I'm embarrassed for you.
Descendo!
Ranrock won't be stopped.
Release me!
Confringo! It's made a great! Descendo!
Phew. Huh?
I suppose that's the quick way down.
तीसरा कहीं एक होगा तीसरा देखो तो भाई कहाँ दो है और एक कहीं तो होगा
Goodness. Not a party to attend by myself.
तीसरा तीसरा क्या है अच्छा इधर है इधर है इधर
Careful now. Goblin tracks. They're a step ahead of us. Let's see where they lead. This must be it. The store of magic and the source of Ranrock's power.
It looks empty. If they've taken all of it, why are they still here?
Ranrock said there's more to be found, and if he's right about that, it may or may not be located here. Wherever it is, we need to find it before they do. Where is that portrait?
₹4 दे रहा है अभी ₹4 का डेयरी मिल्क भी नहीं आया
I heard something. I was hoping that was you.
Professor Rookwood, the goblins and dark wizards who've overrun your castle are digging for stores of magic and have broken open some sort of container.
No. Things are more dire than I could have imagined. If, as you told Percival, a goblin in his vault was wielding a powerful magic, then they have somehow learned. It cannot be.
And sir, they know you were a keeper. Ranrock used the term.
This makes no sense. How did... We shall discuss this later. Right now, you must complete the next trial.
Just tell me where I need to go.
The power you stand to wield must first be fully understood. The trials will ensure that. Power without knowledge is dangerous indeed. In the wrong hands, We will simply have to outwit Ranrock and my unfortunate namesake.
Very well, Professor. Tell me where I need to go.
I shall reveal the path. Professor Fig must leave you now.
Connect with ancient magic. Bye, Professor Fig.
I would join you if I could. I shall await your arrival in the map chamber.
Okay, baby doll. हम अपना नसीब खुद लिखेंगे. The second trial. अभी भगवान बनूंगा इस ट्रायल के बाद में. इतना सुंदर है ब्रो. उफ भाई गेम तो इतना सुंदर बनाए हैं कि क्या ही कहना है. इसलिए गेम ऑफ द ईयर अवार्ड मिला है ब्रो. नॉनसेंस बोलते हैं. अरे कार्तिक भैया भगवान बनूंगा मैं. क्या हुआ?
Confringo. Descendo.
सही में बढ़िया. बहुत सुंदर बनाया है भाई. ये तो करना क्या है लेकिन मेरे को. अच्छा उस तरफ जाकर देखना एक बार. उस तरफ क्या है? लेकिन उस तरफ सीढ़ी ही नहीं है. शिट. हैं? इधर बक्सा था ना. फिर से करना पड़ेगा. उधर मेरे को जाना है. ठीक है ये तो समझ गया मैं.
Levioso. I need to reposition that pillar to climb out of it. Perhaps the archway is the answer. Levioso. Confringo. Descendo. Accio. Wingardium Levioso. Arresto momentum. Glacius. Accio. Glacius. Levioso. That pillar is blocking the path. I'll need to move it.
Accio. Levioso. Confringo. Descendo. Accio.
मूव कैसे करूं?
Levioso.
हैं? एक सेकंड.
Is there any way to reposition this archway?
Levioso. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
ओह, अब आया ना बदमाश. इससे लड़ाई करनी है. आजा, I am ready.
Levioso. Protect. Leviosa. Arrest the momentum. Confringo.
Oh भाई, can't for which what's this? Price? Thank you. अच्छा सुन ओई. ताकू पचारे खेली होगी.
Levioso. Descendo. Confringo.
Let's go.
I believe I need to proceed to the left here, but how?
अच्छा रुक एक सेकंड, मेरे को ना थोड़ा समझ में आ रहा है। अगर मैं इसको ऐसा किया एंड आई नाउ डू दिस, नाउ आई हिट दिस, and then I come like this.
Levioso, Confringo, Descendo, Capulso. Confringo, Descendo, Capulso. Levioso. Confringo, Descendo, Capulso, Levioso, Glacius, Arresto Momentum, Confringo, Descendo, Capulso.
क्या करना है ब्रो? अच्छा वेट, ओके गॉट इट। बट अगर मैं इधर से गया अच्छा इसको पहले
Levioso. Hitting those marks readjusts the archways. Perhaps there's a way forward from the other side of this one.
Come on. अरे भाई
Levioso, Confringo. Descendo, Confringo.
What's this? इधर क्या है? उसको दिखा वो, लेकिन वो किस तरह से दिखेगा? इधर से दिखेगा क्या? कैसे तो वो दिख रहा था मुझे। हाँ हो रहा। इधर से दिखेगा ना? नहीं दिख रहा है।
Arrest the momentum. Leviosa. Arrest the momentum.
अरेस्ट मोमेंटम क्यों हो रहा है?
Leviosa. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
इसके लिए इतना मेहनत, बताओ। पोशन दिया है, मतलब हेवी फाइट है आगे, वरना ऐसे ही नहीं मिलता। तो लग रहा है हेवी फाइट है, ऐसे हिल रहा है तो लग रहा है हेवी फाइट है। रुको भाई, गांड जो गीली हो रही है थोड़ा सूख जाने दो, बहुत हेवी डर लग रहा है। अरीना है, फाइट तो है। अच्छा दोनों पैरेलल इसमें फाइट लेना पड़ेगा, समझा?
Arrest the momentum. Confringo. Confringo. Descendo.
वो बोलना मत, और भी कोई आ रहा है। अबे ये तो मैं डॉज किया फिर भी। अच्छा खाली सिंगल डैश नहीं करना है। यार
What a relief.
इसको तो मैं जानता हूँ इस बुड्ढे को।
I must say I'm curious to hear of Isadore's travels.
Do come in. Please, have a seat.
Isadora, we are all most intrigued to hear.
We're ready. I've something to show you. Father, these are my colleagues from Hogwarts. Father hasn't spoken since my brother died. On my travels, I confirmed that which I've always believed. That we have the power to take away pain.
Isadora. What have you done?
I took his pain.
This is uncharted magic, Isadora. You can only see what has been sealed in the jar, and we do not know what power that may hold. But the traces of that magic are different from what I've seen before.
Thank you.
चलो सेकंड ट्रायल भी खत्म.
You're back. And in one piece, no less. It is good to see you again.
Professor Rookwood told me about what happened at Rookwood Castle.
In light of the dire circumstances in which we find ourselves, it is most fortunate that someone so competent is following this path.
Thank you, Professor. I shall keep the second artifact safe as you've advised.
Good. Are you ready to move on?
What was the glowing strand that Isadora pulled from her father's chest?
It was pain. You will understand more about her actions as you complete the trials.
I'm ready for whatever comes next.
In that case, introductions are in order.
Allow me to introduce former Hogwarts headmistress, Neve Fitzgerald.
How do you do? I must say that I was not entirely surprised to learn that a student had been completing the trials. I've always believed Hogwarts students capable of anything they set their minds to.
Thank you, Professor. It's a pleasure to meet you as well.
I am certain that you are more than capable of completing my trial. However, I must first, how shall I say, prepare the location of your next trial.
We trust your judgment, Professor Fitzgerald. You should know better than anyone how to manage the inconvenience of, well...
A vainglorious and exasperating headmaster? Indeed I should. I shall confirm that everything is in order immediately.
Of course. Professor Fitzgerald needs some time to clear the way forward. Until then, you should continue to hone your magic. If you learn more about Ranrock and Victor Rookwood's activities in the meantime, please let us know.
Very well, Professor. I know. Continue to hone my magic.
You do learn quickly. Hopefully you will soon hear from Lodgok as well, and we shall learn how he fared with the helmet you retrieved. Well done today, as always. We shall speak again soon.
ये वाला भी खत्म. विंटर आ गया. विंटर आ गया. नाइस.
Protego!
एनिमे भाई, वेलकम द स्ट्रीम. क्या हाल है? क्या खत्म? अरे मतलब वो पार्ट खत्म हुआ. सेकंड ट्रायल खत्म. Now we are leading to the third trial. 3 talent points.
Natty told me about your run-in with the poachers. I have some news about them as well. Can you meet me soon? I fear that some of what I uncovered has to do with you.
I have been asked to teach you the exploding charm, Bombarda. Once you have completed the tasks I've set forth, speak to me after class.
नए क्वेस्ट आगे होंगे बहुत सारे. फायर एंड वाइस, मीट पॉपी स्वीटिंग, मेन क्वेस्ट है ये. साइड क्वेस्ट में इतने सारे साइड क्वेस्ट. चलो अपन चलेंगे. चलते हैं गाइस. अचानक से ये नीचे वाला की बात. ठीक है चलता हूँ अभी. कल अपना वॉच पार्टी तो है नहीं. कल अपन लेट नाइट स्ट्रीमिंग करेंगे. कल हो सके तो लाइक पूरा फुल वैलो डे रखते हैं. बहुत दिन हो गया, लाइक बहुत ज़्यादा दिन हो गया अपन वैलो नहीं खेले. एंड देखते हैं कल, अगर मोस्ट प्रोबेबली कल मतलब ऐसा कोई प्लेयर आया नहीं तो अपन सोलो क्यू करेंगे. नहीं तो देखते हैं. अगर HVL आया तो उसके साथ डुओ कर लेंगे। कॉज अभी मेरे को वैलो खेलने का मन नहीं है। अभी मैं इतना मतलब वो नहीं हूँ ना, अंदर जोश नहीं है कि वैलो खेलूँ। और डूम ये सब खेल सकता हूँ, लेकिन समझ रहे हो अभी उनके वो पार्ट्स पहले अपलोड हो जाएंगे वीडियो, फिर और पार्ट्स खेलूँगा, वैसा सीन है। वीडियोस पे ज़्यादा फोकस कर रहा हूँ अभी मैं। स्ट्रीम तो अपन करते ही हैं 6-7 घंटे की एवरेज में। Xbox का। एक तो स्टीम बोल रहा हूँ, एपिक गेम्स पे एक आया था गेम, सा था वो, मेगा सेल। मेगा सेल क्या है, जरा हम भी तो देखें। दो हजार में लास्ट ऑफ अस पार्ट 1। लास्ट ऑफ अस तो नहीं खरीद रहा, बिकॉज वो उधर दूसरे जगह पे वो वाला खेलना है, तो उधर मिल जाएगा मेरे को। हिटमैन, ये हिटमैन मैंने नहीं खेला है। अपन को हिटमैन अपन खेल सकते हैं। हिटमैन का एक भी गेम अपन ने नहीं खेला। एल्डर स्क्रॉल्स, वॉच डॉग्स 2, ओरिजिन्स इतना सस्ते में मिल रहा है, तो अब तो इतना पुराना गेम हो गया है, इतना देरी बहुत ज़्यादा है। भाई ये राइड वाला गेम ना बहुत प्यारा है। एक राइड बोल के का गेम है, बाइक रेसिंग का। एक रात बैठ के पूरा ग्राइंड किया था मेरे वो दोस्त के PS में। हम्म टेब हाइड्रो भाई, वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है, कैसे हो? ये ह्यूमन काइंड क्या गेम है बे? रुको तो, स्टोर पेज कैसा गेम है ह्यूमन काइंड? थोड़ा अलग सा। अच्छा, ऐसा गेम है क्या? ऐसा गेम तो नहीं चाहिए ना, ये वाले गेम नहीं। हम्म, क्या हाल है, कैसे हो भाई? बढ़िया है यार, आप बताओ कैसे हो, कैसी चल रही है जिंदगी? मैं भी बढ़िया हूँ भाई। और बताओ बाकी कुछ नया खबर? क्या आप अब वीसीटी देखने वाले हो? अभी वीसीटी कहाँ हो रहा है कि वीसीटी तो खत्म हो गया ना अपना। वीसीटी अभी जून में मास्टर्स है, अपना पैसिफिक तो खत्म हो गया। अभी हम लोग वीसीएसए का वॉच पार्टी किए आज। क्वार्टर फाइनल्स खत्म हुए, कल परसों से सेमीफाइनल्स है। ना भाई, रिजल्ट्स के दिन से बुरा ही है माहौल। अच्छा। समझ सकता हूँ भाई। विचर 3 160 भाई, और कितना ही कमेगा भाई। कल पहले 500 700, फिर 400 में आया, फिर 360 या 320 में आया था, फिर 275 या 260 पे आया था, अभी 169 पे आया है। अभी मतलब और एक सेल में तो मेरे को लग रहा है 69 रुपीज में दे देगा भाई। 1200 में साइबर पंक। क्या चल रहा है यूट्यूब में, जरा हम भी देखें। हैं? स्काई स्पोर्ट्स खत्म हो गया? वो छोड़ो, गेमिंग में जाते हैं। ठीक है। ओ भाई, सीरियस यार। एपिक्स में भी है। ओके, नाइस। चलो चलो गैस, चलते हैं। आज के लिए अपन इतना ही रखेंगे, कल आएंगे लेट नाइट करेंगे तो। एज ऑलवेज गाइस, RyuK आर्मी इज ऑलवेज ओपी, यू नो द ड्रिल। लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब। चैनल पर भी नए हो तो सब्सक्राइब कर लेना, सब्सक्राइब कर चुके हो तो शेयर कर लेना। हम मिलेंगे आपसे अगली स्ट्रीम पे, जो कि होगा कल रात को 8:30-9 बजे। हम खेलेंगे वैलोरेंट, कल रैंक पुश करेंगे। ठीक है, तो आ जाना। एंड थैंक यू एवरीवन फॉर ट्यूनिंग इन। ऐसे प्यार करते रहो, सपोर्ट करते रहो। एक दिन जरूर से आसमान छुएंगे। और अपने 5 में जरूर कभी मत भूलना। अपना ख्याल रखो, अपने पेरेंट्स का ख्याल रखो, अच्छे काम करते रहो, पानी पीते रहो, और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट गेम्स खेलते रहो, बिकॉज गेम्स आर द इम्पॉर्टेंट पार्ट ऑफ लाइफ। इसी के साथ हम आज की स्ट्रीम में यहीं पे एंड करते हैं। उम्मीद है स्ट्रीम आपको पसंद आया होगा। अगर नहीं पसंद आया तो आप कल ज़रूर से हमारे चैनल पर आ जाइएगा। हम आपको एंटरटेन करने की पूरी तरीके से कोशिश करेंगे। तब तक के लिए बाय गाइस, लव यू, टेक केयर, सी यू टुमारो, बाय बाय।